fun enough, but it's a huge dungeon area by the first game's standards. It'll take half an hour or more all on its own, and the rewards are deliberately quite minimal compared to the first game. In Fallout 1, you get a very lethal and dangerous submachine gun at the bottom of Vault 15. Here in Klamath Falls, you must work to afford Fallout 1's starting pistol. Your only lead for the GEC is a trader named Vic, but Vic isn't around and his home is mostly deserted aside from a limited selection of junk. You're pointed in the direction of a larger, dirtier town to the east, the Den. Before you go, however, there are two other dangling threads that will take dozens of hours to clarify themselves. One is a crashed aircraft called a vertibird, the first sign of the game's new antagonist, the Enclave, and the second is a tantalizing elevator at the back of a cave where you rescue that missing trapper. The Toxic Caves are an incredibly minor location, but if you come back after finding an electronic lockpick and brushing up on your repair skill, there's a hidden bunker down there with a stockpile of rare weapons, armor, and equipment, many of which can't be found anywhere else in the game. All you need to do is just really remember that it's there at the back of the Toxic Caves. Where Fallout 1 wasted no detail at all, Fallout 2 has entire maps and plot lines that only a minority of players will ever bother to find or explore. There's an entire ending that changes the fate of New Reno based on if your character is male and has sex with a certain mob boss's wife or daughter or both without a condom in your inventory, which I'll talk about all in on its own later, but for now, I use this example to illustrate just how massively, messily huge this game is by the standards of 1998. According to an IGN history of Fallout, the game's different locations and regions were developed by different internal teams and only knitted together at the last moment with less than 2 weeks deadline before publishing. Which is why, for how much content there is in the game, there is a significant minority of stuff which is visibly broken and unfinished, including some deeply critical plot stuff that breaks endings in this game, just like some of Fallout 1's endings were broken. I wanted to have the basic retail Fallout 2 experience for this video, but dedicated modders have spent years restoring a great deal of this cut and unfinished content, adding quest resolutions and whole maps that were never finished in the official release. I've never actually played Fallout 2 that way, but if you're thinking about taking the plunge into the classic Fallout experience, it's worth considering that time and effort has allowed what Interplay did not in 1998 as far as a finished product is concerned. The crunch on the Fallout 2 development team was brutal. 100-hour weeks. It was in this environment that Tim Kaine, Leonard Boyarsky, and Jason Anderson left Black Isle to create Troika Game Studios, makers of the equally ambitious, if less well-known, Arcanum, as well as video game adaptations of tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons Temple of Elemental Evil and a version of Vampire the Masquerade for computers called Bloodlines. The writers and designers of Fallout 2 ended up being a largely separate team of people than made the first Fallout, which certainly comes through. Fallout 2 was created in just 15 months. That it came together at all is an act of tremendous collective willpower. That it came together so cohesively and so well is nothing short of miraculous. Fallout 2 is every bit the classic that Fallout 1 was, but the different team had a different artistic sensibility, and the game they created has a different set of strengths and weaknesses than its predecessor. It's a classic in a different way, and that difference begins in Klamath Falls by establishing a contrast between the concept of a post-apocalyptic wasteland and a post-apocalyptic frontier, where the questions are no longer about survival, but about building a future in the shadow of a flawed and broken past. Arriving at the Den after Klamath, the mood of the world darkens. The Den is a shithole, much more so than the Hub or Junktown were. The biggest power in town is a slaving guild run by a guy named Metzger. Metzger runs the whole town. All the smaller gangs yield to him. Children stand outside every main business and attempt to pickpocket you every time you walk by. Any important or plot items that they steal, luckily, can usually be bought back at the store run by the greedy orphan master. They're not lost forever. It is very possible, though, to lose resources and fall behind the curve while questing in the Den, but if you can win your battles, you stand to come up quite a bit. Thematically, both the Den and Klamath illustrate that as more time passes and the apocalypse fades into true post-apocalypse, power and prejudice begin to concentrate and calcify. Klamath Falls was a slaving town too, they were just more polite about it. The first slave you meet in the game is Sulik, a tribal. The whole tribal aesthetic in post-apocalyptic media is pretty old and threadbare, and Sulik is kind of an especially rough example of the trope, but his story, at least, is interesting. He's looking for his sister, taken by slavers like those from the Den. During the search, he got rowdy at a bar, and by accruing damages for which he could not pay the bar owners back, the bar owners took his freedom for the total sum of $350. Barely more than the price of the cheapest pistol in the game. Slavery is, of course, one of the most horrendous legacies of United States history, one where we are still paying the price for the pain caused today. Fallout 2 explores what slavery might look like in a number of more modern-feeling contexts and justifications. Klamath's small-town bigotry isn't loud and clear like Metzger's operation in the Den, but the lack of regard for human worth or human dignity is actually equivalent between the two towns. Slaving, and selling companions off to slavers, is actually an interactive component of the game for evil characters. On one level, this is part of the genre fiction, as slavery is a staple of all sorts of post-apocalyptic media as an easy, useful symbol of societal decay and backwards movement. I feel a bit, though, that there is perhaps a limit of taste and respect being crossed in portraying such a thing in a participatory way, history being what it is. It's extremely optional, and the option existing does add weight to being able to also oppose the practice, but it's still an early example of Fallout 2 leaning towards grit in a crass or careless way. Most players will likely gun Metzger down, free his prisoners, and take all his shit. That's fine. Until then, though, Metzger is a mechanically useful villain because a player must choose their moment of when to antagonize him. When the player first rolls into town, the man in his operation is much more powerful than you are, but coming back even just a couple towns worth of experience points later allows a player to completely eclipse Metzger in damage and power. A good ending for the Den is impossible with Metzger alive at the end of a playthrough. Metzger must die for the Den to flourish, or else the Den will become a hopeless cesspit of human misery and human trafficking for decades to come. In Junktown, the difference between Killian's rule and Gizmo's rule was ironically inconsequential to the material success of the town. The Den is, by those sorts of amoral standards, quite successful already. You could get rich quick the same way, by not just selling your friends out figuratively, but selling them off, literally. People default to bigotry and evil because it is easy. Civilization built on ignorance and evil is, likewise, easy. In this way, the most defining characteristic about these sorts of towns and these sorts of townsfolk is not their resilience, not their ability to weather the hardscrapple wasteland existences like you would in Fallout 1. These townfolk in the Den cannot envision a future without greed and exploitation and never even try to do better or different, unless you envision it for them down the barrel of your gun, big hero that you are. Fallout 2's sarcasm and cynicism might be less literary and strategic than Fallout 1's, but it is still every bit as cutting. The anchor point for what the game is trying to say with slavery conversation, and a lot of the cynicism of the game in general, is Vault City, the largest civilization in the game world's northeast, and the place when the early game transitions into the mid-game. Vault City is, on the surface, a new Eden, by design as it was created with the aid of a Garden of Eden creation kit. It is a rare instance of a Vault-Tec vault actually working exactly as advertised. The Vault Dwellers waited, emerged, used the kit, and built their new Eden. For them, and no one else. There is technically a test you can pass for citizenship to Vault City, but it requires on your character sheet 9 intelligence, 9 perception, and 9 luck. If you ever create a build that can pass the test, the proctor is shocked. Vault City is a satire of American meritocracy. Vault City has certain outward trappings of a benevolent, rational democracy, but non-citizens are used as a constant pool of slave labor. Prisoners are forced to do it, refugees volunteer for it, and all they get in return is scraps and empty promises. And anytime you use the word slave, a Vault City citizen gets very defensive and pissy about it. Effectively, Vault City is a bureaucratic oligarchy where only those with ties to Vault 8 and a select few others who are proven to be valuable to the state have meaningful rights. Everyone else can stay in the courtyard and drink the irradiated water from the well. Lynette, Vault City's first citizen, is an interesting villain in this regard. To solve the irradiated water problem, she asks you to destroy the nearby community of ghouls who are operating a nuclear reactor. What do they care about the radiation now anyway? They're ghouls. Lynette is easily upset, extremely defensive about the elitist society that she's helped create. She is also callous to the point of being bloodthirsty in a very bureaucratic way. She's a neoliberal, happy to support a colorblind kind of slavery so long as it's regulated with paperwork and keeps Vault City just trucking along. A lot of the player's interactions with the Vault City inhabitants revolves around poking fun at how shitty the whole thing is. For example, you can try to return a courtyard dweller to his wife from his imprisonment in the servant allocation center. You can pay, or you can make up a disease whose symptoms are sullen anger and use of foul language. Wow, the slave master will say. I have seen a lot of that lately among the servants. You better get him out of here. On the way to Vault City, you pass through the farming town of Modoc. MODOK is one of the few settlements in the game without slavery, but the quest there also revolves around fear and ignorance. There's a group who have lived underneath the ground in caves for generations. The Slags. They finally emerge under a farm, scaring off the farmer with a ghost ruse. If you can't conclusively prove to the townfolks of MODOK the good intentions of the Slags within 30 days, there will be war between the two of them. It's easy enough to figure this out within the time limit. The farmer that they think is dead is actually just drunk in the den, and the bodies are fake, and the child that they thought was abducted was simply lost. A very simple series of mistaken assumptions. And yet, it almost means a lot of gunfire and a lot of death. So across the entire reach of the northern map in Fallout 2 are comparative examples of how communities come to accept and perpetuate the cruelties of the past, the attitudes that led to nuclear war in the first place. Passive bigotry in Klamath, fearful reactionary response in MODOK, raw and cruel slavery in the Den, sanitized and bureaucratic slavery in Vault City. The heart of the questing in Vault City has to do with if this new state expands or contracts in its dealing with other civilizations of the wasteland. Gecko, the ghoul city with the power plant, is the first major test of how that's going to go. The quest is kind of broken, but it's broken in an accidentally sarcastic way. Whether on your own or at the urging of a hyper-intelligent rat, there is a wide variety of extra steps you can go through to not only repair Gecko's power plant, but optimize it and restore it to pre-war capacity. If you do all that, and deliver a treatise on how the sale of power could allow Vault City to expand to a friendly ear named Councilman McClure, it should trigger the good ending, wherein, according to the wiki, quote, "The harsh xenophobia of many of Vault City's leaders faded into obscurity while ghoul and human labored side by side to create a center of learning and tolerance where once had stood only enmity and distrust." End quote. Instead, the game defaults to the slide for what happens when you optimize Gecko's power plant without securing McClure's help with the Vault City Council. Without McClure's vote, the Council yields to Lynette's faction, who then invade and enslave Gecko. Growing up, a part of the good guy fantasy that I enjoyed in Fallout 2 was creating outcomes that were the best for everyone involved. And that's a cathartic fantasy to express. Now in my 30s, the optimism of the bugged good ending rings hollow to me. When Disco Elysium came out in 2019, it wildly raised the bar for both complexity and irony in discussing politics within the setting of an interactive isometric RPG. One of the RPG tropes it's most interested in breaking down is this idea of a golden ending that works out great for everyone. Some things aren't possible to compromise with, or worth compromising with. Sometimes conflict is both inherent and inevitable. There is not always a disco option. Fallout 2 meant to include a disco option for Vault City, but due to an error, it defaults to a much more cynical resolution, wherein the more you help the ghouls and the more you give to the town of Gecko, the more likely it is that Vault City will just come and take it, negating your own good intentions completely by simply doing what Lynette told you they wanted to do in the first place. That this was even an ending at all is a dark and cynical punchline, but the accidental preferencing of that bad ending, when you should have mechanically triggered the good one, makes it even darker and more cynical, which I kind of like. Fallout 1 knew how to preference the narrative over the player's power fantasy. It knew when to disempower and negate the player's agency to tell a sharper story. Fallout 2 is excellent at this as well, even if, sometimes, it's a little harsher than it even intended to be. Surviving to the mid-game transition at Vault City, that is the hardest part of all. Fallout 2 is never as difficult as it is in the first 10 hours, when the game is just flat-out randomly lethal much of the time. Random encounters come with greater frequency than they did in Fallout 1, and the enemies that you face in these random encounters tend to be more numerous and better armed, which is great if you survive. It's possible, if you get lucky or do well, to get absolute heaps of equipment and experience within the random encounters that will put you well ahead of the basic power curve. If you're more fragile or less lucky, it can mean that every journey between settlements is a potential party wipeout. The traversals are long, too, a week or more of in-game time between settlements. You're rolling the dice on random encounters very frequently. And this is just the top section of the map. The thing is, this duration and difficulty of travel is a temporary thing. In the junkyard at Gecko is a ghoul who will trade you a car's fuel cell controller for a set of fancy tools which you can get by performing another obscure side quest in Vault City. If you take the fuel cell controller back to the den, you can give it to the junkyard owner there and buy his car for a cool 2,000 coin. It's a beautiful design that's a kind of battered, rusty mashup of a 1958 Plymouth Fury and a 1958 Buick Roadmaster called the Christless Highwayman. The car adds, all on its own, a 50% bonus to avoiding random encounters as well as quadrupling your travel speed with options to raise the speed even higher later on with upgrades. It's also a traveling personal stash, a giant well into which you can dump loot and supplies that follows you to every town. Modern games would make acquiring something like the Highwayman automatic at some point, integrated into the main path. It is wild that such a transformative and necessary game feature is gated behind a series of low-impact side quests here in Fallout 2. It's how it used to be, though. There was an assumption that, given a limited environment, the player would proactively seek to explore all of it. There wasn't a sense of guidance being quite as necessary. There was an assumption, instead, of effort on the player's part to meet the game halfway, at the minimum. For some who grew up with the modern style of quest compasses and checklist questing, this can make going back to the classic Fallout style a murky, hostile experience. Even growing up instead with the older style, I am still often grateful for some of the clarity that modern open-world compass and marker systems bring to their game worlds. I mean, can you imagine getting through The Witcher 3's open world without a compass system, with quest directions as vague as those in Fallout 2? Fallout 2's world is smaller, more predictable even with all the random encounters. It's more reasonable to assume that the player will discover the threads of the plot and pull themselves along at some point or another. Even the main plotline of Fallout 2 is essentially an obscure path with vague direction. The Vault 13 water flask leads you to Klamath and Vic's house. Vic's house and the radio you find there leads you to the den where Vic is imprisoned. Freeing Vic leads you to Vault City, where the water flask was bought from this guy in a shed. The guy in the shed, Plum can't recall where he bought it from himself. Could be, any one of 3 additional cities or 2 additional towns. Now, the player knows from having played the first game and gotten the NCR ending for Shady Sands that the NCR is your logical best bet. Without that meta-knowledge, though, it truly could be anywhere. It is as open-ended as a shrug in terms of quest design. Almost all your activity within the game is self-discovered and self-directed, deciding to take risks on bigger foes than you think you can handle and leaning on the random rolls of the dice to determine success or failure. There truly is no main quest to speak of until the very late game, no matter how often a vision of Hakunin appears to ask you to kindly hurry it up. Fallout 2 is not technically an open-world game because it doesn't really have an interstitial space between maps besides what's generated for random encounters and a small selection of special encounters. It can't exactly explore the same way you can in the later, more modern titles. Yet the open-world feeling is already there. Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas are tied by more than just plot and iconography. Both prioritize side content over primary content. Both emphasize factional, regional conflict. And both use the wasteland to give the player a sense of extraordinary freedom. Vault City's vault puts most of the other major settlements and civilizations on your map so you can explore. With a half-dozen possible leads, a fully charged highwayman, and enough hit points on your character sheet to withstand some automatic fire, Fallout 2's world is ready to truly open up to a player. Maybe not as open as the modern Fallouts, but more open than any Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale. More open than the first Fallout. New Vegas is the only direct sequel there is to Fallout 2, but every modern Fallout game has Fallout 2 to thank for prototyping the sense of freedom that the franchise has become so well known for. Before New Vegas came New Reno, and that's as good a place as any to talk about the increased complexity and quest design that starts to emerge in the mid-game of Fallout 2. New Reno is controlled by 4 rival crime families, 3 of which have hidden agendas which affect the political outcomes for the whole region. You're given an excellent hook and introduction, a briefcase to deliver to Mr. Bishop, the strongest crime boss with the biggest casino out of all the 4 families of New Reno. Bishop has the most difficult quests as well, 2 hits, both on well-protected NCR politicians. The ironic thing here is that Bishop is actually making a play for control of NCR as much as for control of New Reno. He's putting rating pressure on Vault City so they'll go begging to the NCR for help. You're eliminating those few voices supportive of Vault City in the NCR Congress so that Bishop can be unopposed. Bishop is mixed up in politics at the highest level. By supporting or undermining his schemes, you change the balance of power between all the major cities of Fallout 2. The Mordino family, by contrast, controls the flow of drugs in New Reno, particularly Jet, a brand new synthetic drug with a nearly 100% addiction rate. Jet has absolutely destroyed the communities that it's gotten a hold of, particularly Redding to the north. The Mordinos' power play doesn't involve the NCR at all. The Mordinos want an independent New Reno, supported by an infinite army of addicts, dependent on the flow of Jet from the biggest little city in the post-apocalypse. Bishop and the Mordinos represent 2 paths to power. manipulation, and exploitation. Neither are any better than the other really, but the Mordinos are the more obvious villains. They manufacture Jet and further refine its addictive qualities with human experimentation on live subjects, all slaves purchased from elsewhere in the wasteland. At the top of this narcotic food chain is a little shitheel named Myron. Myron is a boy genius type who saw his chance and ran with it. He's an entitled nerd in a respected position within the Mordino criminal empire. Myron gets everything he wants delivered right to him: slaves, drugs, booze. He's the golden child of a predatory, exploitative system. All because Myron has no moral compass and he's willing to do anything for anyone so long as it puts him ahead. While the game came out in 1998, this kind of villain that Myron represents has become more and more common in real life as we sink deeper into the era of techno-grifting, NFTs, and crypto scams, where the entire point is that deeply selfish, technologically gifted people keep coming up with new ways to create pyramids of exploitation where they're at the top and everyone else is on the bottom, crushed by the weight of actual consequence. Politically, within the game, the Jet plotline is complicated because only Vault City has the medical resources to push back and mass-produce an antidote for the addiction. Solving the problem advances Vault City's interests, locking in an ending where Redding is aligned with their empire of soft-serve slavery. It's another darkly satirical twist. In a completely deregulated market like No Rules New Reno, money will flow in ways that create the most inequalities in a competitive way. It is a howling vortex of predatory schemes. Whereas in a more managed capitalist system, there isn't any less actual exploitation. That exploitation is just sanitized and directed down channels that take the chaos out of the situation and help preserve the system as a whole against instability. New Reno and Vault City have the exact same interest in the town of Redding: keep the miners mining, keep the ore flowing. New Reno seeks to use chemical dependence to increase productivity and make it impossible for the miners to seek different employment or better their situations. Vault City's rules and regulations, by contrast, would criminalize so much of the miners' behavior and lifestyle that most of them would end up being indentured servants anyway. They would be equally unable to alter their situations for the better, thralls of a parasitic economy bleeding them dry from miles away over the horizon. One city uses vice to control them, the other city weaponizes virtue and progress to control them. The third option for determining Redding's eventual political alignment is the NCR, which is simply the least bad option rather than the good one. NCR's economic relationship with Redding is more simple, traditional. Redding sells the ore and pledges allegiance, the NCR protects the trade routes, and provides a kind of light federalism. There is no option in which Redding can maintain independence. At least, with a third option, there's a chance for the miners to retain some agency and dignity. In either pre- or post-war America, that's as good as an outcome as a person is likely to get. The last two of the New Reno crime families are much less impressively connected and tied to the overarching narrative. Consider, though, that the narrative question we're actually asking and the narrative path we're actually following here is, what is the balance of power in the region, and how can I tip the scales? The narrative threads of Arroyo, Vault 13, and the Gek are kind of secondary concerns to this, despite being the primary quest. The more personal Chosen One narrative happens mostly at the end of Fallout 2, which is why, when we get to New Vegas, we'll see a more satisfying inversion of this pattern. The more personal elements of the narrative in New Vegas, seeking out the man who shot you in the head, takes up only the first act of the game until resolving the region's balance of power becomes the explicit narrative goal of the second and third acts. The personal and political arcs collide over the course of the DLC as well, particularly Lonesome Road. Fallout 2 wasn't quite ready to fully prioritize political factionalism over the more traditional main quest structure it follows, but the actual bulk of content of the game's interrelated narratives all revolves around that political focus anyway. Narratively, the Salvatores are the weakest of all the New Reno crime families because they're just lackeys in the pocket of the game's main villain, the Enclave. Rather than reveal themselves, it is more useful to the Enclave to simply carve out power by proxy, so they've armed the Salvatores with laser weapons, and that's given them a frightening edge in the city's balance of power. In theory. In practice, they are the easiest casino to shoot up, the easiest family to take down, and the easiest questline to follow to completion. What's fun about the Salvatores is not following their questline to the bitter end. Before a single family grants you made man status, you are a free agent. You are free to take quests from all four families and make absolute bank in terms of cash, loot, and experience. The Salvatores give you a fantastic couple of quests in that regard. In the first one, you need to track down a con man who cheated the casino. You follow him all the way out to the cemetery outside town where, in a reference to Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you make him dig up the treasure as you hold a gun on him. It's just a great, pulpy manhunt quest that deepens the character of the city of New Reno. Plus, it also shows some of that strange excess that the game has. In the cemetery, you can dig up not just that grave, but every other, for a small karma penalty each time, and you can find all sorts of shit in there. I must have played Fallout 2 a dozen times over the course of my life, and this is the first time that I bothered digging up any of the graves, because I had never really thought to try it before. The graveyard was twice as interactive and twice as complicated as I ever gave it credit for, and it's a map that few players will likely even see. After that, you can go try to collect a debt from the rude and condescending pharmacy owner, Renesco, who can't pay, so you can arrange instead a deal where you cover his debt and he gives you everything in his inventory for free. It is a massive stash of useful items for the comparatively minuscule price of his debt. The moments that help deepen and define your experience within the city of New Reno are so much more interesting than the threat that the Enclave represents as villains, that the Enclave's presence in New Reno feels mostly tangential. The Enclave doesn't narratively or satirically deepen the setting the way the contrasting civilizations of New Reno, Vault City, and the NCR do, at least not until the very ending, when you get to hear them explain themselves. At the bottom of the power structure among the crime families in New Reno are the Wrights. Without even a casino to call their own, they hold on to power simply by being the biggest actual family in the city and by providing most of the city's booze, without which either present Reno or New Reno would grind to a screeching halt as the lines of suckers sober up and stop throwing money down the many money pits. Alcohol is the oil that keeps the engines of vice turning in New Reno or Old Reno, so the Wrights have some power left. What's extremely interesting is the two ways that the Wright family in New Reno's epilogue can go, depending on player choice. First, behind the scenes. Fallout 2 uses a kind of numerical ranking system to determine who's in control of New Reno at the end, where the Wrights begin in last place with 0 points, and every other family must be destroyed before the Wrights can climb the chart. The Wrights' triumph in any capacity is impossible without heavy player involvement. However, New Reno's future hangs in the balance of exactly how you accomplish it. The first part of the Wrights' questline is a murder mystery, a pretty compact and fun one. The second part is a request from the Wright Patriarch to infiltrate and open up a long-sealed military base defended by automated defense turrets. The parking lot of the base is full of decades worth of corpses, scavengers, raiders, adventurers, army patrols. Anything that wandered into the base's spiderweb died there. This location, the Sierra Army Depot, is not just a path for the Wrights to arm themselves in advance, it's a chance for the player to do so as well. There are many valuable, lethal treasures locked inside the Sierra Army Depot. A player who can crack open the base at this mid-game stage will advance pleasantly ahead of the power curve. Yet, the most pro-social ending of the New Reno epilogues depends on your refusing to do so. Without these weapons, in the absence of the other families and their industrialized vices, the Wrights will organize a very boring government for New Reno. As the years go by, the population will triple, crime will reduce, and literacy will actually surpass that of pre-war Reno. Only if, of course, you deny the Wrights what they want and deny yourself the opportunity to really come up and get military-grade equipment. War never changes. Violence begets violence. Power entrenches power. The character of the city can only change in the absence of what came before being feasible to continue in any way. If you take the weapons and become a made man of the Wrights, they launch a mob war so fierce that it takes less than an hour for them to wrest control of the downtown area from the fragments left of the other families, demolishing half of Reno with rocket launchers in the process. In time, the Wrights teach that they were the only crime family to ever control New Reno, history written by the victors. By putting the Wrights in charge of the New Reno power structure, you have also preserved the New Reno power structure. There's also a fifth option, only available to male protagonists. Father a bastard of destiny with either Bishop's wife, daughter, or both. This takes epilogue priority even over supporting the Wrights. In this epilogue, your child follows in your footsteps, adventuring, gaining control, creating a new and separate destiny the way your characters in Fallout 1 and 2 are descendants with the same legacy of action and reaction. Perhaps it was intended as an unused hook for a game that never happened. New Vegas mashes this bastard of destiny ending up with the Wrights' martial victory, allowing for the existence of this potential future descendant while also recognizing that most players likely opted for the good faction of the Wrights in their playthrough. When Baldur's Gate 2 came out in 2000, it was by far a larger and more complicated adventure than Fallout 2 was, Yet, for all Baldur's Gate 2's complexity, its narrative structure and style is more traditional and more familiar. It is a classic D&D adventure module proctored by an automated dungeon master. Fallout 2's structure is messier by far, but also more freeform, differently focused, deeply political, and also much more crass, more absurd, more self-conscious. Fallout 2 isn't simply the game that established the patterns that Fallout New Vegas would follow, it contains within itself the contradictory impulses and visions that would create the divide in experience between New Vegas and Fallout 3. As absurd and unnatural as the dialogue in Fallout 3 can sometimes be, it seems to me a deliberate overcorrection from the elements of Fallout 2's writing that are flat out embarrassingly bad. Fallout 1 was gritty. It was gritty in a pulpy, genre-specific way that Roger Zelazny's Damnation Alley established decades ago. Fallout 2 is gritty in a sophomoric way, where booze and boobs and bullets are still exciting all on their own and not just an element of grit to be used with discretion. Fallout 2 was an unusually horny role-playing game, long before Mass Effect raised the ire of Fox News with its optional lesbian space romance. Sexuality in an RPG can be a lot of fun and actually add a lot to the world, like in the case of The Witcher 3. But The Witcher games didn't start out using sexual content as a balanced element, they began largely in the position Fallout 2 takes, where sex is incorporated in an irritatingly commodified way. Witcher 1's commodification took the form of creating a series of sexy baseball cards, essentially, that a player can collect by tomcatting around enough. It's juvenile and dumb, but ultimately kind of frivolous, just a casually crass way of rewarding completionism with the occasional naked tit. Fallout 2's crassness runs deeper in a way that I hadn't really noticed until trying a playthrough as a female player character. For the lady protagonists, there are extra bartering options throughout the entire game wherein you can agree to pay with sex instead of coin, especially in greasy, sleazy situations. You can fuck Metzger the slaver to get half price off Vic. You can fuck the people who stole your car to get it back for free. You can fuck drug dealers for discounts and sneak in to see Myron under the assumption that you're one of his working girls. If you can't pass the agility check to be an actual porn star, you can still earn $1 or $2 fluffing if you want to. It is entirely viable to orient an entire playthrough and character build to being a wasteland coquette. It expands the dialogue options considerably to play a lady protagonist, but mostly just in kinky, dumb ways that the player stands to profit from. It's the transactionalism that's irritating and borderline offensive. To be clear, I'm not criticizing sex work, I'm criticizing the rank simplicity with which the game treats sex work. What the Witcher franchise understands, beyond the first game where a great deal of the sex is explicitly transactional, is that Geralt being a very slutty mutant is part of what makes him so endearing. Pleasure in a broken world is a complex theme, and the sexual connections that Geralt makes in the Witcher series are driven largely by dialogue and situation. Sex exists in that universe as it does in this one. It can be alternately beautiful or ugly, connected or disconnected, and either way, the point of it is in how people relate to each other and what they want from each other. Sex and money often come down to the same thing in Fallout 2, when sex isn't simply a straightforward joke of some sort. Sexist language abounds in Fallout 2, and although an argument can be made for it being appropriate to slavers and raiders and such, it is exhaustingly one-note just how much space this stuff takes up in the overall dialogue. Slut this, bitch that, over and over again. Part of that is the 1990s. A lot of 1990s self-conscious grit is like this across a variety of mediums. But most of it is just carelessness. Rather than articulating a difference in how a character of a different gender would be perceived in a meaningful way, or ignoring a difference entirely and unifying the dialogue for either gender choice, Fallout 2 reaches the extremely teenage conclusion that pretty girls get stuff for free if they show some skin, which the game then weaves mechanically throughout the progression at various stages. Even if you want that kind of horniness to work, and having already admitted to thinking Cherry 2000 is a good time, I think I can say I'm not hostile to it. It's just too fundamentally unimaginative a perspective to gain any kind of thematic traction. It doesn't say anything universal or genuinely provocative. It says the same things you hear sitting next to a table of 14-year-old boys at a mall food court. Later games keep some of this absurdist sexuality. When you consider how Fallout 3 ended up going for a much more cartoonish feel in the writing, I think it's worth considering that an element of that more Saturday morning cartoon feel of Fallout 3 is a deliberate counterreaction to Fallout 2's dated and aggressive grit. By strategically replacing some of the horny stuff with sexless goofs, Fallout 3's world became more tonally aligned with the 1950s media from which its inspiration sprang. It distinguished itself more from the morass of dated genre-specific sexism that's been around for decades but can be seen with crystal clarity in old trash like 1988's The Sisterhood. The themes aren't the failure here in Fallout 2, the execution is. Consider Mad Max Fury Road, one of the all-time best pieces of post-apocalyptic media ever created, also showed a world of slavery and exploitation, women held in sexual thrall by gross and self-important warlords. It just didn't present those things as things where the audience shares in the degradation. It didn't add sensationalism to those elements. The movie constructed those themes instead through the lens of world and character. It presented those elements in ways that are narratively harmonious and contribute to the complexity instead of taking that complexity away. Fallout 3 isn't entirely without sexuality. There's sex workers in the very first town, but even that inclusion is as cartoonish as everything else. By the time we get to Fallout 4, a balance has been found. In Fallout 4, sexual absurdism takes the wheel, and we're at a point where a player is able to seduce a ghoul in a tricorn hat and make him your boyfriend. Sexuality, and especially sexual absurdism, is very important to the personality and character of the Fallout franchise. Fallout 2 just fumbles the whole thing over and over by reducing that sexuality to transactionalism and negativity. It is a narrow view of sexuality, whereas the role of sexuality in the post-apocalyptic world is much more akin to something Danny DeVito said on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Drinking wine from a can, he opines, quote, "I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it." Which is a point of view that's guaranteed to take a work to more creatively rewarding places than telling the player they're not pretty enough to be a porn star, but there's still a way they can make a quick $15. The odd thing about this is that Fallout 2 seems to understand the importance of absurdism in most every other way. There's a lot of shit in Fallout 2 that's completely goofy, absurd, and ridiculous, but nearly all of that kind of joking is directed towards the idea that the worst has already happened, that with the apocalypse comfortably in the rearview mirror, the world's standards for what is and isn't possible can relax a little bit. It's what makes Vault City so loathsome and the NCR such a frustrating organization in New Vegas, that these new societies are doing their best to normalize and put limits on the possibilities that the clean slate of the wasteland offered. And in that civilizing and homogenizing action, the wasteland will lose its beauty and its pull. Already this has happened. 80 years ago, the wasteland of Fallout 1 was more wild, more cruel, more free. The age of total possibility is already over in the Fallout universe. The age of the frontier has arrived. Once the frontier passes, even the post-apocalypse will be over. It will simply be another era. One particular town in Fallout 2 represents this tension between freedom and absurdism and the narrow viewpoints of earlier eras: Broken Hills. The town is led by a supermutant named Marcus. Now, in Fallout 1, it was established that some few select supermutants were affable or decent conversationalists. Fallout 2 goes much further, showing that some supermutants simply reacclimated to wasteland life and set out to lead regular, quiet existences. If this seems like a pro-social version of the Necropolis, you're kind of right. There's an old ghoul's home where some even remember Set from the Necropolis, and don't really have very many kind things to say about him. Like Gecko, radiation isn't much of a danger to ghouls and mutants, so uranium extraction and refining is the foundation of the town's economy. The problem with Broken Hills is racism. The ringleader of the racists won't even reveal himself to you unless he thinks you're a racist too. Ask him how things are in town, and he'll ask you, in turn, what you think of the mutants, and if you answer in the positive, he'll just say, you'll like it here, and never ask for help with the crimes and murders he's got cooking up. All smiles. Racism never changes either, I suppose. The Broken Hills quest puts a finger on the scale of both sides are bad a bit with its main quest, wherein another mutant named Francis kills a whole bunch of the racist agitators because he doesn't think Marcus will ever do anything about them as mayor or as sheriff. If you aren't inclined to have Francis face punishment for this, you can advise him to skip town ahead of telling Marcus, but even in the space of the 2 hours or so it takes to complete Broken Hills, Fallout 2 is suggesting that a government that won't acknowledge racial strife ends up contributing to it accidentally. Marcus had a different experience. He founded the town alongside a Brotherhood of Steel paladin. They fought at first, but ended up laughing it off and becoming friends when neither could get the upper hand. The vision that Marcus had was one where that tussle could have been anybody, putting aside the old differences, embracing the new commonalities. But it's doomed. People just won't let go of their prejudices. Even if you achieve the best ending, the uranium runs out, and the town, like all desert boom towns, just dries up and blows away. Marcus will travel with you for a time if you solve the town's immediate concerns. Even he senses collapse in the air. There's a lot of stuff in Broken Hills that's just a dumb joke, also. There's a scientist with a talking plant and a very smart scorpion. Francis the mutant will arm wrestle you, and if you lose, you have to sexually submit to him, getting a ball gag as a memento. This is vaguely a Pulp Fiction reference, I guess. It's half-assed and it's messy. There's a hidden cave with a hidden pulp adventure hero who's been asleep for hundreds of years. The biggest, longest joke is where a fella at the old Ghoul's home asks you for a series of good time items like a blow-up doll and a particular brand of bad liquor. If you consent to this frivolous scavenger hunt, he reveals a treasure. You can lower a treasure hunter down a rope to get at it, and you receive 10,000 bottle caps. A fortune 80 years ago. The hub is gone, that era is gone, and now a gold coin standard guaranteed by the NCR economy is the common currency of the land. Bottle caps are back to being trash, jokes on you primarily, and the treasure hunter you leave in the well. This bit comedy exists uncomfortably side by side with the serious and sometimes violent racial tensions that make up the other town quests in Broken Hills. This is Fallout 2's main tonal failing, a whiplash between having a lot to say and saying nothing by farting into a woodwind instrument. At worst, it feels like an episode of Cop Rock. At best, the two styles do well enough on their own, but fail to blend. When people look back and lament that Bethesda brought their own house style to the writing and tonality of the game universe in Fallout, it's easy to wallpaper over how even the classic Fallout style didn't get it right 100% of the time. The vast, vast majority of Fallout 2 is amazing and amazingly complex, but it's perhaps mistaken to hold it up as a template from which nothing could be improved. The only completely consistent game in the Fallout franchise is Fallout 1, and Fallout 1 is genuinely broken in a couple of places. It's just that the broken parts don't matter in the face of how imaginatively evocative Fallout 1 and its game world are. It's easy to forgive because the player is also the author of their own impression of these worlds, what they look like from a non-isometric view, or what they sound like, or what they smell like. That's all imagination. The early games, with their text descriptions and condensed world design, don't create a world that's simulational, a one-to-one representation. They create a multimedia impression wherein the player, or reader, or viewer uses the ideas suggested by the mechanics and artwork to picture the greater whole. This is the foundation for all tabletop role-playing. It's the reason why movie versions of books always feel a little weird, because we construct our imaginative versions of things independently from the original work, and it's always more personal to us than the one-to-one representation of a more visual or three-dimensional adaptation of a story. It's easy to say that the first two games were the best, most perfect ones because the difference in design between 1997 and 2023 is such an immensely vast gulf, but it's worth keeping in mind what's being compared. Are the modern Fallout games worse as games, or are they simply unable to achieve with representational art what the first two games were so good at creating with imaginative suggestion? Game design is extremely complicated, not just as a technical process of coding and development, but flatly and simply as a multimedia art form. It falls among and between so many other disciplines and approaches that simply making a bigger, more modern experience shifts the kind of art that a given game is, the way an audience is able and willing to engage with it. Growing up with books, seeing the game as an extension of a format where visuals aren't important at all, Fallout 2's world feels enormous and engaging, full of possibility. It's interesting to read reviews of players who have grown up instead with modern AAA titles where visuals are extremely important. These players tend to see what's right in front of them, and they are not always impressed with what you see in Fallout 2. It's not just the graphics, it's the idea that what you're seeing is suggestive of a broader world and not a literal representation of it. If you see Fallout 2's world as ending at the borders of the town map, if you aren't primed to do the imaginative heavy lifting yourself, it becomes, conversely, easy to disregard the original games as not being nearly as engaging or immersive as the modern titles because they lack that simulational sense of reality that an open-world FPS format can provide. If you ignore the parts of the game that require imaginative participation and simply look at Fallout 2 as a collection of its available quests and opportunities, some parts can feel both strange and slight. Fallout 2's late game is honestly its most disappointing part. For all it's been built up to be, the NCR as a questing hub isn't as dense or as complex as New Reno and lacks the satirical bite of Vault City. It's got plenty enough to do and see and feels like a major stop. I mean, there's cattle drives to go on and hostage situations to negotiate and some slavers to murder. What's more interesting about the New California Republic is the sensation of following in your own footsteps in a place that's both familiar and unfamiliar. Down in the Civic Plaza outside NCR's Congress is a statue of your character from the first game. Without you, the player, none of this would have been possible. What makes that so fun and complicated is that not all of it is good or agreeable. Without you, the player, the NCR never would have become the expansionist power dictating the rhythm of life in the wasteland that it is. The whole nation of the New California Republic is an accidental consequence of side questing. That's something special. In a passive medium, like films or books, The basic theme can still come through about small actions having massive consequences, but it's that participatory element that really makes it impactful here in Fallout 1 and 2. Not just an accident of history or some other character, this whole thing is more or less your fault. The NCR isn't the worst civilization out there, but it is the least imaginative. They seek to return to the dimensions of old American life and all the petty squabbling over land and resources that represents. Now in her 90s, Tandy is still president of the NCR when you roll into town. She looks worn and tired. It's through her story that you can see the ambition and triumph of the NCR. Tandy grew up in what's essentially a feudal hamlet. Through her capture and rescue, she came to feel strongly about law and order. Everything she's built is based off of her desire to better herself, her surroundings, to try and reclaim the past for her own and replicate its gone-away securities. Tandy is sympathetic, a line of connection from one game to another, one player character to another, one era of the post-apocalypse to another. Tandy asks you to clear out the squatters in Vault 15 so the NCR can claim it as part of their historical heritage. The squatters are cover for a raiding party who have cleared some of the rubble and restored some of the vault. It's a fine dungeon crawl, turning the last game's lowest level dungeon into one of the highest level ones of the sequel. It just doesn't feel narratively special. The same goes for the recontextualization of Vault 13. It's full of talking Deathclaws, runaway experimental subjects from the Enclave. You'll find the Gek in the storage room on level 3, the same one where the water thief crept around in Fallout 1. But once you take it, you'll start the game's only countdown. You have 2 weeks to kill the scientist in charge of the Talking Deathclaw program at the Navarro base, or else the Enclave comes and kills all of the Deathclaws. This is so poorly communicated that I didn't even know there was a good epilogue slide, that there was more than one ending possible for Vault 13 in Fallout 2. Finding Vault 13 again is a climactic, exciting moment, but the Talking Deathclaws are a deliberate anticlimax stapled on top, a surprise for the sake of having a surprise. Canonically, it's agreed that the Talking Deathclaw thing creates some weird continuity and tone issues, and so the Enclave killing them all is probably best for the setting. Except for Goris, a potential Deathclaw scholar companion, who wears these big robes when he's adventuring with you. Kinda neat, no real impact. This is the disadvantage of the decentralized regional approach to Fallout 2's questing. It isn't in such an order that it reaches an actual apex, it reaches a satisfyingly holistic sense of context instead, and when things fall outside the scope of that connectivity, they tend to fall flat. And even the holistic sense tapers off. The last city, San Francisco's Neo-Chinatown, has no impact on any other city's endslides or politics, and its own factional conflict is broken and simplified, much like the Boneyard in the last game. You have on one side the Shi, descendants of a crew aboard a Chinese nuclear submarine that became stranded after the war, who have now created a kind of scientific utopian community. And on the other side you have the Hubologists, a Scientology parody, complete with a Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman stand-in. They're trying to fuel and repair a space shuttle that will take them to their destiny among the stars. That part is intriguing, which is why, by Murphy's Law, it must be the broken part. Without that aspect of going to the stars, the Hubologists are just an exceptionally cartoonish and broad caricature of Scientology, which is a fine and good thing to make fun of in general, because Scientology is stupid and hurts people. But it doesn't really work as an extended riff in a post-apocalyptic video game based on Cold War culture. The Shi are fine, I guess, but they aren't in any kind of thematic or narrative tension with the Hubologists. It's like pitting the good guys from a Rutger Hauer sci-fi movie against the bad guys in a Ben Stiller comedy. There's no rule to say you can't, but there's no point to saying you can either. Then there's this martial arts movie thing where you fight either a good guy who's good or a guy who's evil. Like, literally, they say that. I'm the good guy. Boy, do I sure love being evil. It's annoying when this happens to the writing in Fallout 3, but it's inaccurate to say that Fallout 3 has a monopoly on poorly written, buffoonishly binary dialogue and quests. It happens here in the classics as well, and it's equally annoying because so much of the rest of either Fallout 1 or Fallout 2 knows better and does better. The irritation comes from a sense of potential not just being missed, but not even being striven towards. Fallout 2 San Francisco might have more quests and interactivity than the Boneyard did, but it makes much less sense, feels much less cohesive, and straddles the border between 90s flippancy and casual racism in some of the floating dialogue and character accents. It is not a great way to wrap up the game's world map. It's just a flat-out mess. All it truly serves to do is funnel. Its disconnection from the larger game world readies a person for the linear slog of the climax, not too far away now at all. The Enclave is not just the final villain of Fallout 2, they're the main villain of Fallout 3 as well, and honestly they fit better into Bethesda's conception of the Fallout universe than they do into the classic one. Although the Enclave are foreshadowed the way the Master and his mutants were in the previous game, the Enclave don't have the same kind of pulp appeal. The Enclave are coming back to take complete authoritarian control over the wasteland and the world. They needed both the Vault 13 inhabitants and your village's inhabitants as genetic samples to re-engineer the FEV virus. Instead of creating mutants, it will be fatal to all deviations from pre-war genetic humans, including every human not part of the Enclave or a certified Vault Tech program. The idea is sort of a distillation of any authoritarian supremacist movement: exterminate difference, reap the profits, take over the world. They insist that what makes a person human is a lost, nostalgic idea of an untainted genetic code. They use a small genetic difference to justify exterminating every single civilization that you've encountered, good or bad, strong or weak, large or small, because these things are of the New World. And the New World, as you've seen all game long, cannot be controlled. It flourishes as both weeds and flowers, chaotic and wild across the wasteland. The only way for any single entity to establish control is to poison the whole garden. It is the exact opposite of the Master's plan in Fallout 1. The mutant unification scheme was about embracing the New World, creating a race of mutants who would no longer scheme and struggle, but be able to live in the wasteland free and easy, united. It was a foolish and destructive plan, but it was also utopian. The Enclave plan is one that rejects the New World to such a degree that it would rather commit a second Armageddon than suffer the potential that you couldn't tell man from mutant. It is a satirical extreme of many different strains of fearful reactionary response. Denial of not only present reality, but the legitimacy of any future reality that isn't strictly defined by past values and prejudice. In this way, the Enclave would have done better by being more present within the game world as an antagonistic force. Hidden in the shadows, the threat against the wasteland is defined only in terms of a kind of standard save the world big hero ending. How the Enclave fit into the many other schemes to control the wasteland and the other political structures illustrated in the wasteland communities isn't so much articulated. The Enclave hide, they do some shadowy stuff, they quietly prepare to kill everyone. Their isolationism makes sense, but it contributes poorly to the dramatic structure of the game. In this way, I actually prefer them in Fallout 3 to Fallout 2. Fallout 3 doesn't need or want a complicated villain, and the Enclave is not one. The way that they invade the wasteland and casually raise the difficulty of random encounters makes them feel like more of an actual threat in Bethesda's later game. I like the ending of Fallout 2 well enough, but as I've hopefully illustrated, it isn't much of an apex to the actual activities that you do within the game, or the themes that you accomplish. All that's handled within the epilogue slides. The shame here is that Fallout 1 was perfectly unified from start to finish through its thematic lenses. In Fallout 1, through experience, you become someone new and different. You become part of the world by interacting with it, and the world's influence follows you where you go. In some ways, the end of Fallout 2 is an echo of this. The Enclave's genocidal scheme is a rejection of the very idea that the world can move on into a post-American era, a refusal to allow anyone to be changed by experience, an attempt to punish that which cannot be controlled. While the Enclave is foreshadowed as a villain with big armors and flying vertibirds, the narrative and thematic weight of the moment receives no real foreshadowing at all. We make fun of and possibly murder the president, we ironically turn the weapon of the enemy against its own troops, killing them with the FEV virus, or else you just set off a bomb on a timer like you did at the last game. Fallout 2's climactic boss fight is either easy or outrageously hard, depending on your choices. If you kill the president and take his passkey, you can change the allegiance of the turrets in the last battle. If you go without the passkey, then the threat rate against you is tremendous. All those Gatling cannons can just tear you apart with a good critical hit, even one. One way, the fight is too hard. Another way, the fight is basically non-existent. The turrets just do the work for you. But the way to essentially skip the fight isn't tied to a grand climactic speech success like the Master's Cathedral in the first game. It too is disconnected from the whole. So, in the end, you get a surprisingly typical video game ending. Bad guy gives a spiteful speech, there's a countdown, then a big explosion, then a warm and fuzzy feeling for having completed the game. That's not what I really cared about. I cared about the ending slides. Fallout 2's complexity and variety of epilogue variations is only matched by its direct sequel, Fallout New Vegas. No other games in the franchise even come close to those two. Some things don't matter at all in Fallout 2, what you did in Klamath or how you did it, if you revisited the military base from the first game and did its dungeons over again, or if you skipped it entirely. These are exceptions. For the most part, every single major conflict is given a satisfying resolution, and a number of minor things, like whether you correctly solved the murder of the Wright family's favored son in New Reno. The complexity of the ending slide variations illuminates the complexity of the experience that you just went through, how vast the world really was, how much influence and impact you had with it through your journey. It's a chance to not only tie off all the major threads neatly, the entire endeavor of creating personalized epilogues like this is to reward investment. The harder you worked as a player, the more you adventured, the more the wasteland changes by your passing. The ideal is to create hypotheticals where all player choices have their own personal canon, but the practical need for a sequel to pick and choose broad outcomes means that only some of the possible endings are referenced going forward into Fallout New Vegas. It's where Fallout 2 leaves off tonally that's the most important. With the Enclave shattered, the old America is at last dead and dispersed, but the face of the new America is the NCR, and that difference is really kind of minimal. The Enclave was the last remnant of the terminal endpoint of American expansionism, whereas the NCR has reset the process over to the beginning so that history can repeat itself in blissful ignorance. Fallout 1's epilogue was the end of the wasteland phase of the post-apocalypse. Fallout 2 picks up deep in the frontier phase, and by the time the player is done picking the good pro-social options available to them, the frontier closes as well. By the end of Fallout 2, California is civilized again, so it pushes eastward into the parts of the country that are still frontier, and that's where Fallout New Vegas picks up, as empires vie for the right to paint their vision on the blank canvas that the nuclear Armageddon left behind. The line of narrative progression and escalation from Fallout 1 to 2 to New Vegas is remarkably consistent and clear. They tell a truly interconnected story, each iteration building on not only the lore that came before, but the consequences, including, and especially, negative consequences beyond the player's direct control, like what happens with Redding or Gecko. The approaches of the first two Fallout games, as contrasting as they can be, cumulatively inform New Vegas and create between the three of them what's understood as the classic Fallout aesthetic and experience. This is most often contrasted with Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise beginning with Fallout 3. But the thing about Fallout is that there are hardly just two approaches. The two contrasting styles of Obsidian and Bethesda simply create such a large gulf between them that an entire middle era of Fallout games often falls through the crack between them and disappears completely. The first two games are often packaged as a collection of classic Fallouts along with a third, much less frequently discussed title, 2001's Fallout Tactics. Developed by Australian studio Microforte, Fallout Tactics is the first spin-off in the franchise, taking the game universe pioneered by the original two games and translating it into a structure of pure combat and action. Fallout Tactics was, at the time of its release, heresy. Fallout 1 and 2 were games where words were the most important thing, the descriptions, the dialogue, the suggestion of a broader world. Fallout Tactics has a lot more words than a similar sort of action strategy game might. It maintains some dialogue through lengthy mission setups with even lengthier debriefings. The words just aren't very good, nor are they the focus of Fallout Tactics. Instead, Fallout Tactics has massive mission maps with sometimes complicated, often very fiddly goals to solve. It can take over an hour to solve a single map in the game, and there are more than 20 maps. However, when it came down to the wire, Fallout Tactics received an infamously minimal amount of actual playtesting. It was submitted on a Saturday night, and by Wednesday it was checked off as good enough for retail sale. Tactics has 3 modes to manage your way through the game's combat: individual turn-based, following the established Fallout rules with sequence and such; squad turn-based, where each team moves as one; and real-time combat with regenerating action points. Only real-time combat was tested, and even then it was far too late in the process to meaningfully address broad balance issues. The result is an extremely peculiar artifact, an exceptionally large, ambitious game with a notoriously unfair and unbalanced campaign, both too faithful to the mechanics of Fallout to smoothly function as an action strategy title, and not faithful enough to the tone and complexity of the Fallout setting to feel like an adequate sequel to the RPGs. Fallout Tactics pleases no one, which is a rough position to be in. In replaying Fallout Tactics, and in playing all the way to the end the first time since I was a teenager, I was surprised to find that this is really only half of the conversation. Fallout Tactics is, in some ways, larger and more complex from a development standpoint than Fallout 1 and 2 were. Tactics is an absolutely massive 40-hour time investment. It's divided by thematic acts, which rotate the theaters of war and the villains involved every 3 or 4 missions, escalating the scale and intensity of combat. The storytelling, while sloppy, all does point in a single direction and mostly flows that way. Without the Fallout pedigree setting expectations about what kind of game tactics is supposed to be, without the Fallout character advancement system creating confusion and inefficiencies at every step of the strategy process, the game could be a much more impressive standalone title. It can be argued that Fallout Tactics belongs more in the history of the Wasteland franchise than the Fallout one. Brian Fargo's Wasteland 2 and 3 are absolutely massive sprawling games structured around small squad combat and isometric adventuring, just the same as Tactics. Structurally, Fallout Tactics and Wasteland 2 or 3 are fundamentally not that different. Fallout Tactics just lacked the professional polish and the professional artistic direction that inXile provided its later games. Developed under extreme pressure and with a lack of financial support, Fallout Tactics was originally given only 12 months of development time, later extended to 16 months. The fact that the game works at all with the amount of visible feature creep it has and the frankly excessive length of the campaign is amazing. The fact that it has, despite its flaws, its own unique intangible identity among the Fallout games is even more amazing. Fallout Tactics is a mutant among its peers, this is true, but like the previous games have pointed out, you gotta be pretty strong to survive being made into a mutant in the first place. I kind of glossed over the game the first time I did a Fallout video, but this time around I found myself fascinated by the game's peculiarities and its ambition. There are moments when a player can catch sight of the game that Fallout Tactics was supposed to be. You just have to look under the tumorous, bloated outside into the beady whites of its eyes to see it. Bethesda has stated that nothing in Fallout Tactics is really canon anymore, if it ever was, although some parts of the basic setup are still alluded to in a couple of lines of dialogue here and there in Fallout 4. The idea is that, following the events of Fallout 1, the old super mutant army moved east. The Brotherhood of Steel, riding high from their victory, expands and creates a fleet of zeppelins with which to pursue the mutants and destroy them, once and for all. A storm over Illinois destroys most of the fleet and leaves the rest grounded, halfway across the country with hardly any supplies, survivors, or direction. Although the game is often criticized by Fallout purists for how it portrays the Brotherhood of Steel, and it certainly can be very stupid that way, I count that actually pretty low on the game's list of failures. The idea that the Brotherhood, staring in the face of failure, would abandon most of their values to continue to pursue their mission of vengeance against the mutants is kind of interesting. Before the game even begins, this new Brotherhood is portrayed in an extremely negative light. With only a few survivors from the actual Brotherhood able to continue, the process of rebuilding the organization from the ground up means recruiting. And the Brotherhood does this through forced conscription of locals and tribals, where their training program kills a minimum of 4 in 10. The power-armored officers of the Brotherhood exploit the conscripts in such a callous, bloodthirsty way that a major mechanical feature is that you are never provided with any equipment of your own. It must always be bartered for with what you can scavenge from the maps. There is one penalty for failure in the new Brotherhood, and that's execution. The game eventually pivots towards humanizing the Brotherhood and celebrating your advancement within it, but that's part of what makes the writing inconsistent and poor. Making the Brotherhood explicit villains from the get-go and putting your character in the unhappy position of being the intermediary between the invaders and the local cultures is inherently complex, inherently dramatic. It's essentially the setup on which the excellent computer RPG Tyranny is based. Fallout Tactics is just very distractible. For the first 2 acts of 5, this essential tension between being hated by everyone you encounter and everyone being very justified in feeling that way about you works very well. Fighting increasingly powerful bands of raiders is especially fun because, despite the pretense of protecting the towns from which the Brotherhood draws recruits and resources, the main problem the raiders have with you is competition. You're breaking their monopoly on parasitic militarism. From the beginning, though, what you fundamentally lack from a player's standpoint is agency or choice. You cannot struggle within your position, you can only conform to it, and as you conform to it, the game forgets that it was supposed to be a complicated or distasteful role to begin with. You might begin as a conscript against your will, but by the end, every character's attitude changes to, "That's officer fascist to you, wasteland scum." In truth, you have no character, you have no player dialogue, there are no conversation trees, only NPC-delivered paragraphs in one-off lines. This is partly so that any squad member can be used for non-combat interactions. If you have an NPC better at barter or gambling than your main character, you can use them instead. Speech has been removed as a skill, replaced with piloting, a very weird skill that governs how well the vehicles in the game maneuver. So on the one hand, yay, the game is more interactive on the surface level than Fallout 1 or 2 was. Fully moving implemented vehicles, larger maps, more weapons, dozens of new animations. The only missing skill is speech. Or, in other words, the only thing missing is the entire backbone of storytelling and interaction that made Fallout 1 and 2 immersive in the first place. Fallout Tactics trades immersion for interactivity, even when that interactivity is half-finished and of dubious utility. You can see all this coming together in the very first mission, Ramen Wood. From the start, the whole mission name is a dick joke, and it's just gonna go lower from there. The setup, a tribal village forced to choose between oppression from the Raiders and oppression from the Brotherhood, is interesting enough, but the only thing you have control over is the outcome of certain hostage situations and whether an alarm goes on or off. These sorts of things are reflected in your after-action report, which provides each mission its own epilogue slide of sorts. Save everyone, you get more recruits. Let the villagers die, the Brotherhood has less to plunder. Hostage situations are a common mission objective throughout Fallout Tactics, and they are never smooth. They are highly dependent on rolls of the dice, on sneak skills of your team, and perception scores of the hostage takers. The first time is forgiving, but later on it gets wildly out of hand. This is the only way that the game understands to allow player agency, a test of precise or sloppy gameplay to determine if you are taking combat scenarios seriously or not. In this way, an attempt at compassionate gameplay and story outcomes only ends up making you a more effective soldier for the Brotherhood. There is no such thing as player characterization or opinion, only operational effectiveness in the field. The game kind of circles back around to this at the very end, and we will too, when you're allowed to pick from a very small number of endings in the final 5 minutes. That's several dozen hours of gameplay away. In these first 2 acts, the narrative framing of the game's protagonists as anti-heroes at best and villains at worst becomes less interesting and more frustrating as the game continues to creep it along at a very slow pace without any kind of narrative evolution or friction. The Brotherhood does not soften, not really, although the game makes vague gestures in that direction from time to time. The Brotherhood remains mostly static. It's the enemies that have a narrative arc. Out of everything that's immediately missing from the game compared to its predecessors, it's the lack of player agency that hits the hardest and makes the first part of the game such a slog. I remember pushing through mission after mission, hoping it would improve, and always tapping out after around 20 hours when the game just stayed mostly the same in terms of player self-definition. Of course, it's not just being unable to express yourself within the game world that's frustrating. It's that the game thinks that the best way to contrast the amoral, grimdark framing is to balance it on the other side with fart and sex jokes so dated and worthless that they wouldn't pass muster for a straight-to-DVD American Pie sequel. Fallout Tactics takes the worst tendencies of Fallout 2 to indulge in a very crass, teenage approach to grit, and then dials those impulses up to 11. You could, I guess, make a vague argument that you can tie this tonality to some post-apocalyptic source material, but then you'd have to be willing to stick up for the source material. 1970s genre sex spoofs are of a degree worse than 90s sex comedies because they're often hostile to the idea of consent. As progressive as 1968's Jane Fonda vehicle Barbarella looks on the surface, a ton of the punchlines are based around sexual assault, and the 1975 post-apocalyptic tale A Boy and His Dog takes it to the level of having a rapist as a main character whose telepathic dog goes out and tracks down women for him to assault. It's kind of unwatchable in what it thinks is funny. There are compromises where these post-nuclear sleazefests are sometimes too willfully stupid to really qualify as uncomfortable, like the 1988 cult classic Rowdy Roddy Piper action comedy Hell Comes to Frogtown, whose trailer is worth watching for a moment because it captures the entire absurd attitude better within 40 seconds than I could manage in 400.
Reflect for a moment on the art of cinema. Think of a motion picture like The Last Emperor and the 9 Academy Awards it so richly deserved. Consider the profound emotional experience of a truly great film. Then forget it, sweetheart.
Yes, better blow it out your exhaust pipe, cinema lover, 'cause here comes fun with hair on it.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You're gonna see the biggest piece of shattering entertainment that ever molested your sensibilities.
That sounds great.
Want a plot? Here it is. It's the end of the 20th century, and mankind has blown its wad. The fate of humanity rests in the groin of one man.
Their leader, Commander Toady, has kidnapped some pilgrims who wandered into their territory. We're gonna get them out, and then you're gonna get them pregnant.
Yes, if you want a brilliant film, you can go right to Hell Comes to Frogtown. A story of mutant sex and people like you and me. It's hot. It's wet.
And it's bad.
It's hell comes to Frog Town.
It's hot, it's wet, and it's bad is such an excellent shorthand for this entire micro-genre of dialogue. And if that's the kind of media the game wanted to be, it would have done well to simply lead with that, to be a big, horny cheese fest with no interest in pleasing anyone outside of its core audience. A passing glance at today's Steam storefront will tell you that there is a market for that. When you begin with, "Blow it out your tailpipe, cinema lovers," this is fair to both the media making that statement and to cinema lovers, because the two were never really meant to intersect in the first place. When you begin with the name Fallout, after having established that the games do, at minimum, consider themselves to be art and present an artistically cohesive world, it becomes more of a problem to subsequently take all those expectations and hopes and only then blow them out your tailpipe. That's liable to get folks pretty mad, which is precisely what happened with Fallout Tactics. So, is there a precedent for the tone of Fallout Tactics in post-apocalyptic media? Absolutely. Is it a pedigree that was intentional? Now that I just don't know. It's odd to think that this game is this tone-deaf accidentally. From trying to be serious by rescuing a sexual assault survivor, to trying to make a joke that robots killed off an old sex worker's only paying clients, to joking about even the possibility of men being raped by making fun of a tribal for getting numerous STDs from his captor, the game is absolutely convinced that adult content means talking about sex and sexuality in a way absolutely guaranteed to say the most tired and meaningless things about it. This is often coupled with a kind of annoying casual racism with the tribal voices. There's absolutely no reason to make the tribals sound that way. It was bad enough with Sulik in Fallout 2, but the other Arroyo tribals weren't nearly so rough. The Elder was cryptic, but in a non-specific wise crone kind of way. And Hakunin used elliptical ways of speaking, but spoke with a vaguely European accent besides, which was kind of fun. The idea of tribes makes sense because that's such a basic unit of group organization and governance, one of the truly oldest that there is. However, the thing that would actually make tribes unique to a post-apocalyptic setting is cultural decay. To use old Hollywood-style caricatures of Native American accents is not only a tired, racist old trope, it just flatly refuses to interact with what's fictionally interesting about post-apocalyptic tribal cultures. What makes the Arroyo tribals unique is how they are descended from the people of Vault 13, the cultural decay and mythological twists that happen over generations as things that were memories for the elders become just stories for those in their youths. One of the best post-apocalyptic novels is George R. Stewart's Earth Abides, whose short final act shows the protagonist, who lived through the collapse, increasingly venerated and increasingly isolated as he becomes, by virtue of the passing of time, the last American. In the first chapter of that last section, he is no longer very lucid, drifting in and out of consciousness. He has a moment of clarity and finds the familiar face of his dead son. But it's not. It's his grandson, now a man. He has to see one of the arrows that his grandson carries. Quote, "Ish looked at the arrow and felt the weight of it. This was no child's plaything. The shaft was nearly a yard long, split cleanly from a billet of flawless, straight-grained wood. Then he observed the arrowhead, again more by feel than by sight. It had the bumpy yet slick feel which told him it was hammered metal. What is that made of, he asks. It is made from those little round things. They have faces on them. The old men have a name for them, but I do not remember exactly. It's something like horns?" End quote. His grandson explains to him that they use quarters for large game and pennies for small game. Isherwood always prided himself on rationality, so he hates this. Quote, "No," he said so sharply that the young man started. "No, that's not right. The white arrowheads and the red, one is just as well as..." Then, slowly, his voice trailed off. No, he thought, this was just not the way it was destined to be. End quote. His world had ended, and he ended with it, long ago. Ish's life, after the fall, was a bid for control that was always illusory and impossible. At the bitter end, he accepts it. Quote, "He was the last of the old. They were the first of the new. But whether the new would follow the course that the old had followed, that he did not know. And now at last he was almost certain that he did not even desire that the pattern should be repeated. He suddenly thought of all that had gone to build civilization, of slavery and conquest and war and oppression. But now he looked beyond the young men, the bridge itself. Now that he would soon be dead, he felt himself more a companion of the bridge than of the men. It too had been part of civilization." End quote. The role of tribal cultures in post-apocalyptic media is an opportunity to write something truly novel. But not Fallout Tactics. Here they unironically have this guy greeting you by saying, "Me Chief Chevron, Chief Watutu," and then makes a huge joke over the fact that Watutu thinks that fusion batteries are actual living bats, and he pronounces things the wrong way anyway. The mission itself has you going into an underground bunker to retrieve the batteries, but the switch to allow access to the restricted area also turns on the surface turrets. You can complicate the mission for yourself and leave a switch operator behind if you want to save the tribespeople from being murdered by lasers. So technically you don't have to kill everybody. That's something. It's just that literally everything else about the mission's setup and dialogue is a weird fantasy of the smart, tough colonizers showing up to take care of what the primitives are too stupid to do for themselves. It is an ancient series of tropes, none of them good. Microforte is an Australian company and not an American one, but Australia isn't any better in terms of attitudes towards native populations. Many of the same casual racisms persist over there as in America, and they persist also right here within Fallout Tactics. Even if you're an asshole and are for some reason inclined to argue that a game being meanly, grossly sexist and racist every other level or so isn't enough of a reason to criticize it on the merits, surely it's obvious that this writing represents the most lazy, sloppy approach a person could possibly take with a piece of post-apocalyptic media. Fallout 1 and 2 are works of actual satire. They have different styles, but both games have a sense of humor that's primarily oriented around irony. The sense of humor in Fallout Tactics is oriented, instead, around saying the dumbest, grossest things at any given time, a la Grand Theft Auto's landscape of billboards and radio ads that are just a relentless progression of fart jokes and dick jokes. This matters because, as much as it looks like Fallout, as much as I want it to resemble Fallout, Tactics never truly does. It doesn't try hard enough at the things that matter. There was no time. All the development hours went towards the bizarre, ambitious, mostly unfinished gameplay systems. Which strikes me as an interesting window into what development priorities can look like when they become overwhelmed with feature creep. So much time was spent making sure that piloting was implemented into the game that no one stopped to consider the ramifications of releasing a product with a 0% skill in speech. I mean, to this day, Fallout Tactics is the only Fallout game where you can drive cars, which only serves to highlight how little people care about back-of-the-box features like that in comparison to elements like presentation and storytelling. That's a selling point for approximately nobody. Like, oh yeah, I was going to start Fallout 4 because it's cheap on Steam and looks pretty, but I changed my mind when I saw that they put a Humvee in Tactics. It's unfair and unconstructive to call anyone's creative output a true waste of time, but considering the extremely short window for development that Tactics had, the failure to judiciously prioritize and the confusion about what to prioritize in making a Fallout spin-off is really striking. In 2001, developer Tony Oakton published a postmortem on GameDeveloper.com, then called Gamasutra, an industry publication. Oakton is quite honest about the feature creep situation, and the article is fascinating in putting together a picture of what the game was meant to be versus what the game turned out to be. This is a big quote, but it really explains the entire development process. Oakton recalls, quote, "When I joined the project, I had the distinct impression that the game was going to be a turn-based RPG. As the game progressed, it became clear that this was not the case, and we started to move farther into the world of tactical combat and ultimately to real-time gameplay. The situation finally became intolerable in August 2000 when we attempted to produce our first single-player demo. The game absolutely stunk. It was obvious to all who played the game that it was just not working, and at this point, Brian Christian phoned my CEO and told him that the game did not play. We realized that the RPG element had to be peripheral to the game, and we concentrated instead on setting up carefully designed tactical situations for the player to solve. We started with just the opening section from the second demo mission, and worked on that until it was fun to play. We gradually expanded this to the whole level. The big problem was, by that time, we had already started building game levels based on assumptions about how the game would be played, so most of this work was wasted. Combining this with the fact that the text had to be ready for localization and recording of voiceovers meant that we were unable to make all of the changes that we wanted. Eventually, we had to completely rewrite a large percentage of the missions with a substantial cost in terms of time. The unrealistic time limit problem was further exacerbated by the size of the game we created. Originally, 20 single-player levels and 10 multiplayer levels seemed a reasonable size for the final game. However, when we started to get flack from the Fallout fans about the game not being true to the original, we decided to link the missions together with a world map rather than a linear mission structure. This, in turn, led to the inclusion of random encounters and unique encounters to add extra interest while traveling between the core missions. We produced special levels for bunkers where you could re-equip and change your squad. This works very well in the game, but increased our workload substantially. We also hopelessly overestimated how big our maps needed to be. We ended up with some truly huge playing areas and the associated problems of having to populate them with interesting encounters. We should have been far more brutal in what we were going to drop from the original Fallout. We inherited a lot of nifty ideas, but many of them simply did not work in the context of a tactical game. For example, we have something like 150 different weapons. This sounds good, but the time spent rendering them and making sure that each one had its stats set up correctly was time that could have been better spent playtesting missions. This led to another problem. We had so many objects that it was difficult to differentiate clearly between them. In fact, all of our pistols are almost completely useless in the game, as they do not do enough damage and offer no clear advantage over an SMG. The character stats were also overly complex for a tactical game. We have 18 different skills, some of which are very poorly differentiated, such as the difference between doctor and first aid. In our defense, Fallout also implemented these things badly, but I think we should have played the original Fallout games in a much more critical manner, noting things that just did not work in the original and stripping them out. The golden motto should have been, if it doesn't do something useful, or if there is another thing in the game which does nearly the same thing, take it out. We stripped out some stuff, such as the speech skill, but added far more than we removed. The huge selection of stuff on offer is one of the game's selling points, but it has affected the quality of the finished product. In the end, I don't think we have really kept the original Fallout fans happy, and we compromised the game design at the same time." End quote. I quote so much of this postmortem because it's rare to see such a frank, vulnerable defense of a widely maligned work from its developer. It admits the heart of the problem. Tactics does nothing at all to please fans of Fallout 1 and 2, while simultaneously compromising the design of the tactics part of the game to attempt to please them. And yet, I also do largely agree with Oakton's defense. Even if feature creep is what killed Fallout Tactics, the wild diversity of that feature creep is the only thing keeping it from being completely banished from the canon, like the next game was. If you can manage to become invested enough in Fallout Tactics to make it past the Beastmaster missions with the fuzzy talking Deathclaws and the absolutely interminable Quincy hostage rescue mission and into the third act, the game more or less immediately shifts into a completely different mode and method of engagement. The mutants are back, and now it's time for war. There are a lot of aspects of the production that I actually do enjoy with Tactics, one favorite being the very lengthy transition narration between the game's acts. The super mutant threat had only been very background before the act transition, and then the first mission begins in the middle of the action. A clever part of the framing is that as a conscript, your squad is deprioritized and mistrusted for the most important missions until much later. So the front lines and the main plot advance ahead of you as your squad crushes local issues of lesser importance. The very first mission gives you an armored personnel carrier right off the bat and thrusts you into a losing battle, trying to rescue the wounded and dying squads who were, in previous missions, given preferential treatment to yours. The map is huge, and the threats are an intense difficulty spike that not many players bother to push through, reading play reviews. The heavy automatic weapons the mutants use, and which will feature every mission from now on, have a critical chance that can easily do instant lethal damage on an unpredictable basis. Quick saving and quick loading becomes the only way to effectively navigate this. The balance is simply off. About 1 in 10 attacks against your squad are absolute slaughters. If a heavy automatic weapon gets the right angle on your squad, such as during a turn-based mode where you have less control over battlefield movements, it can be a whole party wipe instantly. It takes an active commitment to the game to get through this point, and yet, once you do, the story begins working better than it had in a long time. Beginning with this disastrous battle, your squad rapidly rises to prominence. You become the tip of the spear in missions that feel less like the adventures of the previous act and more like genuine battles in a real war, a whole army arrayed against your scrappy squad of now veteran wasteland badasses. You've always faced bad odds and huge numbers of enemies proportional to your 6-person squad, but the sudden and unpredictable lethality of this act's weapons and the toughness of the mutants wielding them makes a person feel visibly, obviously, outclassed. A failure to adequately playtest and balance these later chapters has led, ironically, to a hostility that feels very narratively appropriate and even rewarding. The battles are pretty interesting, too. There's a fight through an industrial town to destroy a series of generators and shut down a secret research base dedicated to trying to solve the mutants' long-standing sterility issue, which is a nice lore callback. More complicated is this mission to secure an atomic bomb that a bunch of atom-worshipping ghouls have got on a church altar. Save the town, they give you the bomb. The attacks come in multiple, often simultaneously overlapping waves, and you need to decide how to divide your squad up among the town's 3 approaches. Once the initial attack is over, you need to go across the battle lines and kill all the super mutant commanders. In real-time combat mode, the town defense is completely impossible. Too much happens at once with consequences that are too unpredictable. Turn-based mode takes forever by comparison, with so many enemies and allies to cycle through, yet it's more legible for combat. It makes the battle manageable this way. These combat encounters might be unbalanced, but they are mostly genuinely interesting just as setups. The maps are filled with not only the main objectives and a handful of secondary tasks, there are tons of little hidden items and enemies everywhere. The maps are, in terms of user experience, definitely too huge and slow the pacing tremendously, but the developers themselves displayed a lot of personality and creativity in how they filled the maps and chose to reward exploration within them. The best, clearest examples of both the advantages and drawbacks are illustrated by what I think is the most ambitious failure of the game, the Quincy hostage crisis. Across the town are something like 5 separate, discrete hostage situations. If you are spotted, for any reason, that enemy will immediately run to trigger an alarm. If the rooftop alarm above the prison is sounded, all the hostages in all the buildings are simultaneously executed. You have to sneak into the town hall, solve that without any enemy survivors or triggered alarms, go through an underground passage, then go up 3 stories of the prison to the rooftop where the sheriff and the alarm are both under extremely close watch. I have never beaten this mission before with all good outcomes, and it took me nearly 3 total hours of saving and reloading to do it this time. Was it worth it? Hell no, but it's possible. There are hostage situations unimportant to the Brotherhood in Quincy, such as the Ghouls Ghetto and the brothel. Solving these optional hostage encounters earns you not just the gratitude of the town, but special recruits for your efforts. And at the top right corner of the map is a church with no apparent value at all. If you go up that way anyway, you get a tough fight with the Deathclaw and a hidden chest packed with a very fancy, expensive armor found here long before it becomes available from the Quartermaster. The interactivity of Fallout Tactics is fiddly, irritating, easily failed, and ultimately pointless in many ways, but hot damn if it doesn't still leave an impression of real complexity. With another year's development time and a clearer vision, Fallout Tactics might truly have been a third classic. As it stands, a person is better off just giving Wasteland 2 and 3 a try. They'll scratch the same itch without feeling so unbalanced and unpredictable. The only things the Wasteland games won't have is that recognizably Fallout art style. An art style that has a strange, uncanny presentation here in Tactics. One of the things the developers were really proud of with Fallout Tactics are the animations, and I strongly agree with that. The animations and sound effects, particularly for explosions and sudden eruptions of gore, feel a lot punchier and more immediate than the animations in Fallout 1 and 2. There's just a tremendous number of ways for things to die in Fallout Tactics, and the relatively instant transition from damage applied to the animation being played really sells the impression of a hostile, dangerous wasteland. The basic feeling of the world is right. It's just the little details that are odd. The design of Nuka-Cola and Vault-Tec billboards and ads, for instance, or how Deathclaws are both furry and can talk. The talking Deathclaw thing was just a one-off subplot in Fallout 2, but Tactics seems to generally be kind of confused about the kind of monster that Deathclaws are supposed to be, giving them some goat-like qualities such as fur and curved horns. If you release the Deathclaw matriarch in the finale of the Beastmaster missions instead of killing her, you can even add Deathclaw recruits to your squad. Another odd aspect is a preference for real-world weapons and equipment as opposed to creating fictional counterparts, like how most mutants in Fallout Tactics wield a SAW, Squad Assault Weapon, which is a modern military tool with nothing really retro about its design at all. There are World War II weapons like the MP-42 and the M1 Garand. The variety is huge, but the variety is also pointless. They do nothing but further confuse the ammunition issue. And it is very confusing. There's like 6 different kinds of shotgun shells, and some weapons require very rare and weird bullet sizes. The easiest way to figure out what a gun takes is to unload it into inventory. While scavenging everything you can from a battlefield can feel rewarding, the actual process of returning to base with bulging pockets of stolen riches is extremely tedious. You're clicking and dragging a colossal amount of shit from one character to another, and then finally to the Quartermaster. If you sell each character's haul individually from that character, it uses that character's individual barter skill. So if you want the best price, you need to plant a guy right in front of the Quartermaster, drag everyone else's shit onto them while they become immobile from the weight, and then finally drag all of that shit one last time into the Quartermaster's inventory for that sweet, sweet Brotherhood script. It adds around 10 or more minutes of total downtime to the end of every mission. And for what? To scrimp and save for all the first 4 acts that you can afford to mostly equip your squad with power armor when it becomes available in the 5th act? There are recurring characters and extra dialogue to be found by exploring the bunkers in between missions, which can add a small extra feeling of continuity, but it's minimal, and the dialogue is often just bad jokes anyway. The only recurring characters of real note are your commanders, particularly General Barnaky, who is voiced by none other than R. Lee Ermey. It's Barnaky's vision that's shaped the Brotherhood into the cruel thing that it is. He's utterly callous to anything that won't yield to the Brotherhood and meet its expectations, and he's explicitly hateful towards all mutants. Barnaky's replacement, General Decker, is more professional and less bombastic. He's willing to accept whatever tools are handed to him to win the war. At the very end of the Super Mutant arc, you circle back around to what happened in the opening cutscene, coming across a crashed Zeppelin outside this mutant stronghold, which is a sign. Their new leader is none other than a lost Brotherhood paladin. He's waged this war, ironically, for the same reason you have. It's what he thought he had to do to win the greater war ahead of him. Just as you recruited and rebuilt from whoever and whatever was available, so did he, because the real war hasn't even begun. The end of the first act actually foreshadowed it really well. The Raider leaders had some kind of valuable technology that they didn't really know what to do with, some kind of robot arm. There are small hints and references to a looming threat all throughout the game. It's actually really well done for the foreshadowing that it is, and if the game had actually displayed that level of structure and consideration elsewhere in the script, the whole impression might have been a lot better. It's only in these last two acts that we move far enough into the game and the game's power curve for Fallout Tactics to begin reaching for more experimental ideas and mission designs, as well as making plain the reasons that Fallout Tactics could never have been canon, even if it had been that better game. The war against the robots is interesting as a war because the robots are not only completely indifferent to life, they're largely indifferent to defeat. They feel no pain and they just build more of themselves. It becomes apparent from the beginning that a head-on conflict is impossible, so the missions begin to take on the form of a guerrilla war, hit-and-run raids against more important targets. Here, at the height of the player's power curve, they're more mechanically and narratively vulnerable than they've ever been. It's a very satisfying way to get a player to reinvest themselves in the push forward for this last part of the game. The escalation through the fifth act especially is pretty great because of the size of the robots that the game starts to send your way. The tone becomes closer to straight sci-fi than anything traditionally Fallout, which I consider a positive because the ways in which it's tried to copy Fallout's tone have been so inconsistent and disappointing. This, at least, is new and unique to this particular game. I think something that I enjoy about Fallout Tactics is how it feels like an echo of what would happen in Fallout 1 if you took too long. The mutant army would advance and destroy the towns you worked so hard to help or hinder. The robot war in Tactics is like arriving late to that scenario, pushing into towns and territories already razed and slaughtered by the mutant army. There's a desperate hopelessness to it that kind of elevates the whole thing and better justifies the frame of focusing on army versus army instead of the role of the individual within larger conflicts. There's two missions that try to incorporate non-hostile towns and settlements into the mix, and the result is mostly pretty disappointing. But it's disappointing in interesting ways, at least. Without speech, gambling and barter become the only ways in which NPCs can be useful to a player. The first mission of Act 4 is Junction City, where it's reported the town destroyed a robot all on their own. Your task is to gather the pieces of the robot and figure out what happened. The main quest involves shooting up a high-tech gang of raiders called the Reavers, where they've taken over a farmhouse on the edge of town and killed everyone who lived there. But there's other robot parts to be found, including a false part that's just a sex toy and a toaster glued together. Without being able to express anything as a player character, any side quest becomes inherently binary, do or do not. Gambling for something or bartering for something are dramatically flat when gambling is just a hidden dice roll against your skill stat. Even creating this whole town, the format is so far removed from an actual RPG that none of the town is meaningfully interactive, and the writing is so poor compared to Fallout 1 or 2 that none of the characters in the town seem real or meaningful. Angry Rick, the bartender, is angry, but if you keep clicking on him, he acts scared for some reason and hands over his part. It just serves to show how much of the Fallout experience is missing. The best attempt at a real side quest is recruiting a new mechanic for the Brotherhood who won't leave her injured dad unless you help, so you use your doctor skill, and that's that. One step is the maximum complexity for even the good RPG-style quests and tactics. The complex objectives and multiple steps are all tied into the gameplay concerns instead. The second, slightly non-combatant town map is called Coldwater, effectively another town-wide hostage situation where thieves, ironically from Quincy, poisoned that town's garrison and made off with their power armor. It's to you to get it back. The town is arranged into layers, with each tier having fewer non-combatants and higher difficulty. There are very few difficult hostage situations this time around and no town-wide alarm. It's easy compared to the mid-game, which is surprising, but kind of highlights why the robots are necessary. There needs to be another escalation after the mutant war. There's no way to go back to this style of mission without it feeling a little underwhelming. At the end of Act 4, you need to rescue the leadership of the Reavers from the robots who have destroyed their headquarters. If you do, the Reavers will submit to the Brotherhood. It's a good enough mission, although any kind of escort quest becomes frustrating and dicey with the constant danger of critical hits popping any character into a blood firework in just one attack. This is the end of the post-apocalyptic part of the game. Everything ahead of here is just pure robot sci-fi. This sci-fi escalation keeps cranking up all the way through to a battle on the face of the mountain that held the NORAD base to blow up the door to NORAD with a direct nuclear detonation. I actually loved this last mission. Escorting the nuke, fiddly as it is, just feels climactic as hell. And once the nuke is set, you gotta book it back down the mountain before it detonates in classic Fallout style. Fallout Tactics isn't a game that gets better or worse as it goes along. It fluctuates wildly and constantly between delivering exactly the experience it advertised and seeming confused about what the Fallout experience even is in the first place. The short and pithy thing is to say that Fallout Tactics sucks and isn't worth playing, and that's true enough to work as shorthand, but the game is genuinely far too huge and far too weird for that to be wholly accurate either. If it had been less ambitious, it might have been a tighter game, and it might have remained canonical too if it had displayed some restraint. Instead, it not only pits you against a giant robot army, it lets you decide what to do with that robot army, and the ramifications of that are just way too much for any subsequent game to ever accommodate. There's an idea that Fallout Tactics isn't canon because of all the strange little errors, omissions, or confusions like the fuzzy talking Deathclaws, but ultimately all these things can smooth out in the wash when adapting the larger strips of the story to fitting in with the setting as time goes on. It's these larger creative choices in the back half of the game that are just completely unworkable, like Vault Zero. The crowning jewel of the entire Vault network, a refuge for the best and brightest across all industries and branches of government. While held in cryogenic stasis, their brains would be used to power a supercomputer called the Calculator. After all this time, the Sleepers' brains have decayed, and once the network became corrupted enough, the Calculator released robots to enact the Pacification Protocol. The Vault is now full of the drooling remnants of the old world's ruling class. What the Calculator craves now, of course, is more brains, bigger brains, better brains, your brain, if you're willing to part with it. Fallout Tactics doesn't have ending slides that reflect anything beyond what you're willing to do at this last moment of the game, with one odd exception. Back in Act 3, when the mutants captured Barnaky, the mutants were later ambushed by robots. You finally come across Barnaky's corpse at a robot facility for human experimentation and disposal. The body has a locket from his late wife, Maria. If you keep that locket with you and carry it all the way to the ending, a robot Barnaky will lay down his arms. You can now, at last, ask him to donate his brain instead of yours. Even though this ending of Fallout Tactics takes the most amount of work, it creates the worst outcome. Barnaky is, in death, the exact bigot he was in life. He wages a purifying war against all mutants and outcasts, taking the harsh, judgmental, and predatory brotherhood which he helmed in the first two acts to its ultimate conclusion. Genocide against all the mutants, regimented order for all the subjugated civilizations. If you have low karma, I guess you get a similar ending if you donate your brain, but the weird thing about that is that low karma is more a result of ignoring side objectives than it is about actual choice in any way. So if you've been engaging with the game the way the game asks you to, you just won't see that bad karma ending. If you donate your brain with positive karma, instead you get a utopian ending where you use the robots to build an inclusive, technologically advanced society where equality is guaranteed by a limitless army of robot soldiers. It hints towards future conflict with the older brotherhood, but it's pretty clear that this would be a conflict heavily weighted in your favor. This is what makes it canonically impossible to account for. You solve the world's problems. Done and done. Sure, there's still conflict, but since you're fighting in favor of utopia, not kill all bipedal creatures, it's not likely that anything will matter in the face of total technological superiority, unlimited resources, and a popular mandate. You literally cannot tell a compelling broad-scale conflict again within this timeline while accounting for these choices regarding the robot army. The answer will always and forever be, and then the benevolent robot army fixed it. Telling stories grounded in realism and character aren't just an artistic affectation. By limiting the scale of your conflict and creating proportional conclusions, you're also leaving room for it to sit side by side with other complementary sequels and stories. This ending for Fallout Tactics is a franchise checkmate, despite being the good ending. The only narratively viable ending is the neutral ending you get by destroying the Calculator despite its tempting offer. Your character leads the new Brotherhood, and they become a major regional power, but they are still beset by corruption and hostile armies. It's an ending proportional to the setting. It could be canonical, Except then you actually would have to acknowledge all the other weird inconsistencies like the fuzzy deathclaws. It's better to throw this particular baby out with the bathwater. Fallout what? Brotherhood of who? What was kept, interestingly, is the central idea of the Brotherhood pursuing the super mutant army east, following along in zeppelins. Bethesda's Fallout 3 begins with this idea as a core part of the lore and the primary justification for the recycling of the iconography of the Brotherhood of Steel, despite shifting the setting thousands of miles across the open wasteland. So, Fallout Tactics might not be canonical, but it's still given some vague room by the franchise at large to exist without too much contradiction. And it was always meant to be a spin-off anyway. Interplay's actual Fallout 3 was already in the early stages of development over at Black Isle under the codename Van Buren. Van Buren haunts the Fallout franchise. In so many Fallout discussions, there has to be that one guy, or sometimes more than one guy, who says, you know, Fallout 3 isn't the real Fallout 3. The real Fallout 3 never even came out. And it's so easy to say this. As a complete hypothetical, there's no reason why Van Buren couldn't be the most pure and perfect RPG of all time. No one will know. It's Schrodinger's Fallout. It exists in an unresolved superposition where it is at once the best game that might have ever been, or just another mid-2000s flop, the lid forever sealed, the determination forever unmade. All that's left to indicate the game's actual direction is this tech demo and some surviving design documents. The tech demo begins pre-war, where you're escorted by some army fellow to the doors of a vault while fighting communist insurgents and trying on motorcycle helmets. The early 3D graphics and interface are clearly some distant sibling of the first Neverwinter Nights game. The writing is just placeholder stuff, it doesn't amount to much of anything. Taken alone, the Van Buren tech demo is simply that, a tech demo, a proof of concept that there could have been a AAA Fallout game during an era that was incorrectly heralded at the time as the decline and death of the PC gaming era. It promises that it could have existed, nothing more, nothing less. There is simply no way to divine any actual quality from the tech demo itself, so rough and empty and early it is in the developmental process. And yet, it has been built up in the minds of many defenders of the classic Fallouts as some kind of precious artifact, a lost ark or a holy grail of Fallout whose blinding perfection would wipe away any affection for the modern Bethesda-era titles. The funny thing about this particular lens of nostalgia is that most of what fragments remain of Van Buren have long been cannibalized into later sequels anyway. This beginning, for instance, with a pre-war introduction pivoting to some kind of cryogenic time skip, that's exactly what Fallout 4 decided to open with. The proposed ending of Van Buren, where the player found themselves in control of a missile platform and unable to save everyone, was adapted into the ending of the Fallout New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, where the player finds themselves able to launch nuclear attacks at either the NCR, Caesar's Legion, both, or neither. The entire game of New Vegas is made by many of the same people who would have made Van Buren. During early production, developers Fergus Urquhart, Chris Avallone, and 3 others quit Black Isle over a lack of confidence in Titus Interactive, Interplay's new owners. They founded Obsidian Entertainment, taking on many other Black Isle refugees when, in late 2003, Interplay shut down Black Isle entirely and let everyone go. Fallout New Vegas is Van Buren, effectively, yet the ghost of the project haunts fan perception of Fallout's lifetime direction as a franchise. It's strange to me that no one seems to consider the possibility that Van Buren 2 might have been a disappointment. The early 2000s were not the best era for CRPGs, and the rudimentary 3D lacks the personality of both the older isometrics and the later open-world titles. Obsidian themselves dropped the ball with their open-world off-brand spiritual successor to New Vegas, The Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds was, on paper, everything I wanted from a Fallout-style game, and yet I found it difficult to become invested and engaged by the game's world and its writing. Van Buren is certainly, on paper, everything I want from a Fallout-style game. It's just that this was never actually any kind of guarantee or promise. It was only ever a series of unrealized intentions. For some, Van Buren represents a lost direction for the franchise, what it could have been if Interplay never lost the rights. Which is odd to me, because what Interplay actually did with the rights to Fallout Next did so much damage to the franchise's reputation and value that Bethesda was able to buy the whole goddamn thing for a song. Growing up as a PC gamer without consoles, this was the end of the Fallout story for me in my youth. Van Buren had failed, Fallout as a property was owned by a hollowed-out shell of Interplay's former self. I had lost hope of ever seeing another Fallout game. If I'd owned a console, however, I would have had to suffer one final insult and injury to the franchise before it became an essentially abandoned property for a couple of years. I was vaguely aware of a Fallout game from 2004 called Brotherhood of Steel when I did my first video, but I chose not to even mention it to just keep things moving along. I didn't think anyone would notice or miss it. So allow me to read for you what is literally the very first YouTube comment I ever received over 10 years ago now. Quote, where is Fallout Brotherhood of Steel? Did I skip over it, or are you another person who knows nothing? Nope, it's clear to me you said Interplay went out of business, and it was clear there wasn't going to be another Fallout until Fallout 3. But looking at Brotherhood of Steel, made by Interplay, it would seem you know nothing about Fallout, which brings me to the question, why did you make this video? End quote. Well, apparently because I'm just a big asshole, which is the answer to pretty much all the thousands of questions like it I've received in the past 10 years. But you know what? It's true. As much as we all would like to pretend that it simply never happened, 2004's Brotherhood of Steel for Xbox and PlayStation 2 did happen. And I actually agree that a full franchise retrospective is kind of incomplete without it. So, buddy, pal, friend, this one's for you. What makes this forsaken game an important part of the Fallout story is that it represents the true creative nadir of what can be done with the setting. It is so truly unimaginative and devoid of redeeming qualities that it completely recontextualizes any complaints a person might have with Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise. When we talk about Fallout 76 as an experimental deviation of established formula with a more action-focused perspective, it is plain to see that the amount of creativity and effort that went into Fallout 76 is actually substantial compared to what it looks like to truly, genuinely not try at all. Fallout 76 tries very hard at what's essentially a misguided premise and format, so before we judge that game based on the ways it negatively interacts with established Fallout precedents and canon, let's set a baseline of what a true betrayal of the tone and setting looks like. Let's exhume together the long-buried corpse of this game so famously awful that it isn't even backwards compatible when you put the disc in an Xbox 360. I ended up using an emulator to get it going, which creates this bug where destructibles have a red highlight that wouldn't be present in the original game, but otherwise, I played the whole damn thing as it was in 2004. When I started doing videos, I didn't really think of myself as a critic, I just wanted to try making a video about my favorite games. Over the past 10 years, people have kept supporting me more and more until being a critic actually did become my job. I finished 2004's Brotherhood of Steel out of professional obligation. Sometimes the job of a critic is to be the standard bearer for meaningful art, to try to articulate why something is worthwhile and how, and sometimes it's the job of a critic to put on a pair of waders and a gas mask, open up the manhole cover, and go deep into the creative sewers where only the most foul and unwanted things dwell. As a fan, I could easily pretend that Brotherhood of Steel never happened. I never played it, never meant anything to me. I can't do that as a critic. Brotherhood of Steel does mean something historically. It was a game so universally despised for such obvious reasons that it made just about everyone give up entirely on the idea of ever seeing a AAA Fallout game again. On paper, Brotherhood of Steel doesn't sound like a completely rancid idea. In 2001, there was an action spin-off from the Baldur's Gate series called Dark Alliance, which took a 3D dungeon crawling approach to the setting. Dark Alliance did well enough and was a reasonable creative choice to make. There's always been a demand for a kind of mechanics-light D&D experience, like how the board game HeroQuest filled a niche by creating dungeon-crawling adventures that could be solved in a single sitting with minimal role-playing. Dark Alliance had its own sequel, also released in 2004. The games are fine for what they are. What's the big problem with giving Fallout the same diet adventure treatment, especially if there's already a positive precedent for doing it that way? Ironically, it's that same exact difference of setting that made Fallout 1 so unique from high fantasy like Baldur's Gate that also damns Fallout here in its transition to a lighter, more casual format. Dark Alliance, as a licensed D&D product, had to fit within certain standards of taste, of quality. It had to be consistent in most ways with the broader line of multimedia D&D products. High fantasy is a known, established genre with tropes that a game doesn't have to be especially thoughtful or careful to fulfill. It's hard to misunderstand what a D&D dungeon crawl is supposed to be. Brotherhood of Steel knows that Fallout is deliberately different from the tone and style of high fantasy. It gets that far, at least. What it absolutely cannot conceive is why the difference exists. It has no interest in historical reference or dark ironies. It has no interest in its characters, even as vehicles for satire. It doesn't even lean into 50s retro-futurism in the art style. The gameplay is just top-down arcade action with nothing special to distinguish it. It's Dark Alliance with guns, but somehow even less than that. D&D was born from graph paper and interconnected boxes. That is so core to the experience that even modern dungeon crawls have maps that can mostly be translated back into grid paper. Fallout 1 and 2 tried to do something a little different. While linear and based on just a handful of maps, Fallout 1 and 2 were less about the dungeon crawl and more about the wasteland itself. The feeling of a giant outdoor landscape populated with civilizations and townships. Dungeons were never the focus, they were just an occasional diversion for loot and variety. A fantasy setting allows more interesting things to be done with a dungeon environment than a contemporary setting would. High fantasy allows for use of magical color and flourishes of Gothic or Baroque architecture. To commit to using a contemporary setting, which it basically is even with the post-apocalyptic twist, without similarly committing to the strange mid-century Art Deco flourishes that the original games did, leaves a dungeon crawler in a position of using the most mundane, familiar possible environments. To begin, you clear some raiders out from a bar. That's an easy enough way to start off, no problem. Then your first major objective. Clear something like over 100 rad scorpions out of a warehouse. This is an hour-long task spread across 5 maps of warehouse. I wish I was kidding. Experientially, the worst sin Brotherhood of Steel commits is being boring. It is impossibly unendingly tedious and bland in terms of environmental design and combat design. Now, there are games that begin in that position and then elevate themselves through writing or a winning character performance or some kind of twist or hook in the gameplay. It happens. Not this time, though. Being aggressively irritatingly boring is what makes the game hard to get through. What makes the game so famously bad is how it turns this floor into a ceiling by somehow going even lower with every other aspect of presentation. The first person you talk to in the game is Ruby, Wasteland Prostitute. It's not necessary to go over again what this kind of character style represents. We've already put it in the most concise terms possible. It's hot, it's wet, and it's bad. So instead of being annoyed at the sophomorically horny mid-2000s game for being that way, let's reframe things for a moment. In a game with something like 8 total side quests, fully one of those is helping Ruby look for her lost cat, Mr. Pussy. Leaving out any of the obvious judgments, let's just focus in on opportunity cost. Brotherhood of Steel, unlike Fallout Tactics, actually features dialogue trees, sort of. You end up asking pretty much all the questions on the list, nothing is actually altered by any dialogue choice, it's pretty much just a vague nod toward what once was with Fallout. It is, however, the first pivot that the franchise makes towards having fully voiced and lip-synced characters for all the NPCs, no matter how small the role, which takes time and takes money, and limits the amount of that kind of thing you can actually have in the game. Creatively, a development team must pick and choose which ideas and characters are worth making the cut. They need to figure out how to tell the best story and create the most vibrant world with the most limited amount of resources. And somehow, in spite of this, Mr. Pussy made the cut. The Mr. Pussy quest was passed through several stages of design. Someone had to write the Mr. Pussy dialogue. A voice actress had to record the Mr. Pussy lines. Ruby's 3D model had to be rigged and animated to convey the Mr. Pussy quest to the player. Bad dialogue and bad ideas in a movie are actually more understandable because there are so many fewer steps and so much less expense to realizing a bad idea in a movie than in game development. Bad dialogue in books is most understandable of all since all it takes is one person sitting alone having a brain fart. In games, these things have so many layers of production to trickle down through before being fully realized. At some point, around some large office table, someone said something close to, I'm happy with how damage animations are coming, but I haven't gotten any updates on Mr. Pussy at all in a few days, and I'm wondering where we're at with implementation. There is so much time to stop and reconsider, so many stages at which someone might have provided some feedback to the contrary. When people talk shit about bad games, the easiest thing in the world to say is, this is dumb, the people who made it must be lazy and stupid. But this is, itself, lazy thinking, because the truth is typically always that bad media is made by perfectly smart and professional people who truly, truly ought to have known better. The whys and wherefores of bad media are so much more fascinating than just failures because they're compound failures. They are failures that multiple people agreed to and signed off on before unleashing them on others. Like, the simple and easy criticism people make about my stuff all the time is that I complain about the big titty girls in video games because I'm offended by sexuality or some damn thing. But what I actually don't enjoy is being pandered to like I'm a big baby who claps and drools every time I see a hint of side boob. It's frustrating to be treated as an audience as if I have no capacity for any kind of complexity. In this way, the most actively offensive character in this game is a Lara Croft Tomb Raider reference named Dr. Vidya. Do you get it? Because she's like in a video game and her name is Vidya, and she looks like a famous video game character. Please laugh, because it probably cost several $1,000s in developer labor to make that joke and put it in the game. I'm offended by the suggestion that I am such an absolute dweeb that I would think that Dr. Vidya was clever. Or take, instead, the Raider Matron, a leather thong wearing Betty Page knockoff. In response to criticism about the character, the developers kind of defensively hold up the Betty Page influence, saying, look, it's perfectly 1950s in some ways, what's your hang-up with the sexy ladies? The hang-up is neither with Betty Page or with sexy ladies, is that the Raider Matron is a very dumb 3D doodle of Betty Page with no rhyme or reason for being in the game at all besides to give me, the player, a little thrill when she jiggles like two grapefruits in a nylon sack. If I doodled a stick figure with big ol' knockers on a napkin, passed it to you over the table at lunch, and then raised my eyebrows up and down doing Groucho Marx noises, you would not be obligated to take me seriously either. One of my favorite dramas is Boogie Nights, Paul Thomas Anderson's 1997 epic about the early porn industry. In it, Burt Reynolds plays a porn producer who has these dreams of making movies that people would be so invested in the plots of that they'd sit in their own mess to find out what happens. The movie hinges on the transition from 1979 to 1980, from film to VHS, from idealism to cynicism, from partying to rock bottom. There's a very short scene I love where Jack Horner, Reynolds' character, is walking through his warehouse and goes to check on the editing room. "How is it?" he asks, and the editor, looking up from the extremely poor quality tape he's putting together, replies, what it is, and Jack just puts on this heavy frown and says, "Yeah." It's such a gorgeously compact little portrait of artistic apathy and compromise. Even if no one else believed in him, Jack Horner set out to make art in his chosen genre. But then cynicism and time took their toll, and he stopped believing in himself. There's a dark, sinister quality to the porn on Horner's monitor, suggesting some bleak things about the intended audience. Jack could be doing better, aiming higher, and he used to, back when he was more himself. But that's the harder thing, the more vulnerable thing. It is easier, if sadder, to simply say, what it is, and aim for the absolute bare minimum of pandering to the worst of your audience. In 2004, games weren't much more culturally respected than pornography, and that was even more true in 1997 when Fallout originally came out. But the developers behind the original games didn't give a damn about that reputation. They made art anyway. They made art so evocative and strong that 25 years later, there is still so much to talk about. No one talks about Brotherhood of Steel. Besides giving it the full autopsy treatment and sifting through its guts item by item, there is little to say. What it is, and that's the damn shame of it. There are gestures towards a better game here and there when you're not playing a knockoff version of Gauntlet Legends that takes place entirely within gray boxes. The first level that actually works and feels kind of Fallout adjacent is the Crater, a lower abandoned tier of the game's initial setting of Carbon, Texas. There are houses to raid, rusted out cars, big chasms in the ground to hop over. The look of it is right. Sure, there isn't really much to do. You can hit monsters with a stick or shoot them using the game's lifeless, weightless guns. Just getting the background right, though, is enough to immediately feel more enjoyable than the previous hours of killing rad scorpions in a warehouse. Something that this game and Fallout Tactics both share is a sense of being a cheap knockoff despite being an actual official Fallout release. The absolute funniest, most dated thing in Brotherhood of Steel is how it has replaced all the in-game signage for Nuka-Cola with a sponsorship deal that Interplay negotiated with third-string energy beverage Balls Guarana. Stay up late, drink balls, the ad suggests as a big 3D version of their studded for your pleasure bottle rises from its billboard. I suppose it seems to me that even in selling out, the game aimed low and didn't even try. For God's sake, the first game got Ron Perlman and Tony Shalhoub on board before the series even had a reputation of any kind. Are you truly telling me Balls Guarana is the best product placement deal that Interplay could have thrown together? I bet it was Balls who emailed them first. This is part of the game's infamy as a complete flop. The Balls Guarana thing was an early meme about how spectacularly foolish a game looks when it sells out that hard. This is especially interesting when you consider that 2004 broadly was such a remarkable and transformative year for video games as an art medium. It was the year of Half-Life 2, Doom 3, Fable. The team that left Interplay to form Obsidian released Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, an unfinished but remarkably clever RPG. The fame of the franchises that surrounded Fallout 1 and 2 on release, and the accomplishments of the major developers who worked on the original Fallouts, were rising to unheard of heights. And here was Brotherhood of Steel, with its derivative, rote gameplay, its awful dialogue arranged on a shriveled and sickly dialogue tree, and its Balls Guarana product placement deal. We can look back on the game now as being cheap and backwards, but it was actually cheap and backwards even the moment it was first released. That's the legacy it leaves, taking the Fallout name in hand and clutching it tight as it dove off a reputational cliff, all at a moment when games were shifting into a place of greater prominence in pop culture, more impressive presentation, longer cultural reach. There was a moment to be had here in 2004, and Fallout missed it. That's part of the myth of the Van Buren project, this sense that it could have met that moment and altered the trajectory of the later series. But Black Isle dissolved, and this is what Interplay chose to focus on instead. The game only meaningfully approaches a Fallout kind of vibe in its second act, taking place in a Necropolis-style city called Los. It's a city specifically built off of that piece of artwork on the Fallout 1 installer, with the two vault dwellers in the shattered downtown climbing the rubble away from the horde of ghouls as the radioactive mist swirls around. The city almost feels that way in the Brotherhood of Steel game, sometimes. The problem is the shift to 3D. All throughout the game, even things that might look interesting in Fallout Tactics art style simply look bland and malformed. Early 3D required an attentiveness to its shortcomings, otherwise it just looks muddy, as happened here. It is an obvious artistic downgrade to the style, even to the style of Fallout Tactics. So, even though seeing Fallout 1's Necropolis realized in 3D was something I wanted very much, the result feels indistinct from a dozen other 3D games like it. It's similar to what happened with Resident Evil 3 and Code Veronica. The transition to full 3D robbed Code Veronica of some of its personality. Bringing up Resident Evil is important also because the entire climax of 2004's Brotherhood of Steel is quite literally a ripoff from Resident Evil 2, so blatant that it can't possibly be called just a reference in good faith. The entire last act takes place in a big vault, but there's nothing about the vault that feels unique or especially Fallout. It's just another dungeon to crawl through, one that's agonizingly long. The game's antagonist is Attis, super mutant general, who's trying to solve, again, the mutant sterility problem. He's after some kind of super secret mutagen inside this super secret vault for Vault-Tec employees. In the final fight, he mutates himself again with a sinister goop, his mutations spread out of control, and you have a time limit to escape the facility on a tram before the facility blows up. 10 years ago, I hadn't even played Resident Evil 2. I wouldn't have even known what a copy-paste job they did with the ending of Brotherhood of Steel. But I know now, and I'm frankly pretty mad about it. You spend 10 hours grinding out a game that truly, truly sucks, only for it to give up on even having its own ending, and just stealing one from a much, much better game that most console people at the time would have even played. It's not like it would have been subtle. Though, for a game whose defining feature is a deep hostility to creativity, I suppose it actually is a fitting climax that way. If you want to spend another 10 hours replaying the game, you can do so with 3 new characters who you meet along the way in the campaign. One is a fully new character, a Vault-Tec security officer who gets absorbed into the super mutant biomass at the climax. The others you already know from the original Fallout. There's Rhombus, who would later lead the Brotherhood of Steel in the ending slides of the original game. He appears during the main boss fight in Los, captured by the leader of the ghoul cultists. One escort quest later and he dies, shot in the streets a long way from California and the established canon. And then there's you, or your character anyway, the Vault Dweller himself. What happens when you play as these characters and meet yourself in the campaign? I have no idea. That would involve playing the game a second time. I'm a YouTuber, not a saint. All these little nods to the original games only serve to deepen the divide between them. Like wrong-sounding Harold. They made him squeaky for some reason, tasking you with helping him find 3 missing body parts scattered around the city. It's just not Harold. It's generic brand Harold. Might as well be Murray the Mutant from the famous role-playing series Outfall. But hey, they had money to license songs by Slipknot for the soundtrack, so at least their priorities were in order. It's like every detail about the game is disappointing or damning in some way. It's a home run of bad ideas with 3 players on base. As part of Titus Interactive's business choice to believe PC gaming to be a thing of the past and console gaming the future, the animated corpse of Interplay greenlit Brotherhood of Steel 2 and put some development effort behind it. The design document is archived and available to view today, and it illuminates some of the misunderstandings of tone and setting that I've been talking about. On page 4 is a list of goals for the sequel to Brotherhood of Steel. The first one is easy enough. Quote, continue the FBOS line with an action-packed sequel with more guns, more creatures, and more flexibility to quest structure. End quote. Then it says, quote, stroking the player's ego. Whether the player plays the game as a good guy or a bad guy, the world should quake when he walks past. End quote. And then, quote, mature audiences. Following the tradition of the Fallout games, the game will have plenty of ugly monsters to gib, NPCs to seduce and cuss out, and plenty of black humor that the series is known for. Further down is the description of the 4 playable characters for the game that never got made. One description reads, quote, Scarlet is what one would call an albino hottie. She has pale, almost white skin and thick white hair. She is 5'7" with a body to die for. She dresses in red leather like a red version of Trinity from the Matrix movie. End quote. And wow, someone got paid to submit that to their boss. But moving on, there's a section called Life is a Stage that reads, quote, a great game can get away with having a bad story. A great story in a game can be hamstrung by a bad game. The good news about FBOS 2 is that now that the core of the game is done and polished, we can focus on making a great game and a great story. For only those games that give both will be remembered for years to come. End quote. What's wild about this is that most of those statements read to me like a list of don'ts instead of do's. The Fallout epilogues deconstruct the idea that the world quakes when the player walks past. They ironically undermine a player's ego as much as they stroke it. The Fallout games found a mature audience because they were both complex and compelling. It has nothing to do with cussing out NPCs, which is a phrase with such a teenage connotation. To whom is cussing out NPCs a selling point? I am, if you've noticed, pro-profanity. I like it. It's fun. It's useful. But I am an actual adult. I can cuss freely. The only demographic who is actually going to find meaning in saying naughty words to a computer who's then programmed to say, geez, you really got me there, are literal children who aren't allowed to use bad language in public. And for those 12-year-olds, I bet it feels super transgressive and powerful. But that isn't art. That's like a Chuck E. Cheese advertisement that says, you can throw soda at the rat, no one gives a shit. Cool, man. I'm 35. Titus Interactive crumpled under the weight of massive debt following the first Brotherhood of Steel, and so the second game never happened. Interplay still vaguely existed and filed paperwork 2 years later that they were going to begin working on a Fallout MMO, something I even vaguely remember hearing about back in the day. The project began with a budget of something like negative $11 million, which I'm sure contributed some to it never surfacing in any way. This here is the moment where Brotherhood of Steel's star-killing power truly comes into play. The franchise was effectively dead following Brotherhood of Steel's release. Its worth had been gutted. Its reputation had been tarnished. It was now a bargain basement property. In 2006, the same year Interplay's lich-like corporate body filed for its MMO to begin production, Bethesda Softworks released The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. Oblivion was an open-world RPG that changed how open-world games would be formatted for years to come. It was an industry-changing event. Those first bright steps coming out of the sewers and into the vastness of the landscape in Oblivion were an unforgettable, transformative experience in how I, as a player, got to experience game worlds. Bethesda, looking to expand on the concepts that made Oblivion such a bestseller, licensed the Fallout property for less than $500,000, and then bought it entirely in 2007 for just $5.7 million. I wouldn't be surprised if Bethesda makes more than that in a year now just selling premium Fallout 76 subscriptions and power armor skins. Bethesda was not yet the massive force in the AAA gaming sphere it is now back when Oblivion came out. It was Oblivion's mega hit status that kind of catapulted them into that position in the first place. Under the late Titus-owned Interplay's stewardship, Fallout languished and missed its moment, crumbling into nothing while other 90s game franchises roared back to life. It was a missing piece of the pop cultural landscape. Regardless of how any given player feels about Bethesda's own stewardship of the franchise, the prescience of buying Fallout on the cheap in 2007 is incredible. It was the exact right property at the exact right moment for Bethesda to rocket to a level of popularity that neither developer nor game universe had ever achieved before. Before you think that this is hyperbole, consider the numbers. In 2 years, Fallout 2 sold just 123,000 copies domestically in the US, maybe double that internationally, and those were considered strong sales for 1998. In its first year alone, Bethesda's Fallout 3 sold 4.7 million copies. Then the DLC, the Game of the Year edition, the intermittent sales and discounts on digital storefronts. It's not just Fallout sold better under Bethesda, it's that Fallout was simply not part of wider pop culture outside of CRPG enthusiasts until Fallout 3 hit. And then Fallout became kind of embedded in the pantheon of must-play games for many years. Fallout 3 is far from a perfect game, but as a lifelong fan, this is kind of where I always begin, in a position of gratitude and mild astonishment for taking something that was very important to me but fragile, and transforming it into something so generally indispensable to gaming as a whole that I never really have to worry about Fallout disappearing again. It can't be killed now, even by bad ideas and poorly received spin-offs, which you certainly could not say about the early 2000s Interplay years. When the trailer for Fallout 3 came out, which is the same as the intro cinematic, I must have watched it 20 times in a row. Here it was. The ink spots, the slow pan-out, the devastated skyline. They had nailed it. For the intro, anyway. In late 2008, a decade after Fallout 2, Fallout 3 finally came out. There was an immediate backlash against it for not being Van Buren, along with a large number of odd and careless contradictions with established canon and expectations. We'll talk about some of them, and some of them do feel as if they kind of matter, but these concerns really are secondary to the fact that Fallout was back, reinvented by a new development house for a new era of immersive RPG. Fallout 3 isn't a direct sequel to Fallout 2, although it does take place a few years down the line from it. It is, instead, kind of a fresh start using familiar elements. Fallout 3 encyclopedically mapped out all the bits and pieces of art and iconography from Fallout 1 that made Fallout 1 so unique, and then translated those things into a much higher fidelity 3D than Brotherhood of Steel was capable of. Fallout 3 almost completely ignores all the modern-day equipment that the spin-offs had introduced in favor of a kind of back-to-basics approach, accentuating and intensifying the retro-futuristic elements. Taking it from the top makes sense when you consider Bethesda's biggest change, translating the isometric, tabletop-inspired wasteland to a completely 3D interconnected open world with entire regions and cities connected without any loading screens at all. What used to be a turn-based, top-down tactical approach was now a first- or third-person shooter augmented with an RPG advancement curve. It was a change in ownership, personality, and presentation for Fallout, a true fresh start. Bethesda ended up separating its own branch of the tree from the older ones with a clever device. All the Bethesda house-style Fallouts take place on the East Coast, while the classics would maintain their own domain on the West Coast. When Fallout New Vegas came out as the actual direct sequel to Fallout 2, it was slotted among its ancestors in the West Coast canon. Since both the late Interplay spin-offs lay in the middle of the country instead, they were easily ignored in no man's land. When I made my first Fallout retrospective 10 years ago, it was partly on account of my frustration with the truly vicious difference in opinion over Fallout 3 in New Vegas, the conversation pitting the two different games against each other, and making all sorts of nasty assumptions about what kind of idiot would play whichever one a given speaker didn't happen to like. I always enjoyed Fallout 3 for what it is, a different game with different priorities and ideas about what the Fallout experience is supposed to be like. I have a lot of frustrations and disagreements with the direction of some of the Bethesda's titles, but I hate the idea of being such a petty purist as to say that they aren't Fallout or don't count somehow. To me, this deliberate separation between East Coast and West Coast Fallout titles kind of settles the debate. Bethesda has been in charge of Fallout now for far longer than Interplay was. Their games have established the public perception of what Fallout is. I treasure the early games and the memories that I have of them, but they're still there, and the existence of different or contradictory sequels does nothing to diminish what makes them individually great. Those Fallouts will always be my Fallouts. In a certain way, they shaped my perception of what the franchise is supposed to be and can be. But I don't own Fallout, Bethesda does. And it would be very foolish of me to sit around waiting for them to make the exact game that I want them to. From Fallout 3 to 4 to 76, each new Bethesda Fallout takes the series deeper into the developer's house style and farther away from the formats and structures of the 90s originals. Fallout 3 is unique in how it still sits at the intersection of all the styles. The art and iconography of the originals, continuing the transition to full 3D and fully voiced NPCs like Brotherhood of Steel had made, and now turning the suggestion of an open-world wasteland into an actual interactive landscape. It's not Van Buren. It was never really supposed to be. This was a brand new world that takes the moment you leave the vault in Fallout 1 and the moment you leave the sewers in Elder Scrolls 4, then smashes those moments together to create one of the best sensations in gaming history. Fallout 3 assumes no familiarity with Fallout 1 and 2 and might even work better that way because it bypasses all the little complaints about lore and consistency to just begin completely fresh. Like Fallout 1, you begin in a sealed vault that has, at least as far as anyone will tell you, never known change. Big-name voice actors are back in a serious way, with Ron Perlman returning for the narration, and Liam Neeson as your character's father, James. Fallout 3's introduction is much longer than even the Temple of Trials, but it's also much more complex and narratively ambitious. The game begins at birth, which is about as start at the beginning as it's possible to get. Your tutorials are divided by moments in your character's childhood. You choose your stats based off of a book you crawl towards as a baby, you learn to shoot with a BB gun your dad gets you on your birthday, which also serves as a dialogue and quest tutorial as you navigate childhood hazards like a bully, an overly talkative old woman, and a Mr. Handy robot who isn't calibrated for party cake. As a teenager, you take a Vault Tech vocational placement exam, which is just awful and absurd, making it quite faithful to the vocational test I actually had to take in real-life high school. The idea is to get a player thinking about builds without just dumping them into a complicated stat screen right away from the first click. By the time your life is done flashing before your eyes, you wake up to the sound of alarm. Life in the vault is about to change. Already there are some negative differences from the original campaigns, especially in how simplistic player dialogue has become. Player dialogue in Fallout 1 and 2 was written with a cynical bite and a strong sense of personality. The downside being that that might not be the personality a given player wants for their PC, leading to a feeling of alienation from your own creation. Fallout 3's player dialogue removes that sense of personality in favor of trying to be legible and clear in what kind of a reaction it will provoke from a given NPC. It's not entirely obvious because you begin as an actual child, so the initial simplicity seems intentional. Are you a nice kid or a big meanie? Do you have friends, or do you have rivals? The fact is, though, that even as your character comes into their prime as a wasteland wanderer, your dialogue options are generally binary and impersonal. In Fallout 1 and 2, they were also binary a lot more than they weren't, but it's that bite to the player's dialogue that's missing this time around, deliberately traded in for a kind of deadpan clarity of result. Which is not necessarily a bad way to do it. Players like to know what kind of reaction an action will cause, and Fallout 3 is clear and fair to a player in a simulational kind of way along those lines. It's just that the unpredictability and complexity of the dialogue trees in Fallout 1 and 2, as frustratingly ambiguous as they could be, felt more natural as dialogue in their capacity to surprise. Sometimes the surprise is negative. You say something you don't realize is offensive somehow to a character and start a shootout without a recent save game. Sometimes it's positive, though, like having the plot explained to the player by the player character using speech and science skills as a vessel for expository revelations or declarations. The Fallout 3 system irons out all the peaks and valleys of that style of dialogue tree into a system that is, instead, pretty much completely and intentionally utilitarian. That's at the heart of so much of the disagreement between Fallout 3's design and Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 3 detractors mourn the loss of nuance and surprise in the player dialogue. New Vegas detractors chafe at how unclear and unpredictable securing conversational outcomes can be in the more elliptical, winding dialogue trees of the Obsidian Black Isle style. It is nearly impossible to find a compromise satisfying to both parties. The classic Obsidian Black Isle style is one that preferences narrative complexity over player comfort, asking a player to choose among weighted options for both character build and dramatic progression. The Bethesda house style preferences player achievement and clarity over narrative weight and depth, allowing a player to do everything there is to do on a single save file. To say one is better than another truly does come down to individual preference, because even if the Bethesda style isn't your own first choice, both studios pursue their conflicting visions with equal passion. Fallout 3 is an absolutely massive open-world game for the late 2000s, taking anywhere from 30 to 100 hours to get through. New Vegas, comparatively, has a smaller and less cluttered world map, but takes closer to 80 or 140 hours to complete because it has so much more dialogue, and its quest structures are so frequently more complex. I'm not denying I had my major disappointments with how different Fallout 3 was from Fallout 1 and 2 when it first came out. Getting past those disappointments, though, opened my eyes to the game that Fallout 3 actually is. It's not a game of words or ideas. Words and ideas in Fallout 3 are kind of a function of the gameplay. It's a game of visual language and immersive soundscapes. The details that Fallout 1 and 2 sought to describe and portray with clever language in the player's imagination are now given direct, literal 3D representation. There's a care and reverence for the universe that Fallout 1 and 2 built that's hard to see if you judge it on format alone. It didn't seek to replicate everything from Fallout 1 and 2 exactly. It sought to translate them from the dusty shelves of tabletop-influenced CRPG design into what was, at the time, an extremely modern methodology where mood and atmosphere of the wasteland might have a new chance to take hold of the imaginations of an entirely new audience in an entirely new way. The long introduction with the riot in Vault 101 is sometimes a bit of a mental barrier to replaying the game the same way Fallout 2's Temple of Trials is, knowing you need to plow through like half an hour, 45 minutes of content before getting to the genuine beginning of the game. But in replaying it this time, I really appreciated the introduction's world-building purpose. In many ways, Fallout 3 is trying to echo a lot of thematic moments from Fallout 1, expanding on them in key ways. The biggest one is that sense of having left home with a locked door at your back and no idea what the wasteland ahead of you will be like. Fallout 3 spends a long time creating an impression of home. When your father mysteriously leaves the vault, the riot occurs. No one is supposed to leave. The Overseer is violently defending the exit, so to follow Papa, you need to make an enemy of everyone you know. Opening the vault door, seeing in real time what was only a pre-rendered cutscene before, really is tremendous. Then, the moment that could only be described in words before, adjusting your eyes to your first real glimpse of sunlight as the expanse of ruins and dust comes into focus in front of you. It was evocative just as an imaginative suggestion. In 3D, it's an even more powerful hook. This is, narratively, so much more thematically loaded and dramatically useful than leaving the sewers in Oblivion. There, you were looking upwards towards a ruined watchtower in a far mountain. Those were the promises that the landscape made. You can actually climb this mountain if you want to. Here's an optional location to start you off. Fallout 3 starts instead on a ridge overlooking the shattered DC skyline. There, in the distance, the Washington Monument, old pieces of freeway crumbling in the middle distance, and a winding road down the hill before you in the up-close. You have no immediate direction leaving the vault. You can go anywhere. You can do anything. Following the main plot is completely unnecessary until you feel like it. This starting landscape does a much better job than Oblivion of inviting curiosity, of creating a sense of the possibility waiting for a player out there within the game world. It's a true and meaningful fusion of what was so good about the opening moments of both Fallout 1 and Oblivion. It's very considered and very clever. And once the wasteland opens up, it just keeps going. Oblivion was organized into regions with distinct vibes and biomes of flora and fauna, but Fallout 3 doesn't do that at all. Its absolutely massive for the time world map keeps consistent art direction throughout, which gives it the feeling of being much larger than Oblivion's map. There aren't any visible seams where one biome is stitched together with another. The hills and ruins just roll on and on and on, seamlessly, even past the edges of the playable map, which uses fence rails, mountains, and sometimes invisible borders to keep a player hemmed in. Where Oblivion had many cities and many quest hubs, Fallout 3 has very few. It has barely any actual settlements at all compared to Fallout 1 and 2. There's Megaton, the first town and hub, its competitor, Tenpenny Tower, and then Rivet City much further down towards the end of the map. There are smaller communities like Arafu or the Republic of Dave, but these are one-quest towns. The game's design, as an RPG, is built around the experience, sensation, and mechanical progression of exploring the wastes as a player-directed, curiosity-driven exercise. If you only follow the main quest, you'll barely see 1/3 of the Fallout 3 world map. Not every character you meet lives up to the standards of the original games in terms of pure dialogue, few really do. The one character, though, that counts the most in Fallout 3 is the wasteland itself, and that's the one character that Fallout 3 got so right. There's a single bit of dialogue that sticks out for me and many others as kind of emblematic as the kind of dialogue that does chafe and frustrate so much with Fallout 3. When first entering Megaton and speaking to the sheriff, you can ask, "Have you seen my father, a middle-aged man?" It's just a spectacularly useless thing to say to somebody if you actually want an answer. It is in the general shape of something a person might say without any weight or substance that makes it worth speaking out loud. "Have you seen my car, an automobile with wheels?" When people talk about bad dialogue, it's sometimes hard to pin down what's meant, and everyone has their own preference for style that complicates the argument. Like, a given Quentin Tarantino film often gets high praise for having good dialogue, because dialogue is so much of the flow of those movies. But if you don't like the style, it isn't actually naturalistic speech at all. It's not style over substance, rather stylish dialogue often conveys more substance than naturalistic dialogue because it's more dense and deliberate. Which means stylish dialogue is often, but not exclusively, good dialogue. Fallout 1 and 2 had a strong sense of style that conveyed so much, even to the player using the player character's own dialogue. If the dialogue was naturalistic but not substantive, that would be one thing. It would feel immersive enough simply by way of casual familiarity and flow. Fallout 3's problem is that it has little substance and an awkward style. It is formal and stylized. There's a very clear and defined me, then you, back and forth rhythm. People speak in long expository strings of sentences. When there is a strong sense of style and personality in the writing, this is less noticeable because that style will create its own rhythm of dialogue. To have formal structure with no verve of personality makes the structure more obvious. It makes speech feel more stilted and more lifeless than it has to be, even when it actually does have substance that it's trying to convey. The other issue is with how many characters are deliberate and recognizable tropes and types with no particular depth to them. Take the game's whole costumed hero side quest. I'm not really much of a superhero fan on the best of days, but even then, it's really reductionist in a super annoying way. You have a town of mostly normal folks whose lives have been ground to a standstill by two delusional strangers who believe themselves to be a comic book hero and comic book villain, respectively. The Mechanist and the Ant-Agonizer, with the power of ants. I'm able within the quest to not take it seriously and poke fun at these characters using dialogue choice, but the basic construction of them is frustrating because there's nothing about them that feels like real people. The Ant-Agonizer has a tragic backstory, and the Mechanist similarly has a reason for dressing up and being obnoxious, but the reasons are as cartoonish as the behavior. It's all absurd, annoyingly so. And plenty of stuff in Fallout 1 and 2 were absurd also, but they were ironies and exaggerations for the most part. This is just flatly absurd to the point of just being childish. Let's take a counterexample of where absurdism plays in Fallout 3's favor. Vault 108, home of a cloning experiment wherein a man named Gary was cloned dozens of times, degrading with each copy. Now the Garys are the only things left alive in the long-sealed vault, calling their own name tauntingly out of the darkness. Gary! Gary! It's completely ridiculous, but there's a dark kernel of world building in there with how this plague of Garys is something that the Vault scientists brought on themselves with their meddling. It actually fits in with the cruel, absurdist dark science of the Vault Tech Corporation in general. Rather than breaking tone and genre, it cleverly plays with both, creating a very memorable little dungeon. A complaint that Fallout 3 often gets, sometimes fairly, is that it doesn't really do political black humor or satire as much as the earlier games. It isn't as pervasive, but it does actually exist, particularly in regards to Vault Tech and the government, the reasons for the war and the attitudes that led to it. Take this article you can find in the old burned-out newspaper office. One article quotes the President of the United Nations presiding over the shutdown of the UN headquarters in New York. The UN President says, quote, "An era of relative peace and prosperity has come to a tragic end. The resource wars are upon us, and in my humble opinion, the United Nations is needed now more than ever. Sadly, the world disagrees." End quote. Then the fictional article goes on to note, quote, "Several organizations have already begun bidding on the prime real estate, but children's toy retailer Bumbelow seems determined to transform this building into their new East Coast superstore." End quote. That is such a savage, sarcastic, excellent little fragment of satire. Another in-universe article quotes the leader of the American forces on the eve of the Canadian invasion as saying, quote, "Effective immediately, United States troops are beginning a complete takeover of all Canadian assets and resources. Little America is ours. But let's face it, it always has been." End quote. There are other equally sarcastic fusions of world building and snark among the other articles. Part of the reason that Fallout 3 doesn't feel political the way the other games do is because it occupies much less of the overall focus of the game. When it's good, but maybe 1 hour out of 100 is genuinely devoted to political black humor. In Fallout 1, it was closer to like 3 hours of 20, and in Fallout 2, maybe 5 hours of 40, but those, of course, were games driven by dialogue. Fallout 3 is driven primarily by gameplay instead. To find the game's best writing, you have to hunt it down in the margins. It doesn't guide the structure of play like it used to. This is an important difference to saying that Fallout 3 has nothing to do with the design of previous games. It has, in fact, nearly everything that made Fallout 1 and 2 great, but it has them in different proportions, deprioritized, shuffled around, given the task of supporting the core gameplay loop instead of doing all of the imaginative heavy lifting. 2004's Brotherhood of Steel had truly nothing to do with the design of previous games. Fallout 3 is more of an adaptation than it is a rejection of the classic Fallouts, and if you're willing to meet it there is much to enjoy. The way these older games were adapted was to take what was once narrative and make it simulational instead. Narrative immersion is driven by drama and deliberate circumstance. It is curated. Simulational immersion is driven by happenstance. It creates complementary systems which adapt to chaos in ways that make the world feel reactive and alive. Fallout 3 is one of the most truly non-linear games in the Fallout franchise. Even Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 provide more guidance and have clearer zones for the player to explore at various stages. Yes, there are parts of the map deeply hostile to low-level players, but if a player is actually exploring fully in a given direction and not just rushing through, they'll generally be given a fighting chance by being able to scavenge mid- or late-game equipment from enemies in dungeons, and the extra XP a player gets by defeating enemies above your level helps accelerate their advancement curve. Because the bulk of Fallout 3 is detached from narrative, based on player impulse, it creates wonderfully divergent paths of engagement and exploration for different players. It's one of the things that makes the game so fun to talk about. That simulational embrace of nonlinear progression gives players a sense of authorship over their own stories that's greater in a more practical sense than being able to choose among a handful of branching quest paths. What gives the narrower branches of a conversation tree so much more experiential meaning than simulational control is that they create true difference and consequence. The fact that almost no two players will take exactly the same path through the game doesn't accumulate into much of a much if those players end up seeing the same things in a completionist playthrough. The players authored their own paths, but all those paths led around the same garden. Compared to Fallout 3, New Vegas is a funnel. It reduces the difference in the order in which a player experiences things, but because of its focus on narrative immersion, there is a much greater variation among actual cumulative outcomes. It would take a minimum of 4 separate playthroughs to see all of the content because of how faction loyalty will lock a player out of an opposing faction's quest lines. Neither approach is inherently better, but because they are diagonally opposed in so many respects, it's generally tidier to commit to one approach or the other and not try to split the difference. Fallout 3 commits hard to simulational immersion, and each successive Bethesda Fallout has added even more emphasis to the simulational approach and elements. When people in the game are speaking to you, it doesn't feel much like classic Fallout at all. It's once the talking fades that Fallout 3 feels right, when the towns recede behind you and the wasteland blossoms ahead. When that happens, Fallout 3 becomes a classic in its own right. Fallout 3's simulational approach wouldn't work as well as it does without such strong visual and audio design. The game's strongest and most tangible art is in that creation of immersive landscapes and soundscapes. It can't be overstated how much of an improvement Fallout 3 is over Elder Scrolls 4 in those aspects. The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim, ended up being Bethesda's best world map to date, but Fallout 3's map is, in many ways, superior to what was done with Fallout 4. The proportions of the map are better suited to creating a true sensation of wasteland, with Washington, D.C. being somewhat separated from the main overworld map and lacking in suburban sprawl. Fallout 4's more integrated downtown and commitment to portraying the suburban satellite communities means that its map feels predominantly urban, less an unknown and more just filling in corners of the Boston metro region. Even in the far corners of Fallout 4's map, it still feels like the city is right over the hill. Fallout 3's more rural reaches feel genuinely and meaningfully isolated. Compared to some more modern post-apocalyptic open worlds, the map might appear at first glance to be kind of undecorated, but that becomes the charm. It is a blasted, hostile, useless place. And this is where the soundscape comes in. The howl of wind, the distinctive rapport of the relatively small list of weapons, the drum roll when you level up, the muted beeps of the Pip-Boy interface, they blend together incredibly well to create a mood that's both simulational and naturalistic, but also behavioralistic in how it reinforces and rewards player behavior. The long sunrises and sunsets coloring the landscape, paired with the lonesome whistle of wind, creates a real fun sense of isolation, of natural indifference to human endeavor and activity, and then the player is rewarded for exercising agency with pops of music, sweeping orchestral scores for engaging in combat or rewarding advancement. This is the soundscape of adventure, using natural sounds to create a sense of distance and weight to the landscape in front of you, and then using musical soundtrack to illustrate and accentuate the player's personal emotions. Most games do this, of course, but Fallout 3 is uncommonly good at doing it in a unique way that deepens its personality. If you spend enough time with the game, you could recognize it sight unseen just from listening to it being played in another room. The ironic radio stations further contribute to establishing mood and personality, using cheeky Atomic-era music choices to give a player a chance to create their own darkly ironic contrasts on the go. The radio is another tool of the simulation this way. Rather than setting up dark ironies through curated narrative and dialogue, it draws randomly from a well of music that's likely to provide ironic contrast in most player-driven situations. The other radio stations work the same way, with an even smaller pool of patriotic ditties almost guaranteed to feel sarcastic against the shattered DC skyline, and a classical music station consisting of an old woman playing a violin that you found for her personally, creating, instead, a mood of bittersweet loneliness and melancholy, which is also a mood built on contrast and irony. The landscape is emotionally provocative in much the same way. The way dust blows along the cracked surface of old roads, the way old raised freeway overpasses lie crumbled like ancient aqueducts, the way the leafless trees catch the waning purple twilight. For a simulation to succeed, a person must be willing to invest in its world as an independent thing. It doesn't have to be realistic, but it does have to have some gesture towards naturalism. It must create the sense that this world exists without the player's direct input or approval. Fallout 3's simple and often cartoonish characters fail to give this impression. They're like domesticated sheep. I have no faith in their ability to survive in the wild. Fallout 3's landscapes, instead, give an impression of independent existence in a deep and meaningful way, enough to largely make up for the lack of believable characters, which is one reason I actually prefer Fallout 76 over Fallout 4. When Fallout 76 came out and simply removed all the NPCs, replacing them with light survival mechanics and audio logs, I felt closer to this Fallout 3 feeling than I had in Fallout 4. Fallout 76, adding in NPCs and towns later through massive transformative patches, gave new life to that title, but it also muddied the waters of what I actually really loved about Fallout 76. It was a distillation of the wasteland exploration loop that Fallout 3 largely pioneered, without the parts of Fallout 3 that irritated me so much, like most of the spoken dialogue. It's a game of environmental curiosity, not intellectual curiosity. The pull is the allure of the unknown vista over the next horizon, the treasure lurking at the bottom of the monster-infested bunker, the hollow compass icon indicating a nearby reward if you give up on your current plan and pivot towards random circumstance instead. This unscripted exploration is, by far, the vast majority of the game. But at some point you will have to find your father, a middle-aged man, if you could just figure out some way to narrow it down from there. The main plot of Fallout 3 isn't much more than a means to guide a player to the main settlements in its first half. It's kind of a light mashup of the goals of Fallout 1 and 2. Your father has been working on a way to purify the waters of the Potomac River, creating a massive machine to do it. The Brotherhood of Steel withdrew its support for the project and protection before it could be completed. To make it work, what your father really needs is a Garden of Eden creation kit. So, solve the water problem, find the Gek. Oh, and you'll also need to join the Brotherhood of Steel and defeat the Enclave. It's not that these references to previous games are inherently bad, it's that by choosing to recycle them, instead of reinterpreting them, Fallout 3 cost itself a chance to make the world building more interesting. The water purification plot is something that the game could have built some extremely interesting factional conflict off of. It's a utopic, pro-social idea that benefits the whole wasteland. It's as natural as breathing that assholes would come pouring in from every direction to try to profit from or control such a thing. All sorts of schemes and side quests could be spun around the obvious politics of water rights, economic exploitation of things that could be free, and whether or not the world can or should heal from its wounds. Instead, all of this is reduced to a cartoonish binary using familiar faces. The Brotherhood of Steel, as portrayed in Fallout 2, was interesting, a shadow player in the local power structures, of increasing irrelevance due to the steady creep of civilization and industry over the previous decades. Yet, here they are in the Pentagon, good guys for the sake of being good guys. That genuinely is their story, unfortunately. Elder Lyons created his own splinter faction here in DC because he couldn't abide by the Brotherhood's isolationist policies of non-intervention. What's cool is that Fallout 3 at least acknowledges that being the good guys isn't the original narrative intention of the Brotherhood of Steel. There is a smaller faction called the Brotherhood Outcasts who still abide by the original rules about hoarding technology and not getting involved. You can sell them things, but they don't really offer any new side quests. Their inclusion is more or less to simply acknowledge the difference in how Fallout 3 portrayed the Brotherhood compared to the originals. A player cannot preference the Outcasts over Lyons Group. Even Fallout Tactics saw the Brotherhood of Steel as being inherently pretty fascist in some key ways, putting the player in a position of a reformer within the group depending on the ending you chose. To take the Brotherhood of Steel, plop them down in the Pentagon, and turn them into generic good guys also erases part of the overall complexity of the setting. The original Brotherhood was defined by a heady mix of skepticism about progress, mistrust of others, and a sense of moral superiority in being the self-appointed guardians of all that dangerous, tempting technology. They were a group that existed in dialogue with the apocalypse, behaving in response to it, shaped by the cultural mistakes that came before into a reactive force, fearful of making those mistakes again. The medievalist aspect was meant to underline that this is a Dark Ages kind of approach to take, hoarding knowledge in monasteries while the world wallows in illiteracy and poverty. Without the isolationism and culturally regressive elements, the frame of reference isn't really the Dark Ages anymore. The Brotherhood of Steel in the Pentagon are just knights in a castle. Their attitude and role in the fiction is pretty much interchangeable with any given fantasy setting. It diminishes the world building to do it this way, because so much of what makes Fallout unique as a setting is its interest and willingness to engage with actual history, making historical reference, creating ironic historical parallels. Fallout 3's Brotherhood is narratively functional. The story needed some cool-looking good guys, and here they are. The Brotherhood and their power armor is such an iconic image for Fallout that it becomes burdened slightly by the lore of it. The fact that the whole original intention of power armor was to symbolize imperial excess, that war never changes. It's always just going to be kings and peasants and knights, no matter if you have laser rifles or not. It is a deliberate ironic contrast, advanced technology used to move, culturally, backwards. The problem with the message is that the messengers do, in fact, look very cool and very badass in the power armor. From a marketing perspective, it is much easier to sell cool than it is to sell an ironic symbol of moral bankruptcy. To make the Brotherhood of Steel more of a generic fantasy faction in Fallout 3 does much to uncomplicate the image of the badass in power armor, to make it more part of player empowerment in Wasteland fashion than a narrative irony. It turns, "this is where we're going if we're not careful," into, "this could be you," which is something, admittedly, not everyone really cares about anyway. Power armor is such a striking, iconic design that it has the obvious capacity to sell thousands of t-shirts, millions of promises about a player's arc of progression through the game. By the time we get to Fallout 76, power armors are some of the biggest carrots at the end of the longest sticks, requiring wild time investment, resource investment, and sometimes even cash investment to acquire as whole suits. It becomes not just a collectible, but a primary means of player expression through the light MMO elements, showing off your style and your accomplishments. There's arguably more value and utility to doing it that way than to focus on the initial dark sarcasms from a marketing perspective. So goes the power armor, so goes the Brotherhood. Fallout 3 makes the changes it does because it perceives more utility to a friendly, uncomplicated brotherhood than it perceives in an isolationist, rigidly dogmatic brotherhood. Those guys can be outcasts and play outside. Fallout 3 is excellent at identifying the things that are visually iconic about the earlier franchise, repackaging them in a shiny modern 3D. I disagree with these decisions frequently as creative choices, but as business choices, the decision to recycle so many familiar elements no matter how awkwardly they fit in with a new setting was a resounding success. Even people who have never played a Fallout game are often casually familiar with its imagery and iconography, and at least some of that is due to Bethesda's efforts to make those things more palatable and easily accessible, things meant to be enjoyed uncritically and not just as symbolic dark humor, known, I guess, in some circles as the "hey, cool robot" effect. This trend of simplifying the message in preference of marketing the image in Fallout begins here in 3, and it marks the sharpest divide between Fallout 3 and the classic style. But again, a little perspective helps. There is not a single billboard for Balls Guarana in the whole game. As much as these disappointments can sting, there is so much more selling out that could have happened, and the ways in which Fallout 3 did sell out were rather tactical and clever in the long run of re-establishing the brand. For the Brotherhood of Steel, sanding down the meaning and the lore a little works well enough. For the Enclave, it doesn't really work at all. At the halfway point in the main plot, the Enclave shows up to take over the water purification project, and your dad sacrifices himself to slow them down. The game tries to make this bittersweet by giving you a moment with your dad prior to this where he gives you feedback on your adventure, determining whether he's proud of you or disappointed. This could be a very interesting summing up of any number of player choices and player attitudes. It could feel surprisingly personal if the player's choices were meaningfully reflected back to them. But it all boils down to one binary choice in the very first town. At the center of Megaton is an undetonated atomic bomb. That's where the town gets its name from. Some folks worship the bomb, but the sheriff would prefer it if you disarmed the thing instead before it hurts somebody. The skill requirements to disarm it are pretty low, it's not hard to manage, and you get a free house for it on top of a nice little stack of experience. Solving the quest the right way is basically trivial. It's convenient as hell and so rewarding to a player that there's not really any element of selflessness or heroism involved. Solving the quest the bad way is a lot more work. You've got to venture far away across the wide open wasteland to Tenpenny Tower. Tenpenny's fixer is the one who hires you in Megaton to rearm the bomb instead of disarming it. So what's Tenpenny's plan? What does he gain? What's his angle? He doesn't have one, actually. He just doesn't care for the town and thinks it would be better if he could no longer see it from his tower. It's not even that this is silly or simplistic that's the problem, though it is both those things. It's that it's empty. It is villainy without purpose. It would have been so easy to write up some kind of actual disagreement between Tenpenny and Megaton, to create some kind of motivation for all that murder. To just do it for a rich man's whimsy doesn't make much any kind of sense at all narratively. It only makes sense mechanically. Fallout 3 defines pretty much everything in terms of player freedom. Good and evil don't mean anything complex for the narrative. They are seen instead as equally viable play styles. Being good means engaging positively, saying yes to things, supporting the fiction in front of you. Evil means ignoring the fiction and behaving callously toward it instead. Evil is meant to be fun in Fallout 3. It isn't about being sad or serious, it's about being self-conscious about the fact that this is indeed a simulation and no one here is real but you. It's not a narrative approach so much as a vector for player nihilism and apathy towards the narrative, giving players an alternative to skipping the dialogue by letting them reject and belittle the characters directly. Why blow up the whole town of Megaton? Well, why not, motherfucker? Who cares? Look at that big boom! Woo! It's a choice entirely contingent on not suspending your disbelief and taking the game world seriously. If there was some kind of reason for setting the bomb off, that would be one thing, but since the actual narrative is that it's just for funsies, it doesn't even work for the characters who are genuinely trying to role-play an evil perspective. It doesn't adequately address the question at the root of most actual villainy, which is, what's in it for me? So to have this choice be the one that dear old dad bases his approval of you as a person off of feels almost insulting. There is nothing there for him to really be proud of if you solved it the good way, and if you solved it the bad way instead, it's pretty much established that he wouldn't give a shit about what Liam Neeson has to say about it. This empty, extreme dichotomy between good and evil extends to the main plot and climax. The Enclave doesn't have motivations any more clear or rational than Tenpenny did. It's the same kind of deal as they had in Fallout 2. Kill the mutants, take over the world. The twist is that they're run by an intelligent supercomputer pretending to be President Eden. The only thing saving the whole plotline from being completely turgid is casting choice. Malcolm McDowell can make the stupidest possible roles fun with his willingness to go hard in small parts. Having him be a villainously patriotic machine dictator is an inspired casting choice. The computer asks you to sabotage the water purifier instead, poisoning the river, ruining the chance of any future for the region not based on enclave dependency. But then, what do you get? Again, the evil choice is weirdly lacking in compensation. You aren't getting paid more than the good option, you aren't being rewarded with more power than the good option. The option only exists because it is the exact binary opposite thing to do from purify the river. There's no dramatic tension to resolve between competing visions for the future, just one last big chance to either invest in the Wasteland's fiction or reject it. Why kill everyone and poison the river? Even something as simple as for money works. Just about the only thing that doesn't work is for kicks. Tunnel snakes rule, man. Fuck drinking water. It's not drama, it's just simulational nihilism. Another detail of the ending that bothered people was that your character has to sacrifice themselves to fix the purifier. Your mutant friend could do it, but he refuses, saying that it's your fate. Or you could use like Rad-X or something. Honestly, the thing that makes it frustrating is that the game used fate to call attention to the fact that this is a scripted moment outside your control. The Broken Steel DLC retcons this, trying to scrub away those complaints, but I feel it's important to bring up what once was, because even if it was bad as a narrative climax, it's actually extremely fitting as the climax of all the accumulated disappointments of plot and dialogue. A symbolic sacrifice you're not allowed to sidestep because of fate. In other words, because the simulation is over and your role is complete. Your player character was never a real character. They were an artificial device. That's why they must abide by fate, when any real human being who actually found themselves with agency in that situation would probably try a couple things first. Fallout 3 is a tremendous pioneer in defining mechanical player agency in an open world game, but it really has the most minimal possible narrative agency. For my money, the worst part of Fallout 3 is always the ending. Fallout 3's joy and beauty is in the exploration, in the experience, in the player-directed simulation. When it narrows from this wide-open freedom into linear set-piece theatrics, it loses almost everything that set it apart positively from Fallout 1 and 2. Instead, all that's left is the void of what it abandoned, narrative reactivity and complexity. And if I often feel disappointed that Liam Neeson only cared about your one singular choice, I feel flat-out mad that the epilogue comes down to just about the same binary simplicity. Part of the sting is that, while rare, there are absolutely some quests in Fallout 3 that are complex enough to be worthy of Liam Neeson's approval or disapproval. Two in particular stand in interesting contrast: Agatha's Song and Oasis. Agatha's Song is a quest that involves almost no choice at all, yet it plays on classic Fallout themes in a way that's actually very in keeping with the earlier games. Agatha is the violinist I mentioned earlier. When you meet her, though, she's just a hermit. Music is missing from her life. If only she had her great-great-grandaunt's Stradivarius, but alas, that instrument disappeared with its owner into a vault and was never seen again. The premise is melancholy, with a wistful suggestion of all that was lost with the war. And the hook is intriguing, a whole vault with an implicit treasure at the bottom. Even better, it's not a point-to-point quest. The vault is well and truly lost, so you've actually got to go downtown to Vault-Tec corporate headquarters and look it up on the mainframe, which also helps you find all the other vaults and their various mysteries, most of which are quite good, especially in comparison to the blander vaults of Fallout 4. Another vault database in the Pentagon Ruins even identifies the nearby Vault 76 for the first time in the franchise, laying the groundwork in a couple sentences for what will eventually become a whole-ass spin-off title. Vault 92, though, is a particularly insidious and sad experiment. Everyone in the vault was chosen for their musical talent and their auditory sensitivity. And then, a tone was introduced over the loudspeakers, just under the range of hearing, so close to the range of hearing as to be maddening. In logs and skeleton tableaus, you see how these artists were driven to incoherent madness by this small, ceaseless noise. At the bottom of all that death is the practice room where Agatha's great-great-grandaunt played her final song. She put the violin back in its case and never returned. So here it is, an irreplaceable fragment of long-lost culture, the likes of which will never be seen again. You can sell it for cash, or you can just give it to Agatha. With all this backstory behind it now, Agatha's radio takes on extra emotional depth. It suggests loss greater than the warbling violin strings can alone convey. Even better, you can trade her some blank sheet music for the best revolver in Fallout 3 if emotional rewards aren't really your jam. Oasis, on the other hand, is a quest with an unusually large amount of choice, but which interacts awkwardly with traditional Fallout themes and characters. Hidden at the top of the map is a mountainous area with one single point of entry. Around this narrow canyon is plant life, some of the only living flora in the entire game. There's a small cult here, and they worship the great tree, who is, of course, good old Harold. In Fallout 2, Harold made a number of jokes about the tree growing out of his head, who he named Bob. In Fallout 2, and to a lesser degree Fallout 1, Harold delights in fucking with people. He says some really dark stuff, like threatening to skin you alive just to see you squirm. It's not enjoyable having been partially melted. You gotta make the best of it, somehow. Naming his growth Bob and inventing a contentious relationship with it was part of characterizing Harold as unpredictable and strange, not really an element of lore. Fallout 3 seizes on the Harold-Bob dynamic and makes it the whole of his character. While the character sounds so much better than the squeaky 2004 appearance, Fallout 3's tree-bound Harold speaks too slowly to come across with the sharp sarcasm that he had back in the day. Bob has become the whole of him, literally, and herein lies the dilemma. Harold's FEV infection and the Bob growth are some of the only sources of potential reforestation in the wasteland. To side with the tree minders is, in some ways, a good ending, from a conservation standpoint anyway. But Harold is miserable. He wants to die, not remain a prisoner of his own rapidly mutating body. To side with him is also a good ending because it's the compassionate and humane thing to do for him, since he's asking you to do it. The evil route, of course, is to discover his fear of fire and burn Harold alive. Oasis is one of the only side quests in the game that actually creates this kind of nuance and its definitions of good, if not its definitions of evil. And yet it's in service to just an awkward characterization of the franchise staple who didn't really have to be in the game at all. Harold being included is like the Brotherhood of Steel or the Enclave. He's a familiar reference, but unlike those factions, Harold doesn't work well with just starting fresh with no prior knowledge of him. His inclusion in Fallout 3 is too gimmicky to please either those that know him as a character or those that don't. Oasis is a good quest, and a waste of a perfectly good character at the same time. Agatha's song, in tone and content, reminds me that despite everything that's changed with Fallout 3, this core of the older Fallouts still exists in scattered fragments within Fallout 3. Oasis reminds me that these changes are more or less permanent. The Harold I knew is gone now, consumed by the thing that grew so verdantly around him. There are no epilogue slides for Fallout 3, not exactly. There are 3 possible narrations, and some of the pictures that narration overlays are variable, but this is far from traditional Fallout epilogue slides. It's based entirely on your karma score, good, neutral, or evil. Absolutely none of the specific quest outcomes matter. Sure, solving them one way or another is what skews your karma in a given direction and changes some of the pictures, but it all smooths out in the aggregate score. You can blow up Megaton, but if it's the only time you choose to be a jerk, only the dialogue with your dad will call you out for it. It just becomes a temporary valley among the peaks of your heroism. Epilogue slides in the previous games didn't just validate player choice in the narrative, they motivated player choice. They drove it. It was the epilogue's narrative validation that made it feel like player choice lives on after the game ends. That kind of narrative free will is one of the things that makes games so unique as an artistic medium. In no other medium is the story so strongly co-authored with the audience. The first 2 Fallout games came from a traditional tabletop role-playing games where choice and self-characterization was everything. Without a story, it's just graph paper and dice. Fallout 3 is built without adhering to the traditional tabletop influence. Story isn't everything. Story is just one more function of the simulation, and hardly the most important function at that. By eliminating the ending slides and creating 3 endings based on broad generalizations of player behavior, the game can more easily allow for chaos and unforeseen outcomes within the open world. It's equally accurate whether a player spent 20 hours exploring the world or 200. It's just deeply impersonal that way. It's like the difference between talking to a counselor and reading a horoscope. The personalized feedback from an authoritative source is inherently more meaningful than squinting at a vague statement for a couple of minutes and concluding that, yeah, it kinda sounds like you, right? In a certain way, that's just as well. Many of the side quests are too absurdist or silly to warrant a follow-up anyway. If Tenpenny never had an actual motivation for blowing up Megaton, what matter is it what happens to him afterwards? You likely killed him during the course of a different side quest anyway. Are you really that curious if the vampire folk and Arafu continue to get along? Did you perhaps want to know if Moira's Wasteland Survival Guide is selling well? Fallout 1 and 2 had plenty of quests too trivial to come back around to as well, but if you look back, it is obvious how all of the regional conflicts in Fallout 1 and 2 were designed with player involvement in mind, They all thematically connect through good and bad endings. The epilogue slides unite the side stories by zooming out to the long-term big picture and showing how all the disparate pieces are part of the same puzzle. Fallout 3's simulational approach means that when the game is over, it's over. Your story is done because you decided to beat the game. Its world does not exist when you're not looking at it, and it has no real interest in pretending like it does. That's why the infinite play non-ending of the DLC feels better. The game ends when you're tired of it, not because fate has decreed you make the final sacrifice. Fallout 3 is amazing when it's non-linear and non-verbal. It's roughest when it feels like a poorly written third-person shooter, which, unfortunately, is the bulk of the first DLC experience. Operation Anchorage isn't bad, or poorly made, or low effort. In many respects, it is exactly the thing that it set out to be, but that thing is badly misguided and mostly unnecessary. It's a simulation within a simulation. In the world map, it only adds a military bunker and some surrounding ruins. All you really need to do is open up the armory and get a fancy suit of power armor. The reward is all that truly matters. To open the door, you must beat a virtual reality simulation of the Battle of Anchorage, one of the pivotal moments in the game world's fictional history leading up to the nuclear war. However, as a supposed official army milsim kind of deal, it obviously isn't the complicated version of history, just a rah-rah patriotic version. So the frame prevents it from actually revealing anything new or contributing much to the lore. It's an unreliable source. And the format of a linear action DLC prevents the milsim propaganda part from feeling too satirical, because it actually does strive to be a decent shooter, which is not something a milsim would likely have bothered with. It is too artful to feel like actual propaganda, and too simplistically propagandistic to say much as art. The basic concept is stuck between creative gears, jamming the whole thing up. The whole virtual reality game within a game thing serves two purposes. First is that it can create very artificial borders for the game world with literal walls of light without worrying about it hurting immersion. Second is inventory control. You fight with just what's available and common to soldiers at the time within the game's fiction. In a certain way, it's a neat window into the pre-war world. My favorite little moment is this one, where a photographer takes the photo on which the Anchorage Memorial in the main game map is based, creating a fun little resonance. But because it's fiction about fiction, or fictionalized fiction, or whatever we call this double layering, it doesn't have that time-travel-y, this is the way it was feel. It's not authoritative, it's just a video game for soldiers within a video game for nerds. Some of the level design is kind of interesting. There are moments that are crafted to be quite deliberately scenic, but this is just being happy with what I have. What's missing is both the things that make Fallout feel like Fallout, either the non-linear open world or the sense of narrative consequence. It is a linear set of corridors and fields that are completely inconsequential besides the looming promise of fancy armor. Even the final push of this great conflict of the pre-war era is accomplished with like 12 total dudes on screen, plus a preposterous boss fight against a sword-wielding, mustachioed Chinese general. Not Fallout's finest hour, really. Nothing risked, nothing learned, nothing gained, but the convenience of power armor training at a point in the game you might not have it if you're not prioritizing the main plot. If someone was paying piece by piece for the DLC, like you did back in the day, I'd say Operation Anchorage is completely unnecessary, but anyone who's playing Fallout 3 nowadays is probably playing, at minimum, the Game of the Year edition with all of the DLC bundled. And probably a bunch of mods besides, although I didn't use any mods for this playthrough myself to preserve the original presentation as much as possible. Which matters, because the presentation can be absolutely spectacular. The Pit was the second DLC to be released for Fallout 3, but it remains one of my favorite sections of the entire Fallout franchise, surpassed for me only by the Lonesome Road DLC for New Vegas. What both those DLC have in common is that they take the post-apocalyptic aesthetic to its moodiest, most ruinous extreme. The Pit is an absolutely beautiful piece of work if you're fond of the look. The use of color is much more vivid than in the main map, even though the color palette is more limited, deliberately. The complaint about the main map of Fallout 3 is usually that it's too muted in color, too many browns and grays sitting next to each other without enough contrast. The Pit is all about contrast, reds and blacks, fire and shadow, brick and rust. It also differs quite a bit from the main map in verticality. The Steel Mill map, in which you're challenged to find 100 hidden ingots, but don't actually have to if you want to quit that task early, goes up the in-game equivalent of hundreds of feet into the air. There isn't much of an open-world aspect, but the skyscrapers rolling in on the horizon, obscured by smoke, poisoned and hostile, make it seem like a complete environment, even if you're only actually playing a small section of it. It's an illusion, but it is a great illusion, supported by the fact that the playable spaces that there are have pretty massive proportions with many optional and hidden areas. It's paced well, the level design is top-notch, the art direction is stronger than anything else in Fallout 3. It adds interesting equipment to the game, and it provides a cool challenge by taking away your inventory and making you begin at the literal bottom of the city in the slave pens, crawling your way up to the skyscraper penthouse of the asshole in charge of it all. Which is about the only problem I do have with the DLC. It attempts to be a more morally complicated narrative with more meaningful choice than the main campaign, which is an effort I appreciate, but the pit goes about it in a really frustrating, simplistic way. On the face of it, there really isn't much moral complexity at all to the situation. There is a massive underclass of slaves who are forced to live in constant hunger, danger, and disease down on the city streets, where many will simply turn into monsters called the Trog, and their oppressors stay up in the towers, away from the poisonous air that pools down below. So, fuck those guys. What would make it morally complex? Well, how about if the leader of the slave-owning class had a baby who could cure the whole Trog disease? Let's give him some dialogue about how his underlings shouldn't use the word slave, they should use the word worker, because it implies a possibility of change, a sliver of hope. Werner, leader of the rebel faction, is mean to babies. So, what do you say, pal? You wouldn't hurt a kid, would you? Besides all those slave kids, but hey, look, a baby! You were a baby once, in this game even. It's a moral quandary, sure, I suppose, but it's a moral quandary on the same level of cartoonish absurdism as a question on the GOAT test you took at the beginning of the game. Question 7. If you support the raider leader, hundreds will remain enslaved to a system designed to kill them slowly, but if you support the slaves, a man with an eye patch might be mean to a baby. What do you do? It isn't so much adding complexity as taking two diagonally opposed things and then crisscrossing them in a minor way. Evil characters will have to save a baby, very out of character for the kind of absolute madman an evil playthrough has you behaving as. Good characters will have to steal a baby away from his scientist mother. At the end, the game shies away from a real consequence. Werner doesn't care, but the woman looking after the baby after its parents' accidents does care, and it annoys Werner quite a bit. So he's all bark and no bite, and the choice is all threats and no consequence. It's illustrative of the problem with how Fallout 3 treats slavery in a general sort of way. Yes, it acknowledges that slavery is evil and puts it on the evil path, but over and over again, the point of an evil playthrough is that your actions are essentially meaningless and trivial, and so you can be an asshole and do whatever. An evil playthrough only works by trivializing actions that would be genuinely evil if taken seriously, but within the context of the ultra-violent ragdoll simulation, they're actually more like gory goofs, pranks, hijinks. Slavery isn't much of a goof, prank, or hijink in the setting of Fallout 3. Virginia and Maryland were, historically, both slave states. It's a subject that ought to be given the seriousness of that historical weight, because even if this is a fictionalized version of Virginia and Maryland, the world of Fallout has always drawn strength from actual historical reference and historical parallel. Fallout 3 trivializes slavery and goofs around with it like every other evil act. You have a list of folks to zap and collar, then they're like, "Oh no, you got me!" At which point, I suppose you say, "Ha ha, little computer man, I sure did get you." Since it truly is that trivial in the way it's incorporated into the game, not much would be lost if Fallout 3 simply refrained from making slavery an interactive mechanic. But it's in Fallout 2, so I guess it was on the big list of things to translate into 3D. In the narrative of the pit, slavery is actually given some weight. It feels oppressive in the pit streets and in the Steelyard. You are building up to a cathartic, righteous vengeance. So the baby thing is just such a silly complication in the face of that. It does, in fact, trivialize slavery by somehow deciding that it's an issue that can be both-sided this easily. It's just not serious writing. And even Fallout 2 would have allowed for more genuine narrative complexity than that. What the pit is tripping over is its own self-conception of what motivates evil characters and what motivates good characters. So yeah, if you're approaching it like Dudley Do-Right, then sure, the baby is a complicating factor, but in previous games, a good playthrough was largely defined as seeking pro-social, political outcomes, not hand-wringing over obvious trolley problems. A lot of folks don't like the Dungeons & Dragons 9-point moral compass because it limits a lot of definitions of what good and evil can be, but 9 points of difference is a hell of a lot better than Fallout 3's deliberate binary of rule-following or rule-breaking behavior. So even here in the best of Fallout 3, there's this frustrating tension between the tremendous immersive success of the simulational elements and art design and the sophomoric narrative fumbles that so often take me back out of that immersion again. What a wonderful fundamental design for the pit, though. The pit is a closely considered contrast to the main game map, providing an adventure that uses urban verticality to feel every bit as vast and open as the true open-world segments in a genuinely new and novel way. I don't know when I'll play Fallout 3 again, but I know that every time I do, I anticipate the pit most of all. It's the pinnacle of what Fallout 3 has to offer in terms of hostile, decaying beauty. The third DLC is Broken Steel, the epilogue that morphs the ending into a more palatable shape. I want to reiterate how much more natural it feels for the game to trail off than it does for the game to end definitively. It also shows how odd and inadequate a stopping point the battle for the water purifier is. It's the end of the battle, not really the end of the war between the Brotherhood and the Enclave. Plus, Liberty Prime as a gigantic, unstoppable battle robot is a problem for future games, similar to how the robot army in Fallout Tactics was a problem, but on a smaller scale here in Fallout 3. Liberty Prime must die. So that's what happens right off the bat. Extending the climax out from a basic battle for the Purifier to a full-scale war between the Brotherhood and the Enclave that had been brewing all game long has better dramatic pacing and carries more dramatic weight than where the original ending chose to wrap it up. The new enemies it adds, the Hellfire Enclave troops, are absolute bullet sponges, but the thing about them is that it makes this post-climax feel like the actual climax by creating combat scenarios tuned for endgame high-level builds. The original ending was tuned way down in difficulty, allowing for the possibility that some players will just mainline the plot and arrive at the climax underleveled, which isn't normally something I'd complain about, but it impacts the mechanical feeling of climax. It's harder to fight through Raven Rock than it is to accomplish the final battle, which contributes along with the fate stuff to the sensation of anticlimax in the original ending. So here that mechanical escalation is, added after the fact by this DLC. It's essentially 3 large, excellent dungeon maps. The first is simple enough, just an assault on a comm station, but the destruction of Liberty Prime is such an excellent set-piece moment that it makes up for a lack of personality in that section's level design. Next is a deep dive under the ruins of the White House to find a secret government subway line. Since the Metro has been so important to the personality of the DC wasteland all game long, capping things off with this secret, extra fancy underground rail line that actually works feels like a climactic escalation of the environment as well. Hunting around in the tunnels, trying to restore operation to the tram and clear its path, is extremely atmospheric. All on its own, it's one of the better dungeon areas in the game. And the DLC puts in work even at this late stage to keep converting into 3D the retro-futuristic personality of the Fallout brand. Like this computer that runs the secret subway. Did it have to be this alive and colorful with all the bouncing gauges and industrial accents? Not at all, but they did it anyway, recreating the iconography of the original games and then adding their own in-house touches. It's a beautiful little machine, even if it is kind of a throwaway thing. The final dungeon is Adams Air Force Base, last refuge of the Enclave. This is important to me because, narratively, I hate the Enclave in this game and don't think they make a goddamn lick of sense, so I am invested in destroying them as a faction and moving on from them with all possible speed. I realized that I had been hoarding mini-nukes all game long, waiting for some emergency situation, but this really is the end, so smoke 'em if you got 'em, boys. The wide open spaces made the Fat Man weapon actually the perfect choice. I rarely had so much fun being so overpowered in Fallout 3. It was a memorable treat to do the ending this way. For some, the Fat Man launcher is the first instance of the Bethesda games not quite taking nuclear war as seriously as Fallout 1 and 2 did. For Fallout 76, I agree with that sentiment quite a bit, but I ultimately don't have a narrative problem with the mini-nuke things. This is, after all, a self-consciously artificial simulation that constantly reminds a player that nothing is real and no one is hurt. Is it simplistic to take something so thematically important to the franchise as nuclear weapons and reduce them to big boom make pretty? Yeah, absolutely. But I am sometimes a simple man. God damn, does big boom make pretty in this game. Look at that shit. Rather than end on another lecture about fate, this is how Broken Steel ends as a whole. A big, celebratory firework. You can, for nefarious reasons, launch a nuke at the Brotherhood base and the Pentagon, but again, this feels pointlessly binary. It is the opposite of the good ending, but lacks any real motivation for why a person might pick it, besides simply wanting to see the opposite outcome. Then you get a big round of applause and some words of congratulation, and then you're allowed to go about your simulational business for as long as you please. One of the more deviously clever things that Broken Steel does is introduce a couple new open-world side quests related to the water purifier either coming online or poisoning the region. It's devious because it gives the impression that there might be a lot of reactive post-climax content out there to find. There isn't. It's just a couple things. But just a couple things is enough to make the game feel more like an independent place that exists apart from the player. This feels right. And for its part, Fallout 4 learned from this mistake and put its climax at the actual end of the factional conflicts, and allowed for infinite post-story play right off the bat. Which makes Broken Steel odd, in a certain way, because it's not really an optional side experience like the other DLC or how expansion content usually behaves. It more has the effect of actually completing the experience of Fallout 3. Without it, Fallout 3 is sorely diminished. It's not necessarily impressive, but it is essential, an odd position for a piece of content to find itself, and an inversion of what the DLC can be when given more creative license, like the Pit. Point Lookout is not essential, but it is incredibly impressive, one of the best of the smaller world maps in all of Fallout. It begins with a quest to find a missing girl who's run away far to the south in the Maryland swamps down at the mouth of the Potomac River. In actual practice, in actual Maryland, this isn't a huge distance, it's about 2 hours by car, but in Fallout 3 it's portrayed as a 2-week trip downriver, very rural. Just like how the Pit switched up the muted earth tones of the main game world for more vividly contrasting reds and blacks, Point Lookout uses blue and gray to create a damp and oppressive coastal wasteland full of shipwreck-strewn beaches and irradiated swamps. It is a tremendous aesthetic look, and stands in very cool visual contrast to both the main campaign and the Pit. Together, they're all extremely complementary. Point Lookout is rural and wide instead of being urban and compact. The intention is to feel like deep wilderness. It's also, mechanically, just about the most difficult DLC. It begins hard and then scales with your character to the point where some enemies absorb preposterous amounts of damage before going down. This is frustrating, but adds to the feeling of being in an isolated extreme, more hostile than the familiar wastelands around DC. Point Lookout takes everything that's charismatic about the simulational open world of Fallout 3 and expands on it in experimental ways, like multiple biomes. There's more landscape variation here in this expansion than there is in the actual capital wasteland of the main map. There's not a huge number of optional hidden locations, but the ones there are fit in perfectly with the mood. Nothing feels like too much or like it was added just to fill out an area. Everything the optional is equally well detailed and balanced. Even the questing is good in Point Lookout. Rather than aiming for some kind of moral binary like they had been in the Pit, the missing girl detective thing is all about visiting places and talking to people. The world's absurdism as a whole is the focus, and not just finding the opposite limits in that absurdity. There's very, very little choice compared to other quests in Fallout 3, but that's what actually improves it, throwing away the weird definitions of evil players and good players and focusing instead on simply the joy of play and the creation of intriguing situations. The DLC is very playful with both Maryland history and fictional history, painting a picture of a place whose absolute isolation has made it almost impossible to really change and heal after the war. The only real society on the island is a religious cult who won't let you in until they remove a bit of your brain, ritualistically. They don't tell you this, though, and the sequence plays out in this hallucinatory way that I find pretty memorable. Usually I hate what's become kind of an Ubisoft Far Cry staple of the drug trip mission, with lots of, whoa man, pretty colors and no real relation to what doing drugs actually feels like, but I like this sequence in Point Lookout because it's more willfully weird than that. All the moving saws and stuff, it's not like a drug trip so much as only being distantly aware that someone's giving you a light lobotomy. It's a style of absurdity that I think is very much in keeping with Fallout 2, and I think that's perhaps something that I really enjoy about Point Lookout overall. It feels more closely connected to the classic games in tone and execution than a lot of stuff in Fallout 3 does. Not at the best of the classic Fallouts, but at their silliest, at their weirdest, and their wildest. One of the best side quests in the whole game is here in Point Lookout, one that tasks you with finding a Lovecraftian tome called the Krivbekna. It's hidden in a dark cave on a stone altar relatively nearby, and you can return it if you want to the weird old man of Blackhall Manor, but that's not the fun version of the quest. If you agree, instead, to destroy the book, you have to go all the way back to the main map. At the southwestern corner of the map, way down there, is another kind of vague allusion to Lovecraft's New England based around cosmic horror, the Dunwich Building. It was always a hall of horrors with multiple levels of office building featuring illusions of how it used to be, followed by a deep trip into the earth beneath the foundations, where there's this inscrutable and sinister obelisk. The Dunwich Building was one of the best dungeons in the game right from launch, but that obelisk at the bottom wasn't interactive. There wasn't any quest associated with it until Point Lookout and the Krivbekna. So not only does the DLC create a fun side quest on its own map, it recontextualizes one of the game's coolest locations in a way that's more narratively engaging and immersive. It's just a wonderful example of post-release content improving upon the original in small and supportive ways. Point Lookout is large enough to feel like a real expansion pack in the way they used to be in the days before DLC. In the dial-up internet days, transmitting huge amounts of data for expansion content over the phone lines was basically unworkable. Even patches were difficult to make people aware of and get large amounts of people to download. So post-release content, when it existed usually as a whole bolt-on semi-sequel on its own CD-ROM, the expansion pack. Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, for example, existed between eras and received both online-only DLC and a retail expansion pack called the Shivering Isles. Fallout 3 was a pioneer in having large, meaningful, expansion pack quality content available primarily through digital distribution. 2009 was still too early to assume that everyone could download that amount of data though, so there actually were 2 DVD-in-a-box releases of Fallout 3 DLC, one for the Pit and Operation Anchorage, one for Broken Steel and Point Lookout, with the final Game of the Year edition release with everything bundled onto one disc. One of the reasons Fallout 4 is my least favorite of the Bethesda Fallouts is that its DLC releases were much less engaging and exciting than they were here in this earlier era, with fully half of the DLC in Fallout 4 dedicated to expanding settlement building mechanics, something that interested a genuine minority of players. Fallout 4's best DLC, Far Harbor, is essentially a glossy remake of the mood and environmental style pioneered back here with Point Lookout. It has more plot and it has a larger map, but it's an anomaly for Fallout 4 this way. There are many ways in which Fallout 3 feels more creatively cohesive and bold, especially with all the official content rolled into a single campaign during a single playthrough. Point Lookout is one of the highlights of any playthrough. The depth of detail and control of mood is impressive every time. Take the iconic lighthouse. The bulb is long burnt out, it's just another derelict. You can find a note telling you a replacement bulb was lost on the day of the war though, stuck inside of a truck trailer when it swerved off the road. You can find the truck, you can take the bulb, you can repair the lighthouse, at which point its light will be visible from halfway across the map. There's no quest involved, it doesn't really mean anything. But as a self-directed interactive task, it made me feel surprisingly invested in the place as being real. It's a moment of real simulational immersion. It has no narrative value besides being part of the player's personal narrative, their journey, their curiosities, their choices. The fact that it's presented so unobtrusively is what gives replacing the lighthouse light bulb meaning. It feels like something that I chose to do, more meaningfully than a choice between, say, blowing up Megaton or saving it. The best part of Fallout 3 is its wasteland, so adding an even better, more compact rural wasteland on top of everything feels fantastically adventurous. If part of the reason Point Lookout is so worthwhile is how it takes what's already working about the game and creates a more intense variation of it, what would happen if you created an equally intense variation of all the worst parts of Fallout 3? Well, you'd get Mothership Zeta, an alien abduction story in which you fight through a UFO and a very slightly self-directed order of corridor shooter missions. The aliens are tough and do a lot of damage when they scale to higher levels, but the loot you take back is so valuable even at lower levels that the entire DLC is slightly game-breaking. Even just taking the little gems you find everywhere, it'll be dozens of hours of play before you actually need to find anything else to barter with. As the last DLC to come out, it's meant to be the hardest, and it's meant to be played last. It doesn't seem well designed with brand new characters in mind, encountering it out of order from the initial release. If you ask me, it's tidier to simply avoid Mothership Zeta completely. You are stuck on the alien ship once it begins. If you get tired of it, that's too bad. You have 3 to 5 hours of corridor shooting, or else you just gotta give up or reload a save game. So yeah, it's kind of opt-in because you must choose to approach the crashed ship that begins the module, but not being opt-out once it's begun sucks. The Pit was the same way, but I think I hold it against Mothership Zeta because it's essentially an entirely different genre and style of game than the base experience, and the Pit is such a wonderful and complementary intensification of the base experience instead. I also just can't goddamn stand the basic framing of the thing and what it does to the personality of the game universe. Yes, flying saucers and little green men were a huge part of science fiction during the Cold War, which makes the very brief moment in Fallout 1 with the UFO and the Velvet Elvis funny, particularly because the aliens didn't do any better with the apocalypse than anyone else. They're just more rust and bones in the wilderness. It never loses sight of Fallout's ironic post-nuclear tone in that little moment from Fallout 1. Mothership Zeta, instead, is just frivolous 50s nonsense. It's tied to the tone in the most frivolous way possible. Even Fallout 4's Nuka World felt more in keeping with the actual universe of Fallout. Plus, there's all this stuff about how aliens were the ones who really started the war, and temporary companions like an unfrozen US soldier, a cowboy, and a samurai, plus a little girl. What was this DLC supposed to add experientially? Was it supposed to be goofy fun? Because the actual level design and combat pacing is tedious in the extreme. Whatever jokes might actually land, and there are very few of them, are stranded in between huge gulfs of relatively annoying action gameplay. Fallout 3's gunplay is, at best, utilitarian. It works. The conversion of turn-based gameplay of the older titles into a kind of slow-mode superpower with VATS mode is brilliant and adds a ton of unique personality to what would otherwise feel very flat. The ragdoll physics also add some gory slapstick to the process of Fallout 3 combat, further livening it up a little bit. Combat is simply not a motivating factor in Fallout 3. Exploration is, the advancement curve is, in some cases the narrative is even a motivating factor, but at no time is pure combat something that the game is centered around, besides here. Fallout 3's combat is just the friction that makes all those other things feel more adventurous. So Mothership Zeta removes the explorative elements, it removes the nonlinear elements, it removes the environmental design that's good, it removes the darkly ironic frame of the setting. All it leaves is a vague, unsatisfying hint of 1950s sci-fi, like a seltzer water whose flavor is space. Fallout is so unique because it isn't basic sci-fi and isn't basic fantasy. It's so often sharper and stranger and more surprising than the pure examples of those genres. Mothership Zeta is just a video game in the most reductive way possible. Any video game, a vague impression of video games, like the kind of thing a cable TV show, neither written nor produced by video game people, would show on screen. Some kid screaming, "Hold on, Mom, I just have to get the power up and beat the boss." Generic, lifeless, passionless, overlong, unwelcome. That's Mothership Zeta. I didn't even bother to cover Mothership Zeta the first time around for the same reason I didn't cover 2004's Brotherhood of Steel. I thought no one would notice or care about its absence. It is the absolute nadir of what Fallout 3 is and what Fallout 3 can be. It's only the fact that the Pit and Point Lookout are such tremendously well-realized and creative visions that allows Mothership Zeta to kind of disappear down the memory hole. The Pit and Point Lookout take the cumulative experience forward so many steps that it's not that big of a deal to take a few dozen steps backwards through UFO land. Towards the end, you can bombard the surface of Earth for fun. Big explosions, so cool. And again, if we take the fiction seriously, this would probably have some weight to it, right? But we aren't. This is just frivolous fun in an equally frivolous side story. To enjoy this experience, you have to take the entirety of the game world less seriously. Fallout has always been absurd across all of its titles, but there is a difference between a thing being absurd and a thing being trivial. You can be absurd and still convey meaning. You can still convey satire. To be absurd and to say nothing at all with it can only ever be humorous, and even then a joke wears thin in repetition. I think 5 sprawling consecutive UFO corridor dungeons absolutely counts as repetitive. Fallout 3 is an intensely experimental game though, so it's not too surprising one experiment failed. Bethesda had successfully translated the universe of the classic Fallouts into a new simulational format that could feel, in places, just as immersive as the old games, just differently so. The only thing that would be better would be to take the old quality of writing and world building, where narrative exploration and advancement was equally important as the mechanical elements, and arrange it on the new simulational structure. Fallout New Vegas is the best game in the franchise by a pretty large margin because it merged these two styles so carefully and thoughtfully. Its Mojave Wasteland feels just as vast and just as intriguing as the Capital Wasteland did, with the added bonus of a political power structure that makes sense and more narrative complexity than even Fallout 2 had on offer. New Vegas is a tremendous accomplishment in RPG design. It's huge, it's messy, it's broken sometimes. It is an Obsidian title that way for sure, but it also has so many ideas it's trying to execute on at once that the game feels absolutely bursting at the seams with personality and content. It feels so much more dense than Fallout 3, so much more engaging as a role-playing game where the player defines their character and defines their role, not just as an action RPG with the occasional branching choice. The only obstacle that stood in the way of success for Fallout New Vegas was the expectations set by Fallout 3's emerging Bethesda house style. Remember, Fallout 3 sold more copies than Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics combined, not just by a little, but by an overwhelming amount. Many people at the time wanted a sequel to Fallout 3, and so were somewhat confused to receive a lavishly produced sequel to Fallout 2 instead. Bethesda's resources were tied up in developing their next-gen Elder Scrolls sequel, Skyrim, but they still wanted to capitalize on Fallout 3's success and keep enthusiasm for the franchise burning over the long development years before they could pivot back around to releasing Fallout 4. So, Bethesda drew up the paperwork and they got the band back together, so to speak, for one more Fallout in the classic style from the people at Obsidian. It's been many years now since New Vegas without any more Obsidian-led sequels. It never quite became the true pattern of release I expected, like how Call of Duty as a franchise facilitates yearly AAA releases by using multiple development houses with different personalities and specialties. Never say never, of course. Even if Obsidian didn't make a complimentary half-sequel to Fallout 4 the way they did for Fallout 3, there still is Fallout 5 somewhere over the horizon. I wonder, though, if part of the reason there was no game like New Vegas to pair with Fallout 4 is because the game alienated so many of the fans who had begun with Fallout 3. Fallout 3 offered, from the moment the player stepped out of Vault 101, total mechanical freedom. There was no forbidden direction, there was no curation of the player's path through the world beyond the main plot. New Vegas, despite its open world, is structured with the same kind of deliberate, intentional player pathway through the game world as Fallout 2 had. New Vegas uses barriers in the level design and wildly over-leveled monsters to hem in players and push them into a kind of horseshoe pattern around the southern ranges of the world map, creating towns and quest hubs all oriented around lower-level builds, slowly building up a player so that by the time they reach the city from which the name of the game is derived, they're like level 15 or so and have invested anywhere from 4 to 14 hours in the game world. At that point, the game does become much more meaningfully non-linear, but the game uses some obvious and potentially underhanded tricks to create a more on-rails introduction than Fallout 3 would have offered. I love the way New Vegas is structured because I love the narrative purpose of it, the anticipation created by delaying you actually reaching New Vegas until you're strong enough to handle it, the cumulative sensation of being on not just a scavenger hunt, but a long journey with its own dramatic arc, the contrast created by drifting through small town after small town before hitting the bright lights big city of the New Vegas Strip. My conception of what immersion in an RPG means is very much tied up in drama and symbolism, curated progression, world building, telling a story that is not solely about my own character's path to power. Fallout 3 didn't reject all those things, but part of what made its design so distinct was its ability to get along fine without them. An evil playthrough in New Vegas does not mean the same thing it does in Fallout 3, nor does a good playthrough. Evil characters are no longer in the position of just rejecting the fiction and doing fuck all. Evil characters must decide what motivates their evil. They must choose among evil factions. They must decide whether they're selfish or cruel or both. Good characters no longer simply pick option A. They are presented an array of choices that are usually always a little morally gray, and so must determine some sort of system of belief that makes one faction preferable to another, whether you are a utopian or an anarchist, a hero or a mercenary. Suddenly, the entire process with which a character interacts with the world becomes inverted from Fallout 3. You have more narrative freedom than ever before, and less narrative clarity without the easy binary of Fallout 3. You have less navigational and less explorational freedom than you had before, but you also have more justifications and quests to explore those places than before also. Just because New Vegas is a perfect fusion of Fallout 2 and Fallout 3 does not automatically mean it will please both sets of expectations. It cannot be an equal sequel to both previous games. New Vegas is an RPG with strong simulational aspects. It introduced the hardcore survival mode to the franchise, after all, with thirst and hunger and other more intense simulational mechanics. That isn't what makes it a good game. What makes it just as much a classic as the original Fallouts is its desire to exist just as much in the imagination of the player as on the screens of their television. Another way Fallout 3 was a pioneer on release was in total lines of voice-acted dialogue, at 40,000 lines. Full voice acting for role-playing games became the AAA standard in the 2010s, but in 2008, this was still an uncommonly modern sort of thing for a game to do. This is impressive, except that a lot of those 40,000 lines in Fallout 3 are frivolous, silly, and slight. New Vegas broke the record again when it came out in October of 2010 with 64,000 lines of spoken dialogue, which is not just a third more dialogue, it is 2/3 better dialogue at the minimum. It's just as formalistically back and forth as ever in the dialogue system, but this time it's packed with both strong characterization and high information density. Characters say things I want to actually listen to with far, far greater frequency than they did in Fallout 3. Narrative, character, and dialogue are prioritized so much more than the flat 64/40 statistic can convey on its own. From the get-go, the world building is much more grounded. It offers a very early chance to veer into an evil path and join up with a group of NCR convicts who rioted and took over their own prison. The good path is to help the NCR wipe them out instead. It's less complex than it could be. The powder gangers will attack you if you aren't wearing their factional armor, so there's not a lot of reason to assume that you can side with them. Their hostility suggests that you should probably try hostility in return. What's complex is that the powder gangers aren't just evil, they're people. Bandit people. They have a legitimate beef with the NCR. And the NCR, for its part, is portrayed as unsympathetic and authoritative, an unthinking, unfeeling wasteland bureaucracy, and an overextended bureaucracy at that. The prison break would have never taken hold if this was the heart of the NCR, but this is the frontier. There's not enough troops to do everything, and the front lines are so wide that any major pushback threatens to collapse the whole bubble of NCR influence. The New California Republic is good in a very reductive sense because they believe in some form of human rights and try to hold people accountable to it through a system of law, but that system of law is pretty obviously inadequate and flawed. Citizens are preferenced over wastelanders, which is a pretty shitty position to take when hardly anyone in the region considers themselves a citizen or even would want to be. The NCR has adopted some of the elitist characteristics of old Vault City, which makes sense when you consider that Vault City was culturally absorbed by the NCR. The Powder Gangers, while evil in the sense that they behave in a predatory and antisocial way, are not constructed as being gleefully and irredeemably psychopathic weirdos like East Coast-style raiders. They want your money. Your life, they simply don't care about at all, one way or another. This is more complex because it's a recognizable human kind of villainy. In a lawless vacuum of violence, the idea that even a large minority of people would start building thrones out of skulls and drinking blood from the still-dripping swords seems kind of preposterous to me. Both the extreme cruelty and the theatricality of it. Evil is base. Evil is boring. Evil is the shortest route between you and what you want when someone or something else stands in your way. Evil happens most often when people give up. The Powder Gangers are murderers, thieves, and assholes. They are absolutely the evil faction that way, but the game paints them as being human beings with hopes and dreams and schemes, which is hugely important in creating a believable world. The Skull and Bone style raider is theatrical. The Powder Ganger style is grounded, realistic as far as realism can be applied to a world like Fallout. The NCR doubles down on this light realism by portraying the NCR's occupying army as bitter, spiteful, caught between a policy of superiority and widespread resentment from the locals that comes along with that policy. Resentful people make desperate choices, especially when the resentment runs both ways. The NCR is presented in ways both political, from discussions around broad policy and interactions with higher-ups in the organization who are true believers, and also ways that are individual, personal, where conversations with various NPCs across the wasteland present a huge diversity of reasons why or why not the NCR should be an organization worth supporting. Rather than what Fallout 3 did by sanding down the rough edges of the Brotherhood of Steel to make them more broadly popular and palatable, New Vegas adds even greater complexity and roughness to Fallout 2's most important faction, creating even more ambivalence and moral confusion. Which is another reason why some people prefer Fallout 3. Some find the clarity of the binary approach comforting. What you see is what you get. Whereas in New Vegas, the game seems to take some delight in trying to make a player question their own choices. There are plenty of side quests in New Vegas that have binary kinds of outcomes. It's not all complexity all the time. All the main pillars of plot and interaction, though, everything revolving around the main quests, do have that complexity. It's not just about choice as a mechanical feature, as a function of gameplay. It's about thoughtful, deliberate choice as a matter of truly constructing your own story and your character's place within that story. You know, role-playing. Factionalism in Fallout New Vegas has more weight and presence within the game world than even Fallout 2 because of the interconnected open-world design. In Fallout 2, different seats of power competed with each other at a distance across the unseen, unrendered miles. Their primary point of interaction was you, the player. Otherwise, they mostly just stand around waiting for you to talk to them. In New Vegas, the contested area for these civilizations is considerably smaller, but the entire region is filled in by sprawling desert and mountain terrain that can be used to actually illustrate the conflict, to create battlefields, and allow armies to clash in real time, right in front of you. Limited, of course, by what the Gamebryo engine is able to accomplish, which leads to developmental compromises, like back in Fallout 3, the Battle of Anchorage being fought between like 18 total NPCs. The world map for New Vegas is roughly the same size as the Fallout 3 map, while upping the number of major settlements from around 4 to a much more lively 10, plus plenty of smaller settlements as well. New Vegas is much more NPC-focused, and much less dungeon-focused, which is another of the reasons that some people find Fallout 3 more appealing. The free roam element is much stronger in Fallout 3, the sense of being a lone wanderer, whereas everywhere you go in New Vegas, you are surrounded by politics. If not where you are at the moment exactly, then waiting over the next ridge, and the glow of the far-off New Vegas skyline, or in the distant rapport of gunfire from clashing patrols. Who you've chosen to be narratively changes the way that the wasteland responds to you mechanically, and while there are still plenty of optional locations that exist primarily for mood and flavor, the majority of locations in New Vegas have some sort of factional twist to them, unfolding differently based on a player's factional reputation, if they're wearing a disguise, or their previous quest resolutions. It is a diagonal approach to the vibes-first Fallout 3 wasteland. To those who prefer to adventure uninterrupted, Fallout 3 offers a more predictably rewarding experience, where the dungeon's central quest is pretty much always to find the hidden treasure and fulfill the loot loop. Having to constantly give your hi, hello, and how are yous to NPCs standing around outside half the dungeons just irks some people. For me, though, this is what makes the Mojave Wasteland come alive. The Capital Wasteland is designed with me in mind as a player. The Mojave is designed for me as a protagonist. This matters in terms of where the climax is going. In all the East Coast Fallouts, 3, 4, 76, there is a choice between a selection of endings, but there are no ending slides. There is no specific feedback and no 10-minute epilogue, because these games don't want you to stop playing when the main quest is done. All 3 of the Bethesda Fallouts have a true ending that is just perpetual play, exploring, scavenging, collecting, until you have absolutely had your fill. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 even scrap much of the old character progression system in favor of ones that encourage long hours of engagement within the game world, giving players more incremental and situational bonuses at level up, instead of the big jumps in capability you get with the 3 New Vegas system. There's plenty of narrative content in Bethesda-style dungeons, but little of it is active narrative. It's audio and text logs, it's environmental storytelling. You have typically arrived long after the point that any narrative decision-making would matter. The world map of New Vegas, like the world map of Fallout 2, is constantly stringing its far corners together with chains of connections and conflicts. It is not a wasteland, not really. It's a frontier. And one of the major characteristics of a frontier is that it cannot function as a vacuum of experience, of life and death. Even with so sparse a population as the Mojave Wasteland, a push in one place will create a pull in another. You cannot exist in the Mojave without changing it somehow, which even becomes the explicit narrative arc of the DLCs as the 4 of them compound together. The differences between Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas run so much deeper than one just being better or worse. They have fundamentally different artistic interests and artistic intentions. They execute on those ideas with equal commitment, but it naturally takes these games to incompatible conclusions. A given Bethesda Fallout is over when you come as close to 100%ing the game as you can possibly stand to. It is too open in its design to close itself off with something as simple as narrative consequence. The simulation goes on, forever if you like. A given Black Isle Obsidian Fallout ends at the narrative climax. It ends as the epilogue slides verbalize and validate your choices, letting the game's simulational world slip away into an imagined future where your actions live on. Who is the star of a Fallout game? Is it the player, or is it the player character? It depends very much on which Fallout game you're talking about. New Vegas chooses the player character without hesitation. It's not even close. What makes New Vegas divisive to some players also makes it a true return to form, every bit on par with the original 2 Fallouts, following in their footsteps so explicitly, so deliberately, as classic in its own era as they were in theirs. When Fallout 3 returned to focusing on super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel and other recognizable, marketable franchise icons, it was doing so in pursuit of a kind of reboot of the brand for a new era. It was taking things from the top, so it was more interested in Fallout 1 than Fallout 2 this way. Fallout 2's shift away from wasteland to frontier and away from mutants towards politics was because it realized that it cannot just do more of the same and feel like a true sequel. Fallout 2 took the narrative consequences of Fallout 1 seriously, and altered the trajectory of its own world building and presentation to build more effectively on top of those consequences. In terms of difference, New Vegas and Fallout 2 aren't nearly as different as Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were. If we were to stay in the fiction within New California, we would no longer even be at the stage of frontier at this point. It would just be an early stage of a new expansionist, nationalistic era. One person can hardly make a difference in that kind of situation at that stage of stratified power. Frontiers are still malleable, though, unfired by the kiln of history. By shifting eastward towards Nevada and Arizona, the story follows the frontier as the frontier moves towards the Colorado River and the Hoover Dam. The actual Hoover Dam is engineered to a standard that is almost completely unheard of today, built to last not just centuries, but millennia. It's estimated that it would take over 10,000 years for the dam to erode from pure neglect. This is for a couple of reasons, the main one being its shape. The Hoover Dam was poured in many giant concrete blocks that needed to dry before new ones were laid on top. There were cracks between the blocks, sure, but as soon as the water pressure of the river was applied, the blocks were pushed together, braced against the water pressure by the walls of the canyon and the bent shape of the dam. The weight of the lake keeps the dam perfectly in shape, a permanent, watertight tension. When the Hoover Dam finally does go, it will be the walls of the canyon itself that erode, not the artificial concrete of the dam. It would be absolutely one of the most important things that any post-nuclear civilization could control, something that would be impossible to create anew with what little is left of the old world. 3 armies vie for control of the dam, locked in an uneasy stalemate when you arrive. All of them demand some form of tribute or another from the region. The NCR controls the Nevada side. They want a tribute of money and of freedom to turn the Mojave into a territory where all the best of the Mojave flows westward to the Southern California city that used to be humble Shady Sands. The NCR is capitalism paired with federalism. It's predatory and expansionist, but it has delusions of grandeur about it. It understands itself to be a civilizing force and an obvious moral net positive. And they sometimes are a positive force. They sometimes do actually help people and do actually do the right thing, which makes them such an effective satire for the way the American government fails to resolve its love of liberty with its greater love for business. In a more cartoonish caricature, there wouldn't be this tension between what the NCR is and what the NCR could be without so much nationalistic narcissism. The tension is where the satire is built, where it resonates. New Vegas is controlled by Mr. House, a pre-war industrialist who haunts the city like a ghost, working unseen from a sealed casino and using competing crime families to enforce his laws and visions, pitting one against another so that no one comes out on top. The motto of New Vegas is "The House always wins," and he sure does make sure of that. That's the tribute that House demands, 51% of everything. Whatever happens to the other 49%, he cannot possibly be bothered with. New Vegas is an autocracy of predatory neglect. Vegas, baby. Of the 3 armies, House is the least ideologically driven. Like all the winners of capitalism, he only genuinely enjoys the game when the game is rigged in his favor. House is a different angle of satire, capitalism without even the pretense of conscience. Monopoly is monarchy, showing the two to be functionally indistinct. House believes himself the only thinking man left in the world, the only hope of success, the only rightful leader. Everyone else is just such an obvious rube to him. He's made it almost 300 years, after all. If he outsmarted death, who could possibly outsmart him? Which isn't ideology so much as solipsism. House is the only real person in House's universe. He even wrote his own obituary because he wouldn't trust anyone else to get it right and market him properly in the event of his death. Poor Robert House. When he dies, idiots will inherit the earth. In the lore, House was the founder of Robco, the giant robotics consortium that's been in the background of the game since the very beginning. When Fallout 1's intro showed us an ad demonstrating how handy Mr. Handy can be. Like many autocrats, House prefers an assembly line to a citizenry. People are inconvenient, unpredictable. His robots are much better that way. So that's how he rules, from the shadows, with machines, taking his cut and leaving the people he regards as little more than animals to huddle around their trash fires in the street. If you support House, you'll be little more than a pet to him. But hey, at least you'll be a favored pet, pampered and given all the treats while you wag your tail and wait for your owner to give you a command. A lot of players feel that House's vision and facility for business makes up for the autocratic elements, that he truly is a great man and will lead the Mojave out of the wasteland like some kind of monopolist Moses. And if you believe that in your heart, cool, more power to you. The game lets you feel that way and go down that path. But the whole broader narrative is largely about how the end of the frontier is inevitable. It will happen one way or another. House might take you 2 steps forward on the technological progress front, but he'll take you 3 steps back on the quality of life and dignity of life front. He is demonstrably not the only path forward. Any major climactic option creates radical change, some for the worse, some for the better, always in balance with each other for the things that are given and the things that are taken away. Because House doesn't actually give a damn about people, he's really not that well suited to building a civilization, so he creates an environment where he is king and Cash is queen, and anyone or anything else is just a vassal to the Grand Lord of Vegas. Even in the clear visual metaphors of the game, House is a Wizard of Oz. He's a shriveled old man hiding behind a curtain, working an illusion machine. This is not a great man, a person of vision or substance. He is a greedy animal afraid to die, like the rest of us, no greater or more mysterious than that. His is a world of winners and losers, but what does that make the rest of the world if the House always wins? The last army to contest the Hoover Dam is also, on the surface, the silliest. Caesar's Legion is a vast and vicious army of slavers and marauders who organize according to a sort of bastardization of old Roman culture, taught to them by their Caesar from old pre-war books. They wear what are less uniforms and more costumes, parts of old football shoulder pads merged with new leather buckles, all of them collectively pretending to be part of the ancient tradition of Caesar's Great Legion. This is partly a riff on a Las Vegas staple, Caesar's Palace, one of the largest and richest casinos on the actual Las Vegas Strip. Functionally, Caesar's Palace is not much different than any other casino, but they are constantly reinvesting and making sure that the Roman theme comes through as strongly as possible. They don't want you to think of yourself as being in Nevada, some godforsaken desert that exists almost exclusively to part you from your money. No, this is ancient Rome, and today you are a toga-clad hedonist. Drink wine until you vomit, then drink more wine. You belong in this marble and gold palace. You feel that, don't you? A true aristocrat, such as yourself, would fit in better if you spent some money at the Forum Mall, don't you think? Get yourself looking nice. After all, it's always the middle of the day in the indoors as outdoors Disneyland-style space of the Forum Mall. If you believe in this casino fantasy world more than the real one, you will behave as if you were in the fantasy. The casino draws power from the symbolic connotations of ancient Rome. It's not like they're true believers or care about history actually. It's about what the casino can make you feel and what the casino can convince you to give up once they've turned you away from your skepticism and broken down your defenses. So, yeah, the costumes are stupid in Caesar's Legion, but that's actually an element of the satire. Caesar's Legion is not an effective totalitarian slave state because they wear dumb little helmets. It's an effective totalitarian slave state because they can talk people into dressing that way, giving up dignity and personal identity to participate in a blatantly cheap lie held together by duct tape and violence. Caesar himself is such an interesting character, a complete asshole to be sure, but pleasantly complex for a villain like him. He was raised better than this. He grew up among the followers of the Apocalypse, their organization of altruism and education expanding outward from the boneyard over the long years. The followers maintain an outpost in New Vegas where a lot of side questing takes place. Decades, though, before the game even begins, the followers sent an expedition to the Grand Canyon to study the tribes there. It went bad. None of the tribes cared about the good intentions or liberal attitudes of the followers of the Apocalypse. The expedition was preyed upon almost immediately. Captured and embittered, a young Edward Sallow began teaching the tribe that held him prisoner all the things that a follower of the Apocalypse is not supposed to teach: bullets and explosives, napalm, and antique military strategy. His captors began conquering the tribes around them. For Sallow, this proved to him that only raw power matters. He was the key to victory, so the tribes made him their warlord. Sallow obliterated his own identity and took the name Caesar, and in every tribe he conquered, he forced them to do the same. Children shifted around, ritual murders and decimations, deliberate destruction of every independent culture he came across, united under one banner, one vision, one amoral ex-liberal who sits angrily on his makeshift throne, just on the Arizona side of the Hoover Dam. It is very funny to me that there are some players out there who bristle at the idea that Caesar's Legion is an evil faction because everyone who's been to the Legion lands agrees that Legion territory is surprisingly crime-free, which happens, I suppose, when you crucify everyone who isn't willing to adopt the label slave. Just as the NCR is a satire of bureaucratic democracy, the Legion is a satire of autocratic totalitarianism. The whole crime-free thing is dark humor, one of the mocking ironies that makes the Fallout setting so memorable and engaging. There are two options available within the Legion: slavery or death. Even the army is built of slaves, all of whom are disposable, anonymous tools for the greater whole. Legionnaires fight for two reasons, then: for survival, to get a meal and a cot, or for ideology, because they swallow the whole sales pitch about how sacrifice makes you superior. Talking with characters in the Legion is interesting because it's a mix of both perspectives, of loathsome zealots and callous pragmatists. The Legion itself builds no institutions. It is against education. It is against self-determination. It uses the warped Darwinian idea that if the weak die off and only the strong survive, then this only improves things. So suffering is positive. Hunger is positive. Hatred is positive. Anything that divides and provokes and hurts. Because that old chestnut of social Darwinism says that you'll only kill off the ones you don't need that way. The Legion doesn't believe in medicine, either, so extreme is the dedication to strength as an esoteric concept. Edward Sallow, of course, is a hypocrite in just about every way, so that doesn't stop him from trying to cure his cancer with the best of old-world medicine. I didn't play through it this time, but I have played the Caesar's Legion plotline in the past and found it surprisingly complex. It is about how hollow and fragile Sallow's cult of personality really is. When he finally succumbs to his illness, when the great Caesar finally passes out of this world, who will succeed him? How will the Legion hold together? The true believers and the pragmatists will almost instantly splinter in the grab for power. And that's your angle as a player. Even in making the evil choice and committing to this faction, you get to define your motivation for choosing evil. Is it because you truly think that everyone deserves to be enslaved except for a powerful few who subjugate the rest in the name of the Legion? Or is it because a system based on violence and fear can be easily exploited by one talented in violence and fear, someone who can take advantage of the Legion's transition from one leader to another to seize the reins of a vast and powerful wealth extraction machine? Sallow was a pragmatist. He never believed any of what he said beyond what power it would allow him to accumulate. And yet, for those who follow him, they believe the lie so deeply that they would happily die for it, kill for it, even more enthusiastically than that. What will the Legion become with someone like that in charge, a true believer? Worse? Is that possible? In classic totalitarian fashion, the Legion is misogynistic by law, prohibiting women from serving in the army and reducing them to a commodity, less than human. All homosexuality is outlawed in the Legion. Fascism is always scared of women and gays, and with good reason. Totalitarianism constructs masculinity as being willing to die for country, and very little else. Power matters. There's a utility for fascism in constructing the feminine as weak, because that's handy as a diagonal opposite, although there's a lot more to it than that. Put in the simplest possible terms, the fear of women and homosexuality by authoritarian movements exists because nothing erodes devotion to the state like devotion to another individual. There is nothing more individualistic than love. Love pulls the soldier away from the unit. It disconnects them from their nationalistic obligations. It makes them not want to die so much anymore. It makes them want to live instead. By outlawing homosexuality on top of dehumanizing women, the state criminalizes any opportunity to find love outside the cisgendered binary. And the suffering of self-repression caused by the Legion subjects having to closet themselves for survival strengthens what Theodore Adorno called the death drive, through spreading despair. Totalitarianism only works if it can keep people lonely and fearful on a pretty much permanent basis. Caesar's Legion is a parody of this push and pull between the fascist death drive and the suffering created in fascism's wake, a self-reinforcing wheel of agony and pain that cannot be stopped if it can just keep rolling. At the Hoover Dam, though, that wheel has slowed to a stop, and now the situation is volatile, fragile, the fledgling nation a powder keg just waiting for a match. So what we have is satire, wherein the worst-dressed army in the Mojave is also the most dangerous and cruel. And that is precisely the joke. Autocrats and fascists never seem to understand how goddamn stupid they look to everybody else. The fourth path is to oppose all three armies and build your ending from a composite of your individual choices. The setup at the beginning of New Vegas is different from any of the other Fallout games. You don't start off in a vault or an isolated village. You aren't a fresh face with no past and no place in the world. You're a courier. Number 6. You deliver things, whatever that thing happens to be. Before the game begins, a job offer comes through. Deliver a large, platinum-plated poker chip to the long-sealed Lucky 38 casino. You're intercepted in the small town of Goodsprings by a fella named Benny, the lackey that House has running the Tops casino. Benny, though, is an ambitious sort. The Platinum Chip is the key to unlocking House's long-dormant robot army and realizing an independent New Vegas. A robot army, of course, has no loyalty. It'll serve whoever is the primary user. So Benny has this plan involving a robot he stole and hacked called the Yes Man to usurp House. It is a great plan, actually, and once Benny is either dead or under your thumb, it becomes your plan. This is by far the most satisfying ending because it leans the most into custom outcomes and self-defined player motivations. You go through pretty much the same mandatory content as the other quests, like resolving things with minor factions like the Boomers and the Cons. The other factions all have preferred outcomes for these quests. They send you on a mission. The Yes Man simply suggests that you need to do something about these situations. That's why he's the Yes Man. He supports you no matter what you choose and has absolutely no opinion or judgment whatever you decide, unless you're underutilizing the robot army, in which case he remains sarcastically positive. The NCR, House, and the Legion all represent comprehensive perspectives and ideologies which, if you align with them, provides direction for your experience in the game world, a template of action, another layer of identity. Not just a wanderer, then, but a representative of something you belong to and believe in, an ambassador for the NCR, a spear of the Legion, a fixer for House. To assemble your perspective and ideology instead a la carte across the various smaller choices takes more work, requires more self-direction. Most of all, though, this independent New Vegas questline best rewards completionism and best provides the most robust set of quest-solving options. There are some quests that just don't matter much to certain factions. Caesar's Legion, for example, has the most unique quest lines and content out of any of the factions, but a major reason for that is balance, because the Legion is despised by most every other faction character, so a player is either locked out of some resolutions or funneled towards violent endings in most circumstances. There's more opportunities for underhanded subterfuge, but fewer opportunities to get to know characters and their stories. The NCR is militaristic in many ways, and so there's a lot of playing soldier involved when you're working for them. Serving House is all about being a good servant, anticipating his needs and wants, following his directions as precisely as possible. There is nothing that fundamentally defines the fourth ending besides your own choices, which is a risk because the feedback you might get at the end of the game could wind up somewhat incoherent or not reflect what motivated your character at all. If you act with a consistent moral direction, however, it does cohere just fine. You can act in favor of the NCR when it's helping people and against their interests when their expansionist policies are hurting communities instead. There's no point in time where supporting the Legion helps anyone, but not having to play into the NCR-Legion binary creates some fascinating opportunities to support some of the smaller factions in more robust ways. Take the Cons. They're a raider army descended from the same one that captured Tandy in Fallout 1, who took over Vault 15 in Fallout 2. Now they've created a pretty substantial settlement above the city in Red Rock Canyon. Driven east by the NCR, they've changed to become less predatory and more anarchist. It's become kind of a catch-all encampment for misfits and outcasts, people misunderstood by neighbors, alienated by society, people for whom the wasteland is a better companion than any version of civilization. They too are involved in the political tug-of-war that affects everything else in the Mojave wasteland. The NCR wants to destroy them, outlaws that they are, a thorn in the NCR's side for over 100 years. The Legion has sent a representative to lie to them. As you arrive, the Cons are allying with the Legion, being promised that their tribe will be elevated in status to among the Legion's most honored. Not mentioning, naturally, that what will actually happen is that the entire tribe will be dismantled, decimated, and have all its people and families split up to make sure the disintegration of their social and family structures is complete. House doesn't care what happens to them at all. You don't have to either. The Cons belong in a wasteland. As the frontier closes in on them, they have nowhere to go. They can't stay. So if you expose the Legion for what it is without representing NCR interests, the Cons trust you to help plan their exodus from the region. You can advise the Con leader on their direction as a tribe and push them down one of two paths. Either you give him books from the followers of the apocalypse that will help him rebuild a functional society based on compassionate self-determination, or you can gas him up about his power and manliness as a warlord, in which case the Cons will return to their roots as nomadic raiders. So your choice here with the cons determines the future of post-nuclear Wyoming when they arrive there, which is a pleasantly heavy responsibility for a side quest to take on. Or you could decide the fates of Outer Vegas neighborhoods like Freeside, North Vegas, and the West Side. None of those communities are served by or recognized by any of the three armies. They're just an inconvenient outer shell of poor people that must be cracked open to get at the gooey center of wealth down on the New Vegas Strip for the larger factions. Role-playing as a traditionally good character, as you might have in Fallout 1 or 2, as an itinerant do-gooder wandering from town to town doing right by folks, is not fully compatible with the ambitions of the NCR. Taking the independent New Vegas path allows you to roleplay that perspective of the itinerant do-gooder more robustly, seeking relationships that are driven by your internal moral compass and not your allegiance to a faction whose morals you agree with. The epilogues will genuinely reflect a number of these more minute choices, and even the ones that aren't reflected back at you in the epilogue allow for a more concrete, comprehensive perspective of the world of New Vegas through the vivid side characters. Even the lowliest NPCs have a sense of dramatic naturalism to them. They feel casually true, people with dreams and fears and strong personalities. Something as small and seemingly frivolous as a quest to find new sex workers for a Freeside brothel can lead to something like this long conversation with an old gigolo about his life of fame and fortune on the Strip before it all came crashing down on him. Your offer isn't much, but if you pitch it to him right, he feels like maybe it could be one last grasp at the luxurious good life he lost so many years ago. Lesser writing would get hung up on the gigolo part, it would be played for laughs, but instead, here you get a small history of the Strip's culture from an insider's perspective, at the same time as the dialogue humanizes what could be a totally unimportant role. Ultimately, it is an unimportant role. It doesn't affect anything to put so much effort into such small characterizations in the script, but the cumulative effect of putting in all that complexity so constantly and so regularly in so many settlements scattered across the map makes the Mojave Wasteland feel plausible in a way that Fallout 3's self-conscious fourth-wall-breaking simulation never can. The fourth wall is there for a reason. This is the window through which the audience peers in at the world. The world feels real because the audience is unseen and unacknowledged. It progresses as if we were not there, and under the assumption that the characters are as human as we are, and not simply delivery vehicles for the script. Breaking the fourth wall can feel clever, and sometimes it can be, but there is a fragile barrier between belief and disbelief, and often all it takes for an artistic work to break that barrier is to acknowledge that the barrier is there in the first place. Characters treat each other with sincerity and belief in Fallout New Vegas. If you treat your own protagonist that way, if you engage with the illusion and believe in your place within the illusion, the world of New Vegas becomes the most concrete and complex game world of the franchise. Good role-playing is being able to choose among meaningful options. Great role-playing is having choices meaningful enough to make a player question their own assumptions and motivations, to feel the weight of choice. Fallout 3's Wasteland had a believability of tone and aesthetic. It felt, casually, engaging and true based on what is directly represented in front of you in the simulation. New Vegas has a naturalism of character and a complexity of motivation. These aren't representative things. They are unseen things. They are imaginative features, evoked by the writing. Fallout 3 is best wherever you are at a given moment within the game world. It exists in the present tense. New Vegas is telling a story, and a story is nothing without the rising and falling action of a true narrative arc. New Vegas is best, then, not in the present tense, but in the big picture, looking ahead to where you're going, looking behind to tally your accomplishments, imaginatively identifying where along the dramatic arc you happen to be. In the present tense of pure gameplay and exploration, New Vegas does struggle. Meeting it halfway becomes critical to enjoying it, because if you approach New Vegas in a purely representational way, you're confronted with the undeniable fact that if you take away the words of New Vegas, the rest of it is shockingly flat and brown. To be fair, so is Nevada. The map of New Vegas does a truly skillful job proportioning the region's most important landmarks for exploration and for questing. The parallels between Las Vegas and New Vegas are strong, deliberate, clever, and constant, in the big picture. Where Fallout 3 surpasses New Vegas is in how it constructs its landscape scenes, how it breaks reality to add hills and detail where they wouldn't actually exist in real life, fictionalizing the landscape more than it has to in order to try to hide its artificiality. New Vegas, in trying to be more accurate to the terrain and layout of Clark County, brings that artificiality into greater relief instead. These long, featureless valley floors with the occasional Joshua tree and cow skull are pretty much the way it is in Nevada. The vibe is right, but in the on-foot pedestrian proportions of the game map, there is a feeling of monotony in crossing these long gulfs of nothing. In real life, there would be less nothing. There would be more plant life, more animal life, more micro-variations in the landscape, but this is the Gamebryo engine, and it cannot handle all that detail. So the effect is like a snapshot taken at a very low resolution. Easier to recognize as accurate than a stylized, fictionalized drawing, but also frustratingly vague in all the detail that's missing. A major complaint people often have with New Vegas is also that the optional exploration areas don't have the same massive, winding proportions as most Bethesda-style dungeons do. A rural police station has just 4 rooms in New Vegas. A shack in the middle of nowhere is just a shack. Sometimes there's a true dungeon, large and winding, built as a gameplay-driven maze. This one, for example, pops out in an otherwise hidden location called Cottonwood Crater. There's plenty of opportunities for exploration, but just as New Vegas is aiming for a kind of light naturalism in its script, it aims for that light naturalism here too with the level design of optional areas. Smaller, faster, less commitment than the Bethesda style, with less danger, fewer rewards, and greater travel time in between them. Equipment rewards, anyway. Narratively speaking, completionist exploration and deep engagement is the only way to get close and connected to some of the most traditional and familiar factions of Fallout, now existing mostly on the margins. New Vegas cleverly uses companion characters as anchor points for the player, creating personal connections first and political connections second. Take Veronica. You meet her at a lonely trading post where she stands out from everyone with her knowledge and optimism. She hasn't been beaten down the way everyone else has, and there's a reason for that, and after a while she trusts you enough to explain why. She was raised inside the Brotherhood of Steel and only left on account of the Elders' disapproval of her relationship with a fellow scribe, Christine. It runs deeper than that, though. Veronica believes deeply in an open, progressive Brotherhood of Steel, one that makes a home of the Mojave and not just hides underneath the surface. The Elders disagree on that point, too. Time has not been good to the Brotherhood of Steel. They are much diminished, pushed out of the NCR following victory against the Enclave, split in numbers between those who stayed and those who left for the East Coast. Further defeat at Helios 1 and the Hoover Dam has caused them to shrink to such small reactionary proportions that they now closely resemble how isolated the Brotherhood of Steel was back in Fallout 1, but in a world closer to Fallout 2's. Veronica is just about the only person who can save the Brotherhood from itself, and no one will listen to her. Trying to create a good outcome for the Brotherhood is difficult because in some ways the most positive thing a person can do for Veronica is to counsel her to distance herself. The Brotherhood of Steel is so achingly familiar by now that it needs some kind of hook to make it interesting again, and Veronica provides that hook by making your involvement more emotional and personal. It's not just a business. The NCR is similarly humanized through 2 different companions, one a soldier, one a cowgirl. Boone provides insight into the NCR's expansionist push into the Mojave by relating his story as one of the frontline soldiers in that war. Boone's story illuminates the gray, murky quality of the NCR. The Legion commits atrocities on purpose, but the NCR does the same out of carelessness and negligence. Boone would know. He participated in a little genocide, clearing the Khans out of Bitter Springs. The NCR's domestic politics back home are illuminated by Cass instead, the hard-drinking caravan master. She's the granddaughter of Cassidy from Fallout 2. She has an enemy in the Van Graffs, a mercenary band who sell energy weapons in Freeside. The whole Van Graff motive is tied up in a power play back west that you never actually see. Cass is just a pawn. You can let Cass get her own revenge, or talk her into letting the NCR's vast bureaucracy open up its jaws to swallow the Van Graffs. The Van Graffs are complete assholes. Either ending is a good one, but one values the NCR and its rule of law, and the other solution values Cass and her revenge on an individual level. The character with the most secrets is Arcade Gannon, scientist and doctor for the followers of the Apocalypse. He explains what the followers are all about and their role in the Wasteland, but his real connection is to the Enclave, where he was raised as a boy. The Enclave is almost completely absent from New Vegas, aside from a crashed vertibird and some scattered references, unless you befriend Arcade. Through him, you find an entire network of Enclave retirees, living lives in hiding ever since the events of Fallout 2. all older than dirt, but with power armor doing the heavy lifting for them, it doesn't matter so much in the heat of combat. Your quest is to meet each one and convince them to get the band back together, so to speak. If you side with the NCR or Independent Vegas, only one of the old-timers dissents. If you want to fight for the Legion, you'll have to trick them all. The thing that's so compelling about this easily missable but amazing side story is how it humanizes the Enclave more than anything in Fallout 2 or Fallout 3. Most of these people were raised in the Enclave. They took it for granted. Only when it dissolved did they consider it as the force for evil it mostly was. In the lives that the Enclave retirees have lived since then, they've had many ups and downs, gained great complexity and many scars. Now, as individuals, and not as government, they can redefine themselves one last time. The Enclave is a spirit in the Mojave, a myth, and it appeals to all of these old-timers to take the vertibird out one last time in one glorious final military action, Ghost Riders in the sky. When Fallout 3 decided to incorporate both the Enclave and the Brotherhood, it simplified them down to their most basic properties, the evil jackboots, the noble knights. It sought to use them in a way that was divorced from the context these organizations were in before. New Vegas allows for that context to inform the way that they're portrayed and uses the context to make the game feel like a real sequel. So we have a Brotherhood in decline, moving backwards in characterization and power, and an Enclave that exists more as historical anecdote than fighting force. New Vegas even has the remarkable restraint to mostly refrain from using super mutants at all. While Fallout 3 and 4 have all sorts of justifications for why they keep using super mutants as a common enemy type, New Vegas allows for the fact that the Master and his army were ancient history even in Fallout 2's era. This is decades after the fact of the Master's defeat, most of the mutants having fled east, followed by the Brotherhood's splinter factions. The only ones really left around are the Nightkin, the Master's invisible royal guard from the Cathedral Tower back in the first game. The Nightkin have become their own insular group, obsessed with finding more of the stealth technology that they've become physically dependent on. The Nightkin side plot is woven into the campaign with many small threads, which is such a cool way to do it. Their need for the Stealth Boys is articulated in one smaller part of a larger quest, helping some ghouls leave orbit and flee the dying planet in a spaceship. The Nightkin have nothing really to do with that, but they're in the basement and they won't leave until they find what they're looking for. The stealth technology degrades the mind, creating major mental instabilities. There's a massive open-air dungeon, one of the only ones with any super mutants, with a spiraling road leading up to a communication array. This is Tabitha's territory, a Nightkin who can be either a murderous terror or a heart-glasses-wearing sweetheart, depending on if she has her robot friend. The murders only really started after the robot broke, you see. You fix her friend, everybody's happy. The Nightkin plot reaches its conclusion in Jacobstown. This is one of the most rewarding locations in the game for classic Fallout fans. Marcus, from Fallout 2, runs the town, up by the old ski resorts in the mountains north of Vegas. Here you can even gain a Nightkin companion who remembers being a grandmother before being dipped in the vats. Her choice is between memory and medication, and it is a very sad thing to have to decide. She also gives a window into the inner lives of the super mutants, hopelessly distant from the people that they used to be, trying to make it as something new, whose intended purpose can now never be fulfilled with the death of the Master. There's a former Enclave scientist helping Marcus. Your assistance with his research determines if the Nightkin can ever be helped. This essentially resolves the whole super mutant issue on the West Coast. This was the last dangling plot thread, what happens to the Nightkin. Leave it to the East Coast Fallouts to keep recycling the green meanies. One of the things that initially might seem like it might be missing entirely from Fallout New Vegas is the vaults. This is one of the few main titles where you don't begin as a vault dweller of some form or another. The vaults are still around, but in this stage of the wasteland, they're mostly opened up and ransacked or else full of rust and monsters. Their time is long past. The only remaining ones peacefully inhabited is a hotel and casino on the lower strip, just another themed resort like all the others. The vault experiments in Fallout 3 were unsettling sometimes, absurd most of the time, rarely genuinely shocking. New Vegas, by contrast, has one of the most devious, dark vault experiments in the franchise with Vault 11. It begins with skeletons. The survivors of the vault all choosing to kill themselves instead of going into the outside world. What could drive them to such despair that they never made it past the foyer, past the open door? Well, great story. In this vault, the Overseer was an elected position, and they always had to die at the end of their term. Elections became like golf. The lowest score was the actual winner. They get to live. Year after year, decade after decade, sacrifice after sacrifice, until a discovery. This was all a test, and every year they failed. The vault unlocked the moment that they refused to sacrifice the Overseer, contrary to what they were told. Down at the bottom of the vault, the little chair they sit you in, waiting to die, the smug and saccharine movie that plays for you in your last moments, it's one of the most perfectly ironic moments that Fallout ever constructed. Even better, it's got enough intellectual and emotional meat on its bones to feel like a Fallout-themed Twilight Zone episode rather than just Fallout. It has that 1950s sci-fi focus on social consciousness and surprise twists. It is tremendous environmental and narrative storytelling. This kind of stuff is the beating heart of what makes Fallout feel like Fallout. And the sheer volume of writing of this quality in New Vegas makes it the best Fallout of all. Not all the rewards in New Vegas are narrative, though, if you're primarily playing New Vegas for Wasteland Wanderer experience. New Vegas has a much, much larger list of total available equipment and weapons than Fallout 3 did. This list began long and then became considerably longer with the game's only non-narrative DLC pack, the Gunrunner's Arsenal. The Arsenal adds whole ammunition types, weapon mods. It makes all the randomly generated loot of lockers and boxes much more worthwhile and interesting. It adds an element of customization to your character's style and looks, where guns are so various and plentiful that they become fashion accessories more than carefully min-maxed winners and rejects. Loot variety is a clever way to elicit player investment in level design that might otherwise be too large and too barren, something Fallout Tactics well demonstrated. Which is just one major thing it has in common with Fallout Tactics. The other major thing is that New Vegas was also developed in a window of just 18 months. With more time, I'm sure the Mojave Wasteland would have acquired even more detail. What's amazing to me about this is how much was included even within that tiny, tiny window of development. Sure, the optional areas aren't as impressive as Fallout 3's, but with only a year and a half to put it all together, it's clear that the priority was the script. The priority was player reactivity in the narrative, and the construction of the New Vegas world map as a narrative, imaginary space more than it ever was a simulational, representational space. Fallout Tactics, in the same 18 months, began with a bad idea and had to heavily workshop it over time to make it work at all, and even then, it all came together so close to the wire that there was almost no quality control at all. New Vegas famously released with a comparable number of frustrating bugs ranging from trivial to game-breaking, but as the game's DLC came out and post-release patches were added, the game tightened up more and more. It's relatively common today for games to release in a rough state and only then be sculpted into shape later, changing the trajectory of public opinion about them, but at the time, New Vegas was an outlier. It was so ambitious to begin with, each DLC expanding those ambitions even further, and yet each time the game was added to, it was improved. Rather than become overloaded, it became tighter, more personal, better balanced. If the Mojave itself balances outstanding narrative design with mediocre level design, the New Vegas DLCs were an opportunity for Obsidian to show that they absolutely can do both at the same time if just given enough developmental support to do so. The first of the DLCs is also one of the best, a casino heist adventure all blended up with horror themes and imagery called Dead Money. A casino heist is an obvious and essential kind of side story to have in any game based off of the actual Las Vegas. And they could have approached it from any direction. It could have been so much more basic, familiar, or obvious. Dead Money is none of those things. It is the most deeply bleak and melancholy part of New Vegas, one of the most moody and dangerous locations in all of the Fallout franchise. All of Dead Money is essentially one interconnected dungeon. All the complaints about the optional locations being simple and underwhelming are addressed with interest in how the DLC crafts the winding, intricate streets below the lost Sierra Madre Casino. The adventure is broken up into the classic three-act structure of any heist, getting the team together, doing the job, and then revealing the twist. The level design is divided between these acts and moods as well. Gathering the team takes place in the poisoned, crumbling villas of the resort town that was built up around the Sierra Madre. It was meant to be the grandest and most expensive casino in the entire American empire, the absolute height of taste and luxury, set to open the very day that the bombs fell. The grand gala event never happened. The casino remained sealed, an unresolved promise of transformative wealth. A toxic cloud later leaked out from under the casino, poisoning the air, mutating what remained of the workers who built the thing, their numbers reinforced over time by the many fortune seekers to wander into the thick red haze and never wander out. The vibe of the DLC is just immaculate, tremendous. It is a fabulous mashup of Fallout's tragic ironies, its signature mid-century aesthetic, and a long history of haunted house media where the grand, dilapidated mansion with unresolved secrets has been established as basically a perfect narrative hook. It never loses its grip on the universe of Fallout while completely transforming the tone of the environment and the methodology with which a player has to mechanically engage with that environment. Your inventory is emptied when the adventure begins. Captured by a rogue Brotherhood elder, all you're allowed to begin with is a bomb collar around your neck. Everything must be scavenged and bought with local currency. Each neighborhood of the villas emphasizes a different sort of trap and constructs a different sort of maze. At the heart of each maze is an NPC without whom you can't begin the long-awaited gala event. This is about as dense a level design as the engine will allow for. Every corner, every corridor, every shattered storefront and abandoned closet has something of either minor or major utility, which you'll need because the enemies, the ghost people, regenerate if not dismembered completely, kind of a Quake 1 twist. This doesn't just contribute to the horror theme, it helps create an atmosphere of total oppression. Every single enemy is relentlessly dangerous and, at the higher levels of scaling, extremely durable to begin with. The poison fog adds further pressure and difficulty. Plus, your bomb collar goes off if exposed to feedback from speakers, so radios and PA systems in the environment become the most deadly obstacle of all. This is what creates a truly traditional dungeon crawl experience. Every room has a value to it. Every room has a danger to it. You need to be rolling a d20 to check for traps and notice secrets pretty much every time. In an actual tabletop setting, play moves at a rate much slower than a digital RPG. Everything has to be described and discussed and resolved between multiple people. Simulational exploration allows a player to blast through any given dungeon pretty quickly in the main campaign. By dialing up the hostility of the environment and making the player build up an entire combat tool chest from scratch, the pacing of Dead Money slows back down to a crawl, a dungeon crawl, slow and careful and steady. In this way, Dead Money is a throwback not just to Fallout 1 and 2, but that whole era of RPG design. In many ways, it feels like a Fallout version of the famous and excellent Watcher's Keep expansion for Baldur's Gate 2, an incredibly dense, intricate environment that constantly builds on its level design and narrative threads, tugging on bits and pieces of the deep lore to set up a big finish finale. The DLC even uses the casino heist frame to provide you with a temporary but fully developed adventuring party made up of characters with competing ambitions, morals, and motives. Dead Money surpasses any given part of Fallout 3 in terms of quality, and it's better than the grand majority of New Vegas besides. Only Lonesome Road is able to improve on it. On its own, Dead Money is an excellent adventure. It's what Dead Money thematically adds to the game as a whole that makes it truly indispensable. Dead Money takes a lot of inspiration and reference from one of the best mid-century Western movies, Treasure of the Sierra Madre with Humphrey Bogart. In it, two men take advantage of a third prospector to go after a great trove of gold dust. Complication and death ensues, and in the end, the gold dust blows away in the wind. At one point, a character named Howard opines on the true value of gold. Quote, "Say, answer me on this one, will ya? Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce? 1,000 men, say, go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. His find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months, 500 years, scrambling over a mountain, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went into the finding and the getting of it. There's no other explanation, mister. Gold itself ain't good for nothing except making jewelry and gold teeth." End quote. Somewhere within the vast, empty halls of the Sierra Madre is a cache of gold so vast it represents the entire fortune of pre-war industrialist Frederick Sinclair. Millions of dollars of gold, an impossible fortune in either the pre- or post-war era. Someone's going to get it, and everyone else is going to lose. Every single one of the ghost people who you dismember or run from represents Howard's 999. This particular treasure of the Sierra Madre is more valuable than just the gold, though. It's also the casino itself, its poison clouds, its murderous holograms. The casino is a weapon. The types of greed at play, then, include lust for power and not just lust for gold. This is Elijah's interest in the Sierra Madre, the rogue Brotherhood elder. When the NCR seized the Hoover Dam and drove the Brotherhood to the margins of power in the Mojave, Elijah left to find something powerful enough to defeat them. Your companion from the Brotherhood on the main map, Veronica, was once a protege of Elijah's. Unbeknownst to her, it was Elijah who manipulated her, exposing her relationship with another woman named Christine. Veronica left to wander the wastes more or less aimlessly, and Elijah waited instead for Christine to follow him and take her revenge. He used Christine, surgically altering her voice so it can open the doors to the gold vault. Christine is the good companion, helpful, hopeful, but mute from her recent surgery and unable to provide any exposition until the very end, when she begins to heal. To find enough suckers to throw at the casino's defenses, Elijah recruited a deeply damaged super mutant with a split personality to go out and kidnap folks. Sometimes he's obedient, predictable. This is Dog. Sometimes he's intelligent, cutting, cruel, like the Master's lieutenant in Fallout 1. This is God. You can unite the two at the climax or encourage one personality to consume the other. Dog God is an interesting enough character, but mostly adds to the atmosphere more than the lore. He's menacing and strange like everything else. Your final companion, though, is the most important, to the lore anyway. Famous pre-war crooner Dean Domino. Domino's posters are all over New Vegas. As a player, you've almost certainly seen reference to him. If you've been paying attention, he'll come across as a genuine surprise celebrity within the Fallout universe. Dean's been here the whole time. The whole plan was his from the start, really. If you manage to confront him without violence, or without beginning with violence at least, he'll give you the whole backstory. Sinclair built this place for the beautiful Hollywood starlet Vera Keyes. Vera was Dean's creature, though. He blackmailed her into being his agent in the world. She seduced Sinclair, and he built this whole casino, all for her. Her voice opens the vault. All that Dean and Vera had to do was wait for the opening gala, slip in, slip out, and leave Sinclair swinging in the wind. The end of the world threw this plan into chaos, but Dean could never let go. He stayed, for centuries, waiting. The heist part is the least of the adventure. The interior of the casino has some good level design and takes a tolerable foray into stealth-driven gameplay, but the place is empty except for the ghost people and the ghost holograms, just shattered rooms and broken corridors, like any other New Vegas interior, really. It's the short third act that really has the impact in the DLC. The vault isn't what you think it is. Sinclair's motives aren't either, not quite. He did love Vera Keyes. This was for her benefit, but it was for his as well. He knew the war was coming, like others in the old American 1%, like House did. He prepared. Everywhere you see the casino's signature phrases, let go, begin again. The world is ending. All this wealth is actually meaningless. So Sinclair spent with wild abandon, as if there was no tomorrow, because he knew damn well that there would not be one. This wasn't to impress Vera. It was to protect her from the apocalypse. He knew about the betrayal from Dean eventually too, and altered the vault accordingly. Once the account files were accessed, the vault would seal forever, transforming into a tomb. This was a trap meant for Dean and Vera, sitting unsprung until you come along. Plus, the gold. More than you can ever carry. Uselessly heavy. Most players can probably steal a brick or two, which is off theme, but not fatally so. The message, the dark irony, still comes through. Elijah becomes snared in the trap instead of you if you can manage to sneak past him, sealing his fate, forever united with the object of his ambition and obsession. In recognition of the power of player choice, this is also New Vegas' only instance of a secret bad ending, a la surrendering to the Master in Fallout 1. If you join Elijah, the two of you conquer the entire Mojave, smothering the NCR and Legion both in a toxic cloud of red death. It's an extreme game-ending choice, so including it as an option at all creates narrative weight. This is no Fallout 3 binary. You can push things to both complexities and extremes, and still expect the game to honor that impulse. If you weren't allowed to cling to the Sierra Madre, the dramatic choice to let it go, to let the gold dust blow away in the storm and laugh it off, wouldn't feel like a true and personal choice. The Sierra Madre was always a tombstone. It was built at the end of the world, in a style fit to send it off. Sinclair's only love never loved him. His only friends were never friends. Frederick Sinclair was always alone, besides his money, and the money never really meant anything. To begin again was his fantasy. He chose poorly. His world chose poorly. To let go is the only way forward. It was too late for him to begin again, and no one was ever willing to let the Sierra Madre go, even when it killed them. Besides, perhaps, you. For a piece of video game DLC, this is tremendously clever and uncommon thematic cohesion. But it gets even better when you consider how the Let Go Begin Again theme applies to all the DLC to come, weaving throughout each of the four and creating resonance between them. The next DLC, Honest Hearts, is a complete inversion of Dead Money, a predominantly outdoor open-world adventure set in Utah's Zion National Park and revolving around the legacy of Caesar's Legion. Honest Hearts incorporates quite a bit of unused lore that was originally intended for the long-deceased Van Buren project, re-injecting it into this side story where it had to be cut for time during the 18 months development period for the original campaign. Like Dean Domino, the main antagonist here is someone you've likely heard about in rumor and myth. When the NCR and the Legion fought at the first battle of the Hoover Dam, Caesar set fire to his own general and tossed him into the Colorado River for his failure. The man lived, though. The burned man, Joshua Graham, has ever since appointed himself the protector of Zion, looking after the tribes in the valley, preparing them for inevitable conflict with the rest of the world. Honest Hearts is fascinating in that it tries to take the actual culture of Utah into account, building its narrative from the tension between the Mormon attempt to create Deseret, their holy land, and the native populations who had lived in Utah for thousands of years and had their own opinions about the place. This puts Honest Heart in what's actually a difficult position for a piece of fiction. It has to choose whether to fictionalize its native populations or try to represent actual tribes like the Southern Paiute. It's easy to say, oh, you should have used real tribes if you're using real Mormonism, but the curveball here, creatively speaking, is player choice. Players can choose to be tremendously cruel to almost any faction of the game, and when that's fictional, it is all fun and games, or mostly anyway. New Vegas allows a player to build almost any kind of character they like, and even added a perk for Honest Hearts that adds extra dialogue for evil characters when dealing with tribals, called, naturally, Sneering Imperialist. It is hardly condoning such a thing, it's within the umbrella of the satire, but it would also be wildly offensive to pair something like that with a real-life tribe. Instead, the game presents the tribes as a muddled mixture of native traditions and American cultural decay, orphans from both traditions, not remembering where they came from, not knowing exactly where they're going. Joshua Graham and his disciple Daniel, as Salt Lake City Mormons, see it as their duty to provide that direction. It's an uncomfortable theme to touch on, but Honest Hearts tries its best to do well by the complexity and treat it as something heavy. Joshua and Daniel are not heroes, they're flawed people with opposing perspectives, united only in their faith and assumptions of superiority. Honest Hearts' plot is surprisingly focused on the philosophies, politics, and consequences of how Caesar's Legion has expanded across the Southwest. The NCR a person understands pretty well, either from Fallout 2 or from most playthroughs. The Legion genuinely benefits from some clarification about what's going on internally. In the years after the war, Salt Lake City became a post-war nation called New Canaan. At the urging of the Legion, a war band called the Whitelegs razed the entire city. Those Whitelegs have followed the trail of Joshua Graham here, to his refuge in Zion. They despoil his holy valley. They also ambush your caravan at the beginning of the module, killing everyone but you, giving you plenty of reason to have beef with them personally. Without history, in the absence of culture, Zion's more peaceful Dead Horse tribe has come to regard the Burned Man as a mythic figure. They'd follow him anywhere, especially to war. Graham's disciple, Daniel, is more of a pacifist. He's also much less of a leader. Daniel is a false liberal. He cares about the tribe, but infantilizes them, lies to them, withholds information. He values their innocence and sees them as children of God, empty minds and empty hearts, waiting to be filled with the light of the Lord. Not a fan. Daniel's chosen tribe is called the Sorrows, and what happens to them forms the core of the central moral choice here in Honest Hearts. Daniel wants to lead them away from this holy valley, away from the Whitelegs, away from the war. The Dead Horses are going to fight come hell or high water, but the Sorrows are undecided. You can choose to defend the exodus of the Sorrows with Daniel, or join the forward assault on the Whitelegs with Joshua. It's hardly a binary, though, and requires thinking through, like in how Daniel is feckless and presumptuous, and how his obsession with innocence is kind of toxic. This valley is isolated from the howling void of war and politics outside. To lead the Sorrows out of it with nothing more than faith in God and good vibes is to invite predation and, well, sorrow. It's not to Daniel to say for them. They are adults. So siding with Graham is absolutely siding with the villain, but he's a villain who's on the verge of transition towards the warlord he was before, or perhaps towards finally laying things to rest once his valley is safe. The player acts as Graham's conscience in this moment, which is tremendous role-playing variation to have in a DLC like this, splitting not just once, but splitting again here at the end of Three Marys Canyon. This is both revenge and fulfillment for Graham. This is who he is, who he has been, who he enjoys to be. The Burned Man. You can goad him on, but then his legacy will be violence. This is his moral threshold. If he crosses it, he's lost. But if he doesn't cross it, then he'll never be this close to the edge again. The valley will calm. Peace is restored. Whatever the tribes will be, they'll be, while the fleeing Whitelegs are themselves destroyed by other stronger raiding parties once they leave the valley. Even though the tribes lost their history, there is a chance here in Zion to build a new one. Your choice, to flee, to seek vengeance, or to stay vengeance, determines that new culture. This has happened to the Sorrows before, in the way they got their name in the first place. It was given to them by another wanderer, long ago. There is a tremendous volume of diary-style writing in the Fallout franchise, lost logs and journals left by the dead and dying in every crevice of these ruined worlds. The peak of quality and style for the diary entries is found right here in the mostly unmarked side story of the survivalist, Randall Clark. In caves all over Zion National Park, Clark journaled his long and difficult life in the valley and beyond. It's the pacing and personality of the journal that's so impressive. They're bleak, adventurous, intriguing, and paint a picture of eras of the apocalypse that a player has never seen. They begin when the war did, in the blinding flashes of nuclear apocalypse. Clark lost his wife and child that day. He finds another in the years after, among the other survivors who braved the Utah desert. He loses her too during childbirth. Then years of vengeance, killing cannibal vault dwellers from Vault 22. Then years of renewed hope, optimism, seeing new faces come into the valley. He helped these new faces, unseen, leaving books and notes. As decades passed and he grew truly old, he became a spirit to them, a myth, the helpful father of the mountains. Too flattered to put a stop to it, Clark allowed this belief to flourish. He even walked into a winter storm to die so that his ruse would stay undetected, his body still there on the mountaintop with his final log still lying in his rucksack along with his special rifle. He writes, quote, "In the notes, well, it's almost embarrassing, almost like those cards people used to like to give each other, everything sweet and loving. I tell them to read and to learn and to make the most of their new home. I tell them that I'm giving them Zion as a gift to make up for all the sorrows of their lives so far and all the sorrows man has visited on man. I tell them to be kind to each other and modest. I tell them to never hurt each other, but if someone else comes along and tries to hurt them, to strike back with a righteous anger. Stuff like that. I sign every note, the Father, because, well, just because." End quote. 100 years later, Daniel comes preaching about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and all the Sorrows immediately think, right, yeah, exactly, the Father. You get it. Clark grew up in a Christian world. He wasn't trying to pass down religion, but in trying to pass down morality, he passed down the framework by which his morality was constructed. So Mormonism felt very familiar to the otherwise cultureless tribes of the valley. This is such fantastic post-apocalyptic fiction. It is truly engaged with the ideas and themes of the genre, especially the idea of cultural transference and decay through time. Clark is a well-written character, vivid, forceful of personality. The years the journal moves through, the pictures it paints of unseen places like Canada and Denver, the alternation of sparse and lyrical entries as joy and despair trade places over the years, it's an extremely small novella in its own right. Clark's story has influenced the entire conflict arrayed before you in the valley as a player today. It weaves in and out of so many small details of the park and the DLC. And the park itself is a pretty deliberate and compelling response to the accusation that the Mojave Wasteland can be a little flat and dull in the environmental design, flat and dull in the colors, flat and dull in the detail of the landscape and the scope of its vistas. Honest Hearts creates a painted desert of pink and reds that uses verticality at every opportunity to create scenic vistas. It recreates some of the features of the real-life national park roughly, but it doesn't aim for fidelity the same way as the main world map. It takes artistic license to aim instead for what's most pleasing to the eye within the proportions of the playable space. It is constantly gorgeous, and the clarity of the colors puts it in such sharp contrast with Dead Money. The impression is meant to be Edenic within the limits of what an Eden can look like within a desert anyway. It merges the American context for Zion, the natural splendor of Utah, with the biblical and Mormon context for Zion, the yearning for Deseret, the craving for a new holy land on a new continent, for a new kind of weird religion handed down on tablets by an angel named Moroni. You can construct your own jokes with that name. The possibilities are basically endless. Yet, it also flavors the pot with a thematic thread that binds all the DLC together, the push and pull between letting go and beginning again. Neither Daniel nor Joshua will let go of Mormonism, and this holds back the tribes from creating truly novel culture. Just as the survivalists did, Graham is unknowingly passing down corrupted parts of the old world, like radiation damage in a person's genes. He is corrupting the thing that he loves in his attempt to protect it and guide it. Like Dead Money, Honest Hearts has a very bittersweet core. It is fundamentally melancholy, full of irony and regret. Letting go, here in the New Eden, is just as hard as it was in the Vault of the Sierra Madre, but you have to let go to begin again. That's where the hope is, the optimism and the beauty. This is, after all, the post-apocalypse. Just because what comes after is more difficult doesn't mean it can't be better. It's impossible to guarantee any one outcome over another, whether terrestrial or divine. The only thing a father can do is pass on what they perceive to be wisdom and hope for the best. Randall Clark put it in his final words, quote, "I wish them all well. It's been a gift to me, at the end of it all, to behold innocence." Even if their color palettes and level design are essentially opposite, Dead Money and Honest Hearts are tonally consistent and of a piece. They're heavy stories. They're dense, both with ideas and with map icons. Something that truly benefits Fallout is that contrast, though, including diagonal approaches within the same greater framework of the player's overall journey. So, by that logic, the tonal diagonal of these two DLCs would be some kind of big, sprawling comedy relief DLC with low stakes and fun choices. Welcome to Old World Blues, an interval of Futurama-style shenanigans designed to explicitly wash the taste of some of those hard decisions right out of your mouth. It's not atonal, it's simply a major shift away from the traditional mood and dramatic weight of Obsidian-style quest design to pivot instead to an almost Bethesda-style 1950s-inspired absurdism. Old World Blues is joyful, playful, and low stakes by way of being too ridiculous to feel any pressure about what's going on. For example, you start off lobotomized and vivisected, missing your brain, heart, and spine. It's fine, though. They've been replaced with some real whiz-bang upgrades. Your brain is even so happy where it is in its jar that at the very climax, you've got to argue with yourself to get your brain to return to your poor, battered, irradiated body. Shit's goofy, man. It is true comic relief that way. It takes things to places just as gory and violent as before, sometimes even a little more so, but it's all just goofing around. The vibe is intensely Fallout 3 that way. Ironic juxtapositions and atomic age absurdism by way of an ultra-violent scavenger hunt. Player-driven exploration and dungeon diving on a medium-sized map is the majority of the experience in the DLC. Pretty much all the dialogue is bookended, a crushingly huge amount of comedic exposition at the front and then an extended debriefing at the end to quantify how invested you were. The ending of this DLC is determined much less by choice than by how thorough you were in your exploration, how completely you upgraded the unique equipment. The main quest choice still has a major effect on the epilogue. Choice is just no longer the point of engagement. Fun and learning are the main Enrichment Center activities at the Big Mountain Research Facility. It's run by the Brain Trust, pre-war scientists who have forgotten their old identities and become hopelessly insular within the enormous force fields surrounding the compound. This is everything that Mothership Zeta was not in terms of mid-century influenced sci-fi. It's grounded within the setting, it's got good jokes, and it's got non-consensual surgery at the hands of weird little guys. It sacrifices nothing of Mothership Zeta's visual flair while dumping absolutely everything that made Zeta annoying. The size of the map is a major bonus as well. It feels equivalent to and possibly larger than Zion and Honest Hearts, something it accomplishes by sacrificing visual splendor. It's like Fallout 3 environmentally that way, a lot of monochrome rocks and concrete filled with hidden loot and diversions, the majority of which aren't along the main path or required in any way at all. It's mechanically engaging enough to pretty much forgive the muted landscape. Old World Blues is fascinating to me in this way because it shows how, although you can't smash them together at the same time, the Obsidian and Bethesda house styles are improved by taking a break from one style to pivot to the other for a while. Fallout 4 even does this with its Far Harbor DLC, using the smaller map and discrete structure of the expansion content to experiment with tonal and narrative priorities, creating a narrative-first adventure for the first time in Bethesda's stewardship of the franchise. Old World Blues takes the Fallout setting and adds a high-tech screwball comedy twist. There is such a mix of useful weapons and silly weapons, some of which are the same thing, such as this chain gun that uses a dog's brain suspended in biomed gel to increase its firing efficiency. Imagine how dangerous these inventions could be if they weren't also so incredibly silly, which is, precisely and literally, the twist. One of the best aspects of Old World Blues is that it's 90% ridiculous, but it doesn't go the full hundo. It maintains connective threads with the other DLCs and the broader plot arcs that are perfectly serious and are meant to be taken seriously. Old World Blues came out after Dead Money, but I wonder if it would be more fun to play it beforehand, because there are a large number of direct connections and lore explanations for things that Dead Money allowed to remain unexplained and mostly thematic. The holograms, for example, were developed here in a long-abandoned lab with photos of Vera Keys strewn all around. In this shattered lab is an early prototype of the protective suit that the ghost people wear. You can't get the suit within Dead Money, and you can't enter the DLC fresh with the suit either because of the inventory dump situation, but you can get it here in this DLC for use across the wasteland, if you want. The Big Mountain facility is based off of the White Sands facilities around Alamogordo, where the atom bomb was first developed, for years a center of American military research. Not everything at Big Mountain was dog guns and robo-scorpions. There were some seriously nasty world-ending stuff being developed here. It even ties together some side stories that weave throughout multiple pieces of content. Here's the Agricultural Research Lab, where Vault 22's Spore Plague was developed. The first spore person, Patient Zero, lurks in the grass still. In a fun twist, it also retcons the origins of Fallout 2's spore plants to be related to this research. Even though it's minor, having the lore reach back to Fallout 2 is a fun amount of historical depth for the setting. The Spore Plague destroyed Vault 22, infected its population, and drove them into the Mojave and beyond. They fled then to Zion, where Randall Clark spent years killing them off in a war of retribution. 100 years later, spore plants surround the graves and camps of the Vault 22 survivors in honest hearts. Little tendrils of suffering and disease radiating out from what folks refer to these days as the Big Empty. This is where Elijah first discovered the location of the Sierra Madre. This is where he stole the technology of those bomb collars he fitted you with to do his dirty work. The slave collars of the Capital Wasteland in Fallout 3 were developed right here for use on Chinese detainees, tying into Point Lookout's inclusion of a concentration camp styled on the real-life history of Japanese internment during World War II. All those scars on Christine's head back in Dead Money were the same lobotomy machine that got a hold of your brain here. Were it not for the screwball comedy around every corner, this facility would be in the tradition of the GLOW or the Mariposa Military Base, research centers dedicated to pushing the boundaries of science without the inconvenience of a boundary of morality. The FEV, the supermutants, all the myriad and murderous vault experiments that ended in torture, badness, and collapse, this is the same exact thing, but with more jokes. The Brotherhood of Steel was originally created as a direct reaction to this sort of research environment. This is what sent them down the path of monastic isolationism, fear and mistrust of technology, hoarding it away from the unworthy masses. The jokes, then, are kind of a smokescreen. The final reveal actually ties everything together into one unified mood, which is a tremendously impressive hat trick for any kind of content. All DLC long, the evil Dr. Mobius sends his army of robo-scorpions to thwart you. He is the deliberate, chosen antagonist of the Brain Trust, constantly taunting them and attacking them from his base of solitude in the Forbidden Zone. The final boss fight is not against him, but against his Mega Scorpion, which you can fight as if it's a real adversary, but since this is a comedy, you can also just run around behind it and turn it off. Sad trumpet noises ensue. When you confront Dr. Mobius, he tells you his secret truth. Mobius is not his name. No one has their name. Everyone's personality was erased. Mobius did it to stop them from continuing the research, from continuing to create world-killing weapons. All any of the brain robots know is the confines of the Big Mountain facility, and Mobius keeps them distracted from ever asking the big questions by taunting them and insulting their pride with his robot scorpions. To tame the beast of science, he knitted finger puppets to cover its claws. It's an oddly touching twist, something that Futurama is also deft at doing, constructing an emotional punch using little more than bit humor and sight gags by creating some kind of believable, sympathetic core at the center of all that gooey nonsense. The only thing that doesn't quite work for me is the sync, your player residence in the DLC. It's possible to use it as a player residence in general once the DLC is over, but I never really felt an impulse to do so. Factional housing, like the safe houses or the Lucky 38, always felt more appropriate. Every appliance in the sink has a personality, even when that's exhausting and annoying. Sometimes it is funny, like a toaster with a dream of toasting the world and cleansing flame, but each and every appliance gets its own epilogue slide, and it feels kind of exhausting. You end up getting more feedback about a pair of light switches and their on-again, off-again relationship with the jukebox than you do some of the best quests in the main campaign, which frustrates. Narratively, Old World Blues is the least of the DLC, but that's natural because it's the one that depends on narrative the least for its success. It is every bit as good at establishing mood as Dead Money, it's just an opposite kind of mood to go for. It's the Crossroads DLC, where your path intersects with that of the other DLC's main characters and one of the hidden sources of the world's technologies. It foreshadows what's to come with the other courier who was here before, who asked a similar kind of question to Elijah. Elijah wanted the Sierra Madre. Ulysses, the courier, wanted to know about the missile silos of the Great Divide. The main thing the epilogue here does right is help define Ulysses' motivation as a villain for the next DLC. It's in the title, Old World Blues, an inability to let go, an unwillingness to begin again, an obsession with all that was lost in the apocalypse, fixating on those lost futures that died along with everyone else in the Great Apocalypse. The epilogue offers that, perhaps, with time, Old World Blues can heal into New World Hope. Ulysses doesn't want to wait for the world to heal. He wants to cauterize the wound right now so that the diseases of the NCR and the Legion ideologies will be purged from the body politic. And now, with Big Mountain's authorization codes, he has enough nuclear weapons to actually do it. Lonesome Road is my favorite piece of content in all of Fallout. It is, narratively and visually, exactly what I have always wanted from a novelistic, post-apocalyptic RPG. The only thing I wish is that it had been more fully integrated into the main campaign, with more foreshadowing. That's important because if you knew that you once had a home, it would make the homecoming even more sorrowful. Lonesome Road is a brilliant series of very small open-world areas arranged as a linear path along highway into the heart of a place called the Great Divide. A pilgrimage is a very difficult variety of quest structure for an open-world game to pull off because of how players are trained to interact with the landscape. Players scavenge and scour a location in every possible way, most of them anyway, where some just kind of rush to get through to the end. Neither are served by a pilgrimage, a slow and steady linear progression through historical ruins and relics, building context before arriving at the holy object of the quest. A pilgrimage is a tremendous way to travel, but mostly in real life. It generally requires too many guardrails to keep a player on track within the context of a truly open-world game. Lonesome Road is full of those guardrails, but it creates absolutely believable reasons for those barriers being there within the landscape. There's an almost effortless naturalism to it. Of course, every time something in a game where every rock and every tree is placed manually by the developers feels effortless, it means it actually took an absolute shit ton of effort to put it there, with a good helping of creative artistry on top of it. The DLC is essentially divided into 3 long, semi-open world sections, divided by winding underground passages. The history of the Great Divide is slowly revealed as you go along, and it ties almost all of the game's themes together in one powerful knot. The Divide was always a bit of a windswept hellscape. It was a Defense Department community built around an extensive silo complex, home to many dozens of ICBMs. They never launched for the most part, though. Before the events of the game, your character, as courier, was one of the only ones willing to brave the Divide. You forged a path, built it into a possible contender for regional power, and then the NCR gave you a job. Take a piece of technology from Navarro to the Divide. The NCR didn't know what would happen, but it detonated most of the missiles in their silos. The ground collapsed, everyone died. All that's left is irradiated ruin within the storms that now rage much harder than ever before, scouring winds with sand that flays the skin right off a person's body. It is incredibly evocative, and it's not inert post-apocalypse. This is recent. This is a fresh and radioactive wound on the landscape. This way, the DLC can dial back the clock on the kind of wasteland that it's able to portray within the setting by more than a century. Lonesome Road is intended to be the very last piece of content you play before the final confrontation and climax of the Hoover Dam, and that is where it's best placed in the narrative, at the absolute height of your power, at the absolute apex of your journey, having already made your choices about who your character is and why, ready to defend those choices in the face of intense questioning. This is the end of your long and winding path, the last major piece of DLC released for the game, and it's the end of the path for Ulysses as well. It works best like that, courier versus courier. His path is one of disillusionment. Ulysses has been in the background since Honest Hearts. It was he who organized the Whitelegs when they sacked New Canaan and razed it to the ground. But he knew what was coming for the Whitelegs: annihilation and a decimation. The NCR would be no refuge either. He had a low opinion of the NCR even before they destroyed the Divide through sheer carelessness. Ulysses wants both the bear and the bull destroyed. That's why he wraps himself in an old American flag. He doesn't feel a sense of belonging to any modern nation. He's got those old world blues, and he's got them bad. Just as you walked into the Divide and accidentally destroyed your world once already, Ulysses is taunting you into doing it a second time. The deeper in you go, the more you have to help him, the worse the situation gets. Just about the first thing you do is reactivate one of the long dormant silos to wake the monster marked with a proud emblem of the lost United States of America. The past repeats itself in Lonesome Road. You follow your own footsteps down paths you hadn't even known you walked. You follow history back from post-apocalypse to pre-apocalypse, when these weapons dotted the whole of the American landscape, gleaming, new, and unused. In one instance, you have to fire a nuclear weapon just to get by. It happens suddenly, without warning. It seems like you're just throwing a door switch. The missile is old, and wobbles, and detonates in a mid-air burst not too far away. This creates a semi-secret area of the DLC called the Courier's Mile. Without relying on time travel, this is as close to the day that the bombs fell that a player can get. It's such a bleak, awful place. The Courier's Mile isn't about bosses or dramatic reveals. It's just a chance to experience the mood of present apocalypse, not pre-apocalypse, not post-apocalypse, with the concrete still hot from the blast. The Courier's Mile is the only part of the DLC that goes backwards, either from a narrative or a navigational standpoint. Everything else in Lonesome Road pulls you inexorably forwards, towards Ulysses, towards the bomb, towards the most radical possible opportunities to let go and to begin again. For me, Lonesome Road really begins after the first area. It's useful to get your bearings, get a handle on some of the new mechanics like hunting for warheads to detonate, which will often open up new areas or loot caches. The blowing wind and dense dust creates a nice, oppressive atmosphere, but what it lacks is a vista. After a tense shootout through a series of caves filled with nasty little underground guys, kind of like the Trogs but a little more fantastical, the Lonesome Road becomes the High Road, a now ancient freeway exchange that suspends the road far above the broken valley floor below. The High Road is a mix of scenic vistas and vicious death claws, as visually exciting as it is mechanically engaging and difficult. Given enough time, one civilization's mundane infrastructure becomes like some wonder out of a fantasy novel. It happened to the Romans. While quaint by today's engineering standards, the Roman aqueducts still inspire a sense of wonder and awe, an imaginative yearning for the lost world they represent. The American interstate freeway system is bound to be one of those things. It is a whole separate conversation to discuss the kind of complex social history behind the freeways in American cities. In terms of pure concrete, they will long outlast their social context, and that's the source of this more romantic interpretation. The DLC's High Road is better than nearly any other environment in the franchise at evoking that Roman melancholy, that sense of lost empire, never to come again. That romantic nostalgia persists even when the loss of empire is arguably a good thing. Neither the American or Roman empires were what you'd call ethical empires, if such a thing was even possible. Grand works just always seem grand, I suppose, with a grandeur that intensifies as the world around them decays, replaced with either trees or trash. Freeways are such a symbol of American empire specifically, American might, American excess. Autoducts to dwarf even the most impressive of the Roman aqueducts. To use a freeway with such tremendous visual artistry to deliver a player to the end of the road feels thematically perfect. It begins the process of grabbing all the many threads of symbol and thought in New Vegas and tying them together into a single coiled rope. The final approach to the climax is down at the canyon bottom, through the depths of the divide, where the skyscrapers have tumbled down the hill to lie in broken heaps. Even here, at the threshold of the end, player-directed exploration is a huge element of the level design. There are secret caves hidden in the back of fallen office buildings. There are nooks and crannies to explore, and dozens of tiny rewards tucked into every one. The main motivation for doing so is upgrades. Upgrades for the special rocket launcher and upgrades for Eddie, your iBot companion. Eddie is in the main campaign, but only has a very basic backstory unlocked through bringing Eddie with you to listen in on certain key conversations where key words are uttered, unlocking the iBot's memory. Those memories are much expanded on here in the DLC, making Eddie one of the most flesh-out backstories out of all the companions, ultimately. Upgrading Eddie here transfers back into the main game, turning an underutilized companion into a nearly indispensable one. Trying to spark an emotional connection between you and the iBot is important, because the game is going to try to leverage that against you. If you want to fully stop the missile launch, Eddie must make a heroic sacrifice. And what a brave little toaster he is if you make that choice. But you don't have to. In fact, you can side with Ulysses, or talk him down. There's a wide variety of motivations and outcomes that can be accounted for here. That's even the point that Ulysses is largely trying to make. These missiles had a purpose, and war was only part of it. They are technology designed to unmake a world. They unmade the last one, and they can unmake this one as well. Wipe it clean for something new. Ulysses is a fascinating villain because his villainy is based on confusion and uncertainty. He feels caught between nations, caught between eras. He's stuck in what feels like an irresolvable, personal, existential tension. Wasteland has become frontier. What if freedom, true freedom, is only possible in the anarchic vacuum of the wasteland? To talk him down and disarm the missiles is one way to let go. Violence is self-perpetuating, war never changes. Let the missiles rot and see what blooms in the garden before salting the earth all over again. Like the Master in Fallout 1, though, Ulysses is an antagonist because of a twisted and misdirected optimism. He has utopian longings, but all his life he has been disappointed and betrayed. As a Legion spy master, disappointing and betraying others was Ulysses' explicit job. Nihilism has backed him into a corner, and that's where the human animal is most dangerous. To launch all the weapons to nuke both the Legion and the NCR is by far the most devastating and consequential choice that a player can make within New Vegas. By design, actually, future Fallout games in the West Coast half of the setting can take either or both nuclear outcomes into account and wipe the slate clean from these nations, from these huge, sprawling empires that have such impact in the lore. In the ending where both empires are nuked, the epilogue says it's 200 more years before another generation of itinerant adventurers discover what it was you and Ulysses actually did. What a consequence. It's theoretically possible a player would choose this ending for the same reason they might have nuked Megaton in Fallout 3, just wanting to see the big boom and sheer dickishness. But this is unlikely in New Vegas. If you're narratively invested at all, saving or destroying the Mojave frontier and potentially nuking it back into a Mojave wasteland is a deeply political choice. The upcoming second battle for the Hoover Dam, the original climax, is a tipping point in the history of the region. The fortunes of nations will shift depending on the outcome. This is different. This hits them where they live, destroying the Legion camp of Dry Wells, or the NCR garrison along the Long 15, or both. As a courier, you have the power to connect. To use your power to forever sever the connections of the Mojave instead is a powerful and dramatic betrayal of your original role. But perhaps you've decided that nothing less than another Armageddon will wipe the slate clean enough to truly begin again. Or perhaps that laying down the weapons and letting go is the greater expression of compassion and good. The only truly perplexing thing would be to put in all the long hours it takes to reach the end of your road without having strong opinions on where it gets to go from here. The second battle of the Hoover Dam is a bit like Fallout 3's battle for Anchorage, more bark than actual bite in the mechanics. It feels more like an actual battle, at least than Fallout 3 was able to portray. New Vegas gives players a trial run at becoming familiar with the Hoover Dam environment with one of the quests leading up to the full climax. The president of the NCR, a Reagan-like figure named Kimball, is coming to visit the dam and give a speech. He's gonna fly in, say some words about the destinies that are about to shift, and fly out. The Legion has an assassin there to meet him. If you're with the Legion, that's you. But otherwise you're on Kimball's side, since that means the most stability for the time being. Or not, you could throw the whole thing. Player choice still rules all. I love this because of how truly far the NCR has come since the days of Shady Sands. Out here in the Mojave, the NCR is stretched to capacity, poorly funded, and largely inept. But back in California, things are back to an almost 20th century standard. Democracy and corruption, speeches and campaigns, cattlemen and army generals. The NCR has got the old world blues so bad, but they've done all right by it. The end of New Vegas is the end of the frontier, one way or another. This post-apocalyptic era of chaos and murder is ending, winding down, prefacing an era when the corpses are tilled under the earth to let the crops grow on the bone meal. And here you are, at the very crest of that wave, riding it, trying to influence the rushing flow of change. The real boss fight, like Fallout 1's, is in being able to talk your enemies into quitting the war entirely. Both Caesar's legate and the NCR general can be convinced to leave the Mojave and never return. And this can be done with either speech or barter to slightly different results, which I found fascinating. It opens up the non-violent endings to characters who leaned more into pragmatism than sophistry, which is a thoughtful inclusion to make. You only need to convince both armies if you're angling for an independent New Vegas. Otherwise, it's whichever one is your chosen enemy that you have to convince. In putting off the ending for as long as possible, being as thorough as possible, there is always, for me, a sense of bittersweet pride in reaching this point.
Hello?
It's a meaningful validation of all my long hours of toil, but I'll miss those hours. I love this world. I really do. And a true
Holy fuck, we still have 3 hours on this video. 3.5 hours on this video, dude.
The epilogue slides are more complex than
Fuck,
Fallout
this
2
is a
by
long
huge
video.
margin. They cover a massive amount of choices and account for some very small variations in how you solved them. NPCs, especially companion characters, voice their own epilogues. This personal touch doubles down on this feeling of bittersweet goodbye. There is a certain subtle sweetness to the whole affair this time around. Van Buren never happening was such a blow to the developers, to the fans of the franchise, but then the impossible happened, and we all got a second chance.
We've got a situation. We've got a situation going on.
Lightning doesn't often strike twice.
I have 2 cats
This was
in my
the
room.
last chance that these developers would ever have at creating a Fallout within the tradition of the 90s originals.
What are you doing?
Obsidian was going to take it
What are you
seriously
doing,
that way.
baby?
Treat it as the one chance. There are ways to keep the West
She's
Coast
crazy.
Fallouts going, including the hard reset
got 2
options provided
cats.
by the Lonesome Road nuclear options, but it'll be years before we see another game like New Vegas, if we ever do, within the Fallout franchise.
If you start hearing like crinkling,
So the game has a strong
that's her
sense
fucking
of
around with my
finality
stuff.
within this epilogue.
I gotta take
New Vegas
meds.
2 would have to actually exist to know which endings are the most
And I have
important,
to
which ones have canonical
do
value.
all my allergy
As
stuff
it stands, with no
because she
sequel,
slept
if
on my
this
bed
is the end
again.
of the trilogy that began with Fallout 1 and
Oh, my-
2,
like my
every
face-
ending has
my face is
equal
all
canonical
swollen.
value. Any player's path is the true one,
My eyes
honored
are all
by
red.
dozens of epilogue slides worth of detailed feedback
Okay.
about that player's path through the world and the weight of their actions. That's what role-playing should
Hey.
be about. Not adhering to a linear script, but creating a story in
You're so
collaboration
bad.
with a dungeon master or narrator or game systems. New Vegas is one of the most beautifully reactive, uncompromisingly political.
My hot cocoa is really
RPGs of
fucking
all
hot, so I
time,
gotta wait a
helped
little.
only by Disco Elysium. And Disco Elysium
I gotta
doesn't
wait a
have
little
the
bit.
Mojave.
Good
New
morning.
Vegas is such a rare sort of game. It knows exactly what it wants to be,
try
and
to
it
take
works
it with
as
my
hard as
water.
it possibly can to
Hey!
provide the most comprehensive version of that experience. It can make it hard to appreciate sometimes
evil
what the
bastard
Bethesda
cat.
Fallouts are
Get
doing,
out!
When I love every single
it.
detail of New Vegas so powerfully. To appreciate the games to come, the hard part becomes
She's
simply
really
judging them
talkative.
on their own merits, based on their own design goals. As much as I want them to be, not every Fallout
She's
can be
laying
New
like her head
Vegas.
behind my chair.
Dead Money was pathetic. In the end, what I struggled with the most in New
It's
Vegas...
okay. These meds
just
don't make
letting
you
go.
guys disappear. They're just pain
There
meds.
were
It's
signs
fine.
and portents that Fallout 4 was going to be an even more radical departure from the classic Fallout structure. I just ignored them because I typically don't play mobile games. Fallout Shelter is a strange, narrative-free settlement builder
Let's ping
where
the
you manage one of
Discord.
the great underground vaults as overseer. You build them out in a way that reminds me vaguely of playing Sim Tower as a kid by Maxis, with a lot of waiting and
Alright, let's
grinding
ping the
and
Discord.
with premium currency piled on
We've
top.
got 13 hours.
I didn't get it.
13
I never
hours
saw
left.
it
We're
be
here
about
until
half an hour with Fallout
11
Shelter, but it turns out
p.m.
that I had been missing the point. The point is
We're
to
here
get me to
till
spend
11
money on
p.m.
frivolous things that I don't need. Fallout Shelter starts off fast.
You're gonna get
and
shocked.
giving you
Stop
mini
playing with the
lunchbox loot
power
boxes
strip.
with all sorts of useful items, equipment, and even vault dwellers to get you
We've
started.
got
This takes your vault through
13
the first
hours.
array
We're
of
here
basic
till
resource
11
production
p.m.
rooms. It'll then
I think we can
stall
do
out
it.
quite deliberately at around 18 vault dwellers. This is important
I think we
because
can do
at
it.
20 population, the Overseer's office is unlocked along with
Hey,
questing mechanics. These very
get.
simple outdoor exploration quests are the only break a person has from just
It'd be
waiting for
bad.
resources to refresh.
Okay,
Your
let's put in the
population is a
Discord.
resource you can increase as well by assigning 2 dwellers to the same living space until one of them
Announcements.
gets pregnant. Breeding is the right word for it. As
Breeding?
close from kink as the game actually is. The loot box reward dwellers have much better stats than your
everyone.
basic folks, so it's useful to rotate a stud through the living quarters if you've got a male dweller with good stats.
Real.
Which kind of begs the question, just what the fuck are we doing here anyway? What is this game? Well, what
Alright,
is
there we
it
go.
you get? Raise the population, get fancy rooms, make more basic rooms, go on quests.
Oh shit, you
None of this
guys!
made sense or was appealing to me until I finally complied with what the game wanted and spent $5 on the beginner's bonus box.
Okay, we're like right
This
before
gave
the
me all
Fallout 4
resources I needed to get into the questing part of the
category,
game,
so we can wait
which
till
was
we can
actually
wait till we
much more
hit the
interesting.
Fallout 4.
Not genuinely
And we can do
interesting,
something else.
but
But you
much
guys,
more than
I've-
staring at a collection of
Stop!
rooms, hoping that eventually
Stop!
the game
Stop!
would
What
allow
are
me
you
to build
doing?
more. With the application of $5, I was allowed to play the game.
Don't do
Played through
that.
the first baby boom, which unlocked quite a few rooms in a row,
Hey.
but I soon lost interest as the game stalled out again. I'm sure I could solve
She's
this with the
bad.
application
Hi,
of more money,
Zurich.
but now I had, actually at least, seen the majority of the game
I-
mechanics and fulfilled my duty as
I
a
watched
player
the
to engage
Hosho
the
Marine
game on
music
its own
video last
terms.
night, you
And
guys.
what
I thought it was-
simple terms they are. The
I
rate at
thought
which you acquire
the-
items during
the
wasted
Gura
quests
Marine
is so
sax
much
was a
faster than
meme.
the regular game that it seems like
I
an
thought
exciting
I thought them
bonanza.
sleeping
But
together
compared to
naked was a
the more
meme.
basic Fallout
I thought it was all a
quest,
meme.
there's no
It's
substance
not.
here.
It actually
There
fucking
are
happened.
apparently quest chains, but I don't feel obligated to spend enough time with Fallout Shelter to explore them. I know how
It was
will go.
actually
I
real.
will wait, and in my waiting,
It's very
I'll be
real.
tempted to spend cash. If I spend cash,
The
I'll be
animation was so
satisfied,
good,
and if
though,
I
and the
don't,
song
I'm
was so
gonna be beyond
cute.
satisfied. That's the game.
Stop it.
Sim Tower ultimately is
My
much more
cat's trying to
complicated
stand on
and
my desk.
engaging of a title. By
with you.
2019, website MCV
Got
Develop
cucked by Shark
reported
Lily.
that
That's
Fallout
okay.
Shelter
You know
grossed
what?
Over $100 million
If there's
in
anybody I'm
lifetime
gonna get cucked by,
microtransaction sales.
it's fine if it's
That's
Gura.
like nearly
I think.
$70,000 a day. Far more than can be accounted
I think it's
for
okay
by
if
that
it's
$5
Gura.
beginner's box. I absolutely cannot fathom Fallout Shelter creating that much enthusiasm,
cat?
compelling that much
What are you
financial
doing?
investment, even if it does come mostly from a few whales. Because for me, what I don't get about it is that it seems to have no end point.
She likes
no
to-
definitive reason for me to either perform.
If
or
I
not
talk to her, she'll
perform
run up
the
to my
tasks
chair and
asked
she'll
of
jump
me
on
by
the
the
back
game.
of it
If I
and
play
like
for a
start
long
and
time,
she'll
this
grab
just
at my
makes it
arm with her
easier for me
claw.
to keep playing for a long time. The curve
Now
of
she's
advancement
now
is
she
as
wants
flat
tummy
as
rubs.
a
What's
breast.
wrong with you?
It's Fallout themed, sure, but that's not enough for me to get a Fallout feel from it. How I feel about it is clearly completely immaterial to anything, though. $100 million of income just from
She's
the
very.
marketing
Holy fucking shit!
months leading up to Fallout 4's release. Remember, Bethesda bought Fallout as an entire intellectual property and
Dude.
trademark for only $5.7 million. The revelation I received from Fallout Shelter is less about the game
Dude.
itself and more to do with everything I found predatory about Fallout 76's cash shop and premium subscription. I feel like the user data regarding how much a game can withhold and how much
Dude,
that
Oblivion
recurring
Lord, what the
leverage that Fallout Shelter
fuck?
gathers
50?
must have
Holy
guided
shit,
Fallout
thank you so
76.
much, dude. What the
Fallout
fuck?
Shelter is not a game I play. I am the game that the corporation behind
Holy
Fallout
fuck,
Shelter
shit,
plays.
dude. Thank
My
you so
data
much.
is added to the
Damn,
model,
we're
and
actually
my
at 2K.
$5 are added to the
Jesus.
pile. When I think about Fallout, I think about it as art. I
Jesus.
think about it through my experience as
Jesus.
a player. I think about it as a story being told.
Jesus,
I
dude.
rarely, if ever, think about
You guys are
Fallout
lucky.
as a consumer
We can
product
milk
and business
the
model.
cello stream and maybe I can do
That's
a
why I'm just
cello
a critic
practice
and don't
stream
actually
or
make the
two.
games. Fallout,
Like
in
how
2010
the
was
how
more
the
than
idol
just a role play.
YouTubers do like a
It was
karaoke
big
practice stream.
business. Fallout
where it's
4 made
just like another
$750
karaoke.
million on its first day on the shelves. And it did this, despite being, to my mind,
Yeah.
the weakest of all the mainline titles.
Hey,
Fallout
you never
4
know.
is
Now the
tough enough
docu
to
might
crack,
actually be
harder for me
achievable.
to
You
evaluate
never
now
you
than
never
when I
know.
first played it years ago.
You never
It's
know.
the most modern of the Fallouts. The most
Okay, let's not start the Fallout 4 category because this one is like an hour and a half. Me, are you dying? No, I'm okay. My throat's sore because I've been talking. And my tummy hurts. But other than that, I'm totally fine. And my cat's giving me allergies because she's laying. You can hear me start to sniffle. Like, she's giving me allergies because she's laying right behind me. And she was on my bed. She was on my bed last night, and she was on my bed, and what she did was she would look at me. If I made eye contact with her, she would shove her face in my face and start rubbing on my face. I actually slept pretty well last night, comparatively. I actually, oh, you wanna, yeah, I don't have a command for this.
You got me, Nina!
It's so early!
Yeah?
It's so early!
Yeah, okay.
I love it. Don't stop, you make me come.
Boy next door.
I love it. Don't stop, that turn me on.
Boy next door.
Fucking coming. It's a fucking deed. Repeat our amnesty.
Boy next door.
It's so early. It's so early for Gachi. It's so early. Yeah. Good morning, Char. Good morning to you too, everybody. Good morning to you too, everybody. Ah, fuck. I forgot what I was saying. Let me see. It was... Oh yeah, Excella. I don't have a command for Subathon because... Oh, why would I put that in there? Why would I plan that on in advance? I did sleep relatively well, so let me show you guys. Where are we at right now? Huh? Where are we at right now? Oh. Wow! You'll get a cello stream. These are the only potential things left. There's really not a lot on there. There's really not a lot on there. Excella, you get the 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commit it to memory. 0. Anisha! But yeah, I did sleep really well compared to... Oh, Movan! What the fuck, dude? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Let's get a little bit of regular music in here. But oh, hey, what do you have? What do you have? How many spins are left? We got a lot of them. We have a lot of them. I will tell you guys that. I don't even know if I'm gonna have to do like a separate spin stream. I don't know if we're gonna have to do like a separate spin stream. I didn't really plan out the spin increments very well, did I? Or we're going to have to restructure the wheel when we do the spins, because first of all, It would be an issue if I spun the wheel and had to drink 20 beers. Nisha! What the fuck, dude? Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Man! But there's no planning involved here, that is correct. It would be a pretty big issue. We'd probably have to restructure the wheel because it'd be a pretty big issue if I had to drink 20 beers in a row. Even 10 beers in a row would still be a pretty big issue. Because I would be drunk. Very drunk. Throwing up drunk. And Gecko, thank you so much for the 5 gifted! I really appreciate it. You see no issue. But the bigger issue, I'd hit pessimism! What the fuck? Thank you for the 5 as well. Dude. Well, let me finish what I was saying. The bigger issue at hand. Thank you, still let me finish what I'm saying! Let me finish what I'm fucking saying! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Okay, but the bigger issue at hand, it would be pretty bad if I had to drink 10 beers because that would get me like throwing up drunk. And then the even bigger issue is that we don't have 10 or even 20 beers at home. The same goes for the seltzers. I only have an 8-pack. I don't have the resources to drink that much alcohol. Hey, baby. My cat's here. 20 beers and 40 nugs. Yeah, that's gonna make me throw up. Yes, that will make me throw up. I mean, granted, hypothetically, if the subathon does extend until once I come back into town, hypothetically, then I could buy more. I could buy more. Also, this is totally unrelated, but we need to check before. I think I'll do it on my laptop. When do you leave again? I leave tomorrow! I fly out tomorrow, you guys. Don't talk. You're gonna be perma-streaming if it extends? Well, we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, I'm like a little bit curious because I just realized my... You know what, guys? I'm gonna be transparent with you guys. I'm pretty sure my Twitch payout happened in the middle of the subathon, and I think it would be a good idea. I think it would be more beneficial for all of us if I didn't receive my payout. Okay, good. Okay, this is really good news, you guys, because... if I had received the subathon as, like, a Twitch payout already, I definitely would have spent it at the end of the convention. But I didn't! So, it's going to be put to good use. It's going to be put to good use for paying my taxes and my school. This is unfortunate. It's so cringe! It's responsible money. I hate responsible money, dude. I want to use it on, What about your meth addiction? Well, there's a lot of steps involved. You can't just will yourself out of a meth addiction. Which I don't have a meth addiction. I have to... Listen, the reason... fun fact, the reason my camera has not been turned on in a few days... My desk camera. My desk is clear, but I've got wigs. I've been using this desk space to hold my wigs until I can get them packed up. Because I'm bald. I wear wigs because I'm bald. I have cancer. It's not an addiction, it's a hobby. My meth hobby, you know? Yeah, my meth hobby. But I have to go check my my uni to make sure I don't have like any tests today. Another 24 hours, guys? No! 19. That's just okay. That's okay. But see, That's the thing. If the subathon timer is set to end while I'm asleep, then wouldn't I have to stay up that night to make sure I can end the stream if it actually does end while I'm supposed to be sleeping? Isn't that how it works? Okay, we gotta go to my courses. If it logged me out, I'm gonna do a backflip. It shouldn't have because it's set to have me logged in for a whole week. I also don't know if I should bring my laptop. That's your call, champ. Well, I want it to run smoothly. I want everything to run smoothly. You know, you guys know I'm crazy about wanting things to run smoothly, yeah. So, oh, this is still, I was already in. Okay, let's see. Okay, he has literally said nothing. Let's see if he's posted the lecture notes in the last month, because this professor just doesn't post stuff. Okay, it's not there. What about the files? Okay. Last lecture was posted on... Okay, he posted in advance. I think he literally posted the entire... This isn't even like an asynchronous course. This is an in-person regular college course, but I think he just posted the entire course worth of lecture notes. I don't know. But I told you guys, this unit that we're doing, it's like literally Factorio. Like straight up, it's Factorio. Like everything that we've supposed to have like been learning about this unit is Factorio. Not like Factorio has been referenced at all, but it's like the course itself is like Factorio. Explain? Gladly. The last lecture I went to was about nuclear power. The previous lecture before that was about solar power. Last unit was like coal like fueled like electricity generation. What else was there? That was Factorio. It's like the power. It's all the power sources. It's all the power shit, dude. And it's Factorio. It's like the things from Factorio. We're learning about Factorio, guys. It's Factorio. I can't believe they based University Science course on Factorio. Okay. I'm drinking my hot cocoa. Let's get some other music really quick. Do this. I really like Dota. Not the game, the song. I like Dota. Here, we'll play the Dark song because I know you guys like Dark. Yeah, it's a Factorial course. But it's like I don't show up because I know this stuff. Also, hi, Sorry Potato. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by.
I also know there's like 5 or 6 guys in
What about baseload power? And the energy cliff.
just a hint of love.
I hate mobile but love Dota song. Yeah, the Dota song is like, you know, it's peak. It's like it's like good vibes. That's like happiness. That song is what happiness is. If I was 10 years older, I think I would have been able to appreciate that song a little bit better. I think I would have been able to appreciate better, but I think I'm doing my best to appreciate it now. Let's see. Warcraft 3 Dota was a blast. Oh yeah, because it was a custom map, right? Wasn't it like a big custom? Like custom Warcraft 3 was just Dota?
Kinda like that.
Okay. Good hot cocoa. I think we can do a little crafting this morning. It's also part of my morning routine now. I don't know what to do. It's not that I don't know what to do. It's like it just feels wrong to do anything else. Hi, Bonatide, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Jesus Christ. Also, Oblivion ordered. That's, dude, I don't know if you're still in here, but holy shit, you have a different, because like my widget cycles through the gift, like the gift, the bits, and whatever. His present box has a blue ribbon. It's purple with a blue ribbon now. So there's color variety. Yeah, there's color variety! But I did just want to say again, like, holy shit, you guys are fucking insane. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think the subathon would go nearly nearly this long. It was just kind of, it was more something that was like, I see every VTuber, like every VTuber I've ever watched has done one. Every VTuber I've ever watched has done one. So I was like, well, maybe it would be like, you know, VTubery. It's like the VTubery thing. I'll be like a regular VTuber. We are pretty close to the ducky. That's kind of scary, isn't it? But we are like, damn, dude. Damn. I just thought it would be fun to do like the VTuber thing, but it went like crazy. It shit went so fucking crazy, dude. I'm a real boy now. Now I'm a real VTuber. I'm a real VTuber now, guys. I'm a real VTuber. I did subathon, guys. Wait, you're a boy? Always have been. You have no trust in your community. She hates us! Well, what would I have trusted the community to do? What? What would I have trusted? What would I have been entrusting people to do? I guess hang out on stream. That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy that I could go in. I wouldn't be able to sleep. Especially like the first few days. Like the first like 2 or 3 days. If it was like 4 or 5 like just dead hours. Like actual Twitch dead hours. Like 4 to 6 a.m. I could just go into the stream and there would be like 300, like 200, 300 people just in there, and I could say something and there would be like a bunch of people in chat. That was, I think that was the most like, I don't know how to explain it, the most like shocking thing. That was something I wasn't expecting. I'm talking like the subathon's over already. I'm talking like it's over already, but I know it's not all the way over, but you know. You know, it's nice to have a place to sit while gooning. What? I only ever saw it tip down to like 150 at the lowest. There's a shitload of people. I mean, I guess that's just, I guess I have you guys to thank, because you guys kind of chose the videos that we watched overnight. Because I know a lot of streamers will like just play their own VODs, or will like just literally do nothing and just have their model sleep on screen. But I don't really sleep that well. So it was nice to have something to just mindlessly go to if I couldn't sleep. So I would have my stream pulled up. I have my stream pulled up on my computer, just always running on my computer, and I would be laying in my bed and have the stream pulled up on my phone and be watching it on my phone. I like the, yeah, I like Wendigooner. I'm a Wendigooner fan. I'm a Wendigooner video essay fan. I don't really watch a lot of video essays. Listen, it took me all of my willpower to not put on like the fucking Dan Olsen World of Warcraft videos. Because I didn't want to force you guys to sit through like hours and hours of World of Warcraft. But that's like, those are like the only video essays I like. Aware. So really, you guys should be thanking me. Really what you guys should be thanking is me. For not making you sit through that, yeah. You should be thanking me for that. But, oh man, the videos were super... like super interesting. I really wasn't expecting it. I really wasn't expecting to be that into the videos. I don't know, man. I was... Thanks, Mia. Wow, thanks, Mia. But I don't know, man. This whole subathon thing has been super shocking. Like, I don't know. And like I said, my parents don't mind. They don't mind that I'm doing it. I think they're a little bit worried about me. I don't know how else to phrase it. I think they're a little bit worried about me because I don't leave my room. And my mom has been like, every time I leave my room, she's like, Mia, make sure you're eating, make sure you're taking care of yourself. And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. Like a zombie. I did explain it beforehand. I told them it's timer based, and every time there's a donation, the timer goes up. And quote, it should only run for a couple days at most. And then so every day I would come to the kitchen when my parents were getting ready for work in the morning, and I'd be like, hey, the timer's a lot higher than I thought it would be. And every single day. And that's what I would do every single day. 2-month donathon time! No, dude, this is not gonna turn into Chris's donathon, dude. Holy fuck. Didn't hers literally run for almost 2 months? I've made a mistake. Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, also, I forgot. I need to message an artist. Don't worry, don't panic. It's not an artist that, like, I'm getting art from. Is this Abby? Oh no. I was gonna flame Abby because I thought Abby said something stupid, but it was Abby replying to someone saying something stupid. Jump to present. Saffron's messaging me at like fucking 7:30 in the morning. Does she think I'm awake? Holy fuck. Another VTuber I know is on 42 days with less CCV. Good luck. What? We're only on day 6. We're fine. We're on day 6. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Day 6. We'll maybe get to day 7. Day 6 I think is a good stopping point, right, bros? Right, bros? Okay, let me see. I have to. Where is this? Okay. Okay, I need a date range so I can get the deadline right. Oh. Wait, what? 16. Okay. Oh. Meet Scepter! Thank you for stopping by. I'll see you later tonight. I appreciate you stopping in to say hi. Have fun trucking and fucking and cranking your hog. Ooh. Okay. Yay! Okay, how many? Let me see. I literally have not spoken to anybody on Discord, so I need to make sure that there's not anything, like, relatively important. Let's talk to Saffron. I have to, like, give her a detailed... need to pack my fucking suitcase today. I need to pack my fucking suitcase. So let's see. Okay, hold on. Ooh, time zones. Okay, now we gotta say something to Cleo. We gotta say something to Cleo. They're trying to schedule a collab during my class time! I would definitely cut class to collab with the girlies though. Right, she doesn't have to, wait, are Cleo, Lumi, and Whiskey all full-time streamers? Like, streamers? I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty because with the Warhammer collabs, it's always been me that has, like, commitments that's like, oh, I can't do this date, I can't do this date, I can't do this date. Because before it was work, now it's school. I just want to be grown. I want to be 30 years old and a full-time streamer. I want to be 30 years old and a full-time streamer so I don't have to worry about missing collabs for school. Look, actually, I'm still getting work emails. I got a work email today. Let's see. Okay. I have to do the hammer time thing. So I can do 3 p.m. I just googled hammer. I just googled hammer. It's a bunch of fucking pictures of hammers. Now I want the timestamp. I need the 20th. The date. Oh. 5, 0 p.m. Okay. Copy that. Okay, I said pretty please. I said please, 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 please. It's funny because I had messaged, I think like Abby or something about my scheduling, and I was like, damn, I'm only gonna have one day in town, and I think I might have to do a collab on the one day that I'm back in town. Okay, so I think that's every important message I have to respond to. Saffron, A-Dog, and Lil Lumi Whiskey. I think that's everybody. Every time-sensitive message has been responded to. You come back from New York? Yeah, well, I've had Anime New York City planned since like fucking March. I've had Anime New York City planned since March, and then like beginning of November or some shit, it was like, oh, Miia. We haven't seen you, Miia. We haven't seen you, Miia. We'll pay if you wanna come out for Thanksgiving. And I was like, oh, okay. Because the one thing about me is I cannot refuse free things. If I'm gonna have some, like, auntie shit, you know, if I'm gonna have some, like, some auntie offer, like, fuck, dude, okay, like, okay, I guess. I have a really cool family. Well, for the most part. I have really cool, my favorite aunt, actually, she's like a fucking, I'm trying to like OPSEC this a little bit. Okay. She's literally an Ivy League professor. She's so fucking smart. I was like, I probably shouldn't say a school name even though they're big schools. She's literally an Ivy League professor. She's my favorite. And she's super, super smart. And she thought my VTubing stuff was cool. Because she's on my dad's side of the family. But we don't get to see her a lot because, like, again, we would have to, like, fly out to see her because she's super far away. No, she's not a fed. She's a scientist. She's, like, legitimately a scientist and does research at an Ivy League. But when I was making, like, my second VTuber model, my dad thought it was super cool. Like, my dad really liked to watch me rig my model. He thought it was really, really cool. And so I sent him, like, a little screen recording of it. And my dad was like, can you send me another video of this so like I can send it to so-and-so? I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, I think she would think that this is really cool. Yeah, but I've like, yeah, that's my favorite aunt, but I don't get to see her for Thanksgiving because she's busy. She's busy. She works a lot. She had to like move recently too, or like I think she still has to move because like she literally has to live like right at the university so she can do her research. Yeah, my dad is really cool. I'm actually, the shirt that I'm wearing right now is a shirt that my dad got for me for Christmas. I'm pretty I don't know if it's like an AliExpress shirt or if it's like legit, but it's a Chainsaw Man t-shirt because my dad does not play about Chainsaw Man. My dad really likes Chainsaw Man. So he got me a chainsaw. And my dad, dude, sometimes my dad wears his Chainsaw Man shirt to work. And he'll come home, he'd be like, a lot of people said they like my shirt today. My dad don't play about his shonen anime. I told you guys, he likes Tokyo Ghoul, he likes Jujutsu Kaisen a lot. He really likes JJK actually, and Chainsaw Man. I'm really like curious because I know he uses Reddit because he's like a boomer. I don't know. I really want. My dad's not single. He's married to my mom. Sometimes I do wonder if he's like up to date on like the memes. Like if I sent him like a domain expansion shit or one of the like I'd win panel edits, like if he would understand. Does he hit up the episode discussions on Reddit after an episode drops? Dude, he might. I think he lurks. I think he's a lurker. My dad doesn't really like use he doesn't really like use social media. He has accounts on like everything, so he can like look at everything. But I don't think he really posts. Even I don't understand those memes. Well, that's the thing. Like that's the catch. It's because they're like Zoomer. You know, they're Zoomer, like just kind of stupid and absurd. You know. That's the only reason I feel like he might not get it. What was I going to say? Man. What like crab room? Oh yeah, we gotta play Minecraft. We gotta do a little bit of morning Minecraft because if I don't, my daily routine will get messed up and I'll get really nervous. I'll be like an old person with dementia. I'll be like really like disoriented and confused. Like what? I like to put cinnamon in my my hot cocoa. So it's cinnamon cocoa. All right. Oh yeah, guys! When I went to sleep last night, sorry, I just have a lot to say. I'm really. I guess my chemistry exam is gonna be after Thanksgiving break then. Oh yeah, but when I went to bed last night, all right, because some of my real life friends were in one of their group chats, and they were talking about Animal Crossing or whatever, and they were like, "Oh, you're kind of like this villager, or you're kind of like this villager," and I was like, I didn't say anything because I was just lurking. I feel kind of bad because I've been I've been like radio silent in like every group chat with like school friends and stuff since like literally since a couple days before the subathon because I've been so busy. And like in this chat, only like 2 of them know that out of like the like 10 people or whatever, only 2 of them know that I stream. So I felt a little bit, I always feel a little bit bad like just ignoring everything, but you know. No, I didn't ask like what villager would I be, but it reminded me that if I really wanted to, if for whatever reason I get bored of my little computer games, which I wouldn't because how the fuck would I get bored of these games? I've been playing them for like literally 7 hours a day for like the last almost week. Each 7 hours a day each. But if I did for whatever reason get bored or just want to do something else, I could always hook up my actually, are there any Redditors in chat? Any Redditors in chat? Any Redditors in chat? Do you guys know Nintendo? So I have a Switch Lite, and the thing about the Switch Lite is it only goes up like to 720p or whatever. Gross? Don't say fucking gross to me. It was the cheapest one. But I don't know if I connect it to my monitor if it's still gonna be 720p on my 1080p monitor, or if it's gonna be gross at Reddit, not you. Okay. Or if it'll actually be 1080p if I cast it to the monitor. It has an HDMI. Yeah, it has an HDMI. Wait, there's a new Switch coming out next year? What? What? I'm Googling that. That's what? What the fuck? It's gonna stay 720? Okay, well maybe I'll try to sell my Switch. Maybe I'll try to sell my Switch and get a regular one then. Fuck! Dude. Damn it, I thought it would be 1080p. Well, that's why the like few Splatoon streams I did were so crunchy. Urgh. That's why like all of my Nintendo streams were so crunchy. Urgh. Which really it wasn't an issue because most of the time when I played a Nintendo game, I would be using a Wii, which is already like only fucking like 480p, so it didn't really matter. Damn it. Let me do the math. Hold on, let me do the math. Hold on. I'm gonna do the math. We're doing the math real quick. Oh, you guys have to listen to it, to baby. Hold on. Well, I guess we only we would only need 800 subs for me to hit the Nintendo Switch goal. I'm about to drop a couple grand on my own Twitch channel. I don't know if I should get a VR set or Switch. I think you get more mileage out of a VR headset. Actually, Nisha, in my opinion, just because you can hook up a VR headset to your computer and you can play anything on it that's compatible, but a Switch you can only play Nintendo games. And honestly, one thing that irks me about the Switch is that even though it's not like true region lock, you would need multiple Nintendo accounts if you really wanted to get games from different regions on a Switch. Yeah, it's really only good for exclusives and portable use. Yeah. And you can, well, I don't endorse that. I do not endorse it. Where are we on the leaderboard? What leaderboard? Leaderboard of what? Leaderboard of what? Leaderboard of what? Leaderboard of what? I love leaderboards. I love leaderboards. I want to find leaderboards. I love leaderboards. Yeah, that's true. If your GPU is like maybe like a 2070, if it's like 20 series or above, you should be fine because technically like it's like 1060 and above are VR ready, quote unquote. Leaderboard of most gay streamers on Twitch. probably pretty high up. The leaderboard of the sub competition, I don't think it's like a true sub. It's not a competition per se, but I can just like click on North American partnered streamers. North American partnered streamers, I guess. I'm not sure. North American partnered streamers and just see who has the little widget on. A lot of like really big streamers don't have it. I guess because they have better deals or something? I'm not sure. I'll just go through the VTuber tag and see if I can find anybody that's got the little widget. Probably have to scroll past all the giant, big guys. Let's see. I don't see this widget. No, I don't know. Maybe not a lot of people. Well, I'm also streaming like well into the European Asian hours right now. So, and it's a North American event. So probably most of the people that are doing this that are live are probably only doing subathons. They're all here. Oh, that's awesome! Wow, there's not very many people. Oh, Mother's doing it. Holy shit. Oh, Sayu's doing it, but I don't see the overlay. Oh, I do see it. Holy shit, we're really high. That's insane. Wow. We are actually like... I'm just clicking. Yeah, the one streamer that has like 5,000 CCV already finished it. Like finished the whole thing. But then most of the other people are at like level 6 through 9-ish. Damn. Damn. This is insane. I want to find another one with... I want to find another one. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot, you guys. There's a lot of fucking streamers doing this. Like, a lot. I didn't realize there were this many. Oh, because I'm in the fucking VTuber tag. That's why, because I was in the fucking VTuber tag. I was like, wow, there's a lot of streamers here. I was like, in the Sparkle Carrot, thank you for stopping in to say hi. I really appreciate it. I hope you've had a good day. And hopefully we can see you when you wake up. Let's see. Oh, I just went live. Let's say hi. Okay. Okay, we said hi. Our, there's only like 65 people. Well, they didn't invite very many people. They didn't invite very many people. It was like 900 people got invited, I think, and I don't think there's actually like a set number of people who are actually doing it, you know? I was gonna say, wow, everybody doing this has like pretty high viewership. Like everybody's above like 50 viewers. But it's because it's a partner event. It's a partnered event. That's why. That makes sense. Oh, there's a VTuber playing old school RuneScape. Is this a girl? Oh! This motherfucker's from Vine Sauce! That always like jerks my chain a little bit. It's like, there's so many VTubers or like just content creators where I'll be like, oh, this person's cool. I can't put my finger on it, but this person's, where have I seen them before? And it's like, all of these like old streamer and like content creator like collectives and like groups and organizations. It's like the people, like they're still like, all these people are still doing content creation just under different names and different groups now. It's like, what the fuck? These people are still here. Like my like childhood people are still here, dude. It's crazy. Like fucking I don't know, dude. It's just like It's crazy. It's like crazy. That's how I felt at TwitchCon too. That's how I felt at TwitchCon too. But I was just like just perma soy jacking. Like, what the fuck? I watched this person when I was a little kid. What the fuck? You know, I know Vinny and the Norwegian dude. Are you talking about Joel? Joel? Put some fucking respect on his name! I fucking love Joel. Oh my god. But yeah, I mostly just watch Vinny and Joel. I probably watch Joel more, honestly. Yeah, the granddad guy. He did so much though. He did so much, dude. Oh my god. I think Joel, I know Vinny, I think Vinny did, was it Vinny that did the Windows destruction? Vinny did a really good Mario voice. He did a really funny Mario voice. Lime is really cute. Yeah, I've rated into her a few times. She's so sweet. Joel was Windows destruction. Did Vinny do the fucked up 3D models then? I feel like I watched more Joel variety content and more Vinny gaming. Yes, okay. Oh, the fucked up dude. Dude, I would be quoting fucking Vinesauce shit so much and people would be like, what are you talking about? Nobody understands me. How's the tummy? Well, I just took a lot of ibuprofen, so I'll be fine. People like to conveniently forget. As a bit, right guys? As a bit. But I'm a girl, so I have to deal with girl problems. Unfortunately. Anyways, we gotta get into this one. Dude, now I wanna watch fucking Vinesauce. I wanna watch Vinesauce, man. Dude, fuck, it's been so long since I've seen any of their videos. Let's fucking game for a bit. A girl? Vinesauce in the tiny window like Subway Surfers. Like I'm running fucking Subway Surfers while I play. Alright. Let's juice. Because... Oh no, not a fan. What is it? Wait. You're a girl? You're telling me...
Matoem Squivy.
Matoem Squivy. Thank you so much for the 11 months! Jesus Christ, I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Wait, you're telling me you're a girl? I fell in... What is it? I fell in love with a girl and not a clumsy femboy twink. You know, that one? That one. How can it be a girl? How can the meanest have a poop input? Girl? Chad is gay. Gauge. They're not gay, they're gauge. So I need to get Unbreaking 3. I need to get Unbreaking 3 on this so that we can stick mending on it. And then also if we look at our advancements, chat. So we finished all the base ones. Is it really gay if you're a top? I guess not. Question mark? I don't know. Goat? Oh wait, we can do the B. We can do this one now. We can do the B one because we have Silk Touch. We have to go back to the mangrove forest so that we can get tadpoles. We can catch frogs as well. We could probably do this. We could probably do this today. But we still have a whole lot of nether stuff to get done. I need gas tiers. We can finish the end advancement tree really fast too. All I have to do is get 4 gas tiers. I need 4 gas tiers to make the end crystals. And then we can respawn him. And then we're doing pretty good. And this is Full suit of netherite. Subspace bubble shouldn't be too difficult. That shouldn't be too difficult. And I feel like, oh, this has to be an aggroed piglin. I think I can do that. And then a beacon, we just have to kill the wither. This shouldn't be too difficult, honestly, especially since I already have full mending diamond and a netherite sword. It's still multi-shot. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a bow, or not a bow, an axe. Just so that I can keep going for this enchant. I'll take my silk touch with me so I can try to do the total B location. I'm actually juiced right now. Juiced as fuck. I'm actually juiced as fuck right now. We're gonna get a lot done today. The golden kappa? What the fuck? What the? Ah! What the fuck? There we go. There we go. Let's get back to the video. Wait, guys! Pause again. I keep getting fucking sidetracked, but I do want to see how many emote slots we have open. How many emote slots do we have, chat? How many emote slots do we have? Creator dashboard. I'm just curious. I probably have like 5, maybe? Holy shit, I'm actually... The way the sub points work is... Even though there's... currently there's 2,297 subscribers. However, we actually have 2,359 sub points. Because there's tier 2s and tier 3s. But now... So now, technically we only need 41 tier 1s for the next emote slot. But the emotes that we have already are... I have 8 open slots. Holy shit. That's 27, 28, 29, 30. I have 35 standard emotes. How many emotes do other streamers have? How many emotes do other streamers have? I wish there was a way to just check the numbers. Those are global emotes. 1, 2, 3, 7, 14, 35, 2. 4, okay. A lot of stream. Okay, that's a lot. I don't know. No, it's not even number friendly. I'm just curious. Because I don't know if people get all the emotes and then just use up all their emote slots, or like they keep a few emote slots saved or something. It's hey, this shit is new to me. This shit is new to me, okay? This is all new. Let's make an axe. I literally might make us react Andy to like an old Vine Sauce video because hey. Even if I can get an Unbreaking 2, I think I'd settle for that. Just because Unbreaking's not like oh man, another looting 3. Everything that I have already has mending on it, so I don't necessarily need Unbreaking. It's just a little bit more convenient. Yeah, we're rolling the villager gacha. I have to get him his Actually, I think I need to fucking relocate him over here. Gibbity. Maybe keep 2 to 3. Yeah, see, French, I think. Because I see some VTubers, because not necessarily even VTubers, but just some streamers I follow, like, have like some holiday themed emotes, which I think is a really cute idea to rotate out a couple of holiday emotes over the course of the year, just so there's always fresh stuff, you know? I think that would be cute. I think that would be cute. Like, just like 1 or 2. Where's a scat man? Only 13 hours. Hey, wait. No, there's 19 hours left. We can do this. 19 hours. We can do this shit, man. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a scat man. Mia with coal. Coal! That word, that evil, evil word. So I need fences. So I think I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Scatman can do it, then so can you. Alright. This should be good. The Scatman. I thought it would be funny to do the like, you know how for New Year's they have like those cringy like novelty glasses that like have the year on them? You know what I'm talking about? I think that would be fun. And then we need slabs. That. He'll be very happy in his new enclosure, I promise. So as soon as he goes in there, I'll lock him up, I think. And I think I'll put the lectern here. So he can take the profession. Alright, there we go. So he should be locked in there now. Yeah. And we can put the logs here. And the stair here. He has been locked in. There is a tree growing in his enclosure, but I think it's okay. I'm keeping them like a zoo. I'm calling it an enclosure. What's the goal in the craft today? Before I do anything, I need to get Unbreaking 3 Mending on my Elytra. And then we can try to fight the Wither, I think. I want to try to fight the Wither because I've got a lot of achievements to do. And depending on how the Nether goes, we might be able to respawn the dragon to get the last end achievement. Oh, it's not an outdoor library. This is like a zoo. I'm locking them in a zoo. I just happen to need a bunch of librarians, so they're all librarians. Yeah, this is vanilla. Because once he learns the profession, I can take it, and I lock the trade. I can delete the lectern, and we can keep using it for somebody else. Now, what are we gonna do about that? I didn't think about that one. Can he use it? No, he can't learn it when it's ready. Dang it. Can you learn it if it's right here, maybe? It has to be on the ground level, are you kidding? Okay. We do a bit here. Huh. When will you continue Skyrim? This evening. You don't panic! Don't worry, we've literally been playing Skyrim for fucking... I'll see how long we've been playing Skyrim for. We've played almost 30 hours of Skyrim this subathon. Okay, almost 30 hours. Almost 30 fucking hours of Skyrim so far. Me, I'm panicking! It's okay, don't panic. Huh. So let's do that. Dang it. Let me do this. I think Unbreaking is in the pool. It's just a pain in the ass to get. So I'm fine if it does, if not all of them are. I'm fine if the enchant that I end up sticking with isn't Unbreaking 3, if it's like Unbreaking 2. Or if it's Unbreaking 1 for 1 emerald, that's still not that bad. It would just be the XP it takes to combine, because you would need 6 books. Right? No, you would need more. You would need... You get 2. Oh, you would only need 4. 4 of them. Yeah. You don't need 4 of them. So it's not even that bad, honestly. Also, hi Billy! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out. I already have Frostwalker. The good thing is I'm gonna be able to kill most of these guys off once I have my full mending. If I get a full netherite mending set of armor and stuff. The only way I could lose my stuff is if I die in the void. Because it won't get destroyed by lava or, I think, explosions or anything. It's just if it, like, physically goes out of the world. Quick charge. He's trying to sell me a fucking curse! Fire aspect. I think I could have like a fire aspect looting sword so that I could get like self touch book. If I have like a fire aspect looting sword, that could be for farming animals. Or even like a fire aspect looting axe. So I don't hit multiple targets if that's what I'm trying to do. Frostwalker. Pretty please. Pretty please. Okay. Please. He doesn't like me! This guy doesn't like me at all. I think what I could also do is if I don't have any slabs on me. I was gonna say if I had a slab, I could put it here so I didn't have to walk around and I could just sneak and break and replace. Piercing. We'll give him a few more tries. Oh shit! I think we'll settle with this. We'll settle with this. Unbreaking 2. Oh. So I just need to get an emerald real quick and then I'll lock the trade in. Hopefully 9 levels is going to be enough to combine these books. Everything. And then maybe while I'm exploring, not necessarily exploring, but going to do all the other stuff that's closer to the end portal, we might be able to find a drowned with a trident, and I could try to get a trident. Do that. He should have a paper trade. Huh? Okay. Oh good, and his book trade unlocked again, so that's good. I gotta figure out where I threw all my books. Because I can definitely destroy the library. I can destroy the library in the stronghold. You want pancakes? Pancakes do sound kind of good. Pancakes. There they are. So I can definitely lock that trade. I think I can do it 16 times before it locks. Inside and outside. Yeah. I love their stupid noises. So now I'll try to combine a mending and a unbreaking for my elytra. I might need to put some shit away. Just got too many books. I'm just gonna have to fill all the empty space in here with my with my enchanted books. So where's my unbreaking? Unbreaking. There's my 2 unbreakings. Mending. Huh. Damn it! We need 8 levels. We need 8 levels. So I'm gonna go kill stuff, and we can start flying. I'm very excited to start flying, actually. Oh shit, it's 2 normal hits now. Okay, if I do an uncharged hit. Alright, we're almost at level 8. Wait, yeah, I should be able to do a fast kill on the creepers. I can get the creepers, oh, I can get the creepers before they blow up. So I don't have to worry about running away for the second hit. Yeah, we do need fireworks, so oh man. I forget how to make a fireworks charge, but I know for the rocket I just need like the charge and paper. Let's kill this one. Ah! 7. Let's take out this pig man. Alright, we're level 8. So I'm gonna go combine this with my wings and then we can start flying. Your stomach feeling better? I took meds. It'll be alright. Let's see. Oh, I gotta use my anvil. My anvil's gonna fucking break soon, actually. So, let's see where my gunpowder is. Oh wait. Oh, I don't need fucking firework charges for the rocket. We have a lot of gunpowder. This is good. I forget how to make them do multiple charges. Oh shit, we're out of fucking paper! I didn't think paper would be what limited me. Damn. Alright, let's check this shit out. Wow! Now I can really look for temples. Oh man. This jungle is bigger than I thought it was. I just have to be careful to not crash land. Wow. Wow. Oh, there's the mesa. As long as I don't crash land, we'll be alright. Right, and I did want to check out the mesa too. Wow! This is so fucking cool! There's one of the mesa mines. Wow. I think there's a gotcha edit of this song. I feel like I say that every time this one comes on. I'm like, I think there's a gotcha edit of it. Wow. I have not seen a jungle temple though. Let's go this way. I want to explore a new direction. Oh. Might not be the best thing for my game though, for my computer. I fly faster than it can render. This is gonna be a good way to find drowned, actually. Ooh. Dolphin. Wow. Wow. And I can just fucking fly back home. Dolphin. What is it playing with? Oh, it's playing with the sand item. Okay, we've got the dolphin blessing, so now I can swim. So awesome. Did you cap yet? No. What, you're on the subathon? 5 more. Oh! Yeah, let me do the math real quick. Hold on. Oh. 18, so 19 hours from now. So that's 19 hours. Oh, no, guys, literally 24 hours from now. Literally 24 hours is where it would cap. Because I have to leave at noon. Oh, the VOD cap. Oh. The VOD cap. Oh, yeah, the VOD will cap it in 5 hours. So I'll have to start a new stream in 5 hours. This is so fucking cool, you guys. Five hours and 8 minutes until the subathon caps. I think this was the village I was at before. Was it? Was it? I think it was. Wow. Hi, Cobalt. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping in. Brand new. Calico cat. Baby. I want a calico cat. I've always I've always wanted a calico cat in real life, but they don't have any at the shelter, and I get my cats from the shelter. Huh? What the fuck was that? Weirdo. One chain isn't printed the same as what you were doing. He wanted to reach the sky, so he ordered a bunch of fireworks, dropped to a chair, and sat on it. He blew himself up! Alright, let's go back home. I want to explore the area around my house. Oh, it's getting rainy. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? But look, I got a rocket. Can't be gay, I have wings. Whoa! Now fall damage will always be negligible. Yay. Kitty. Let me do. Hold on, what? Turn on Do Not Disturb. Thank you. Thank you, Siri. Yeah, so it's cause like a lot of the servers I'm in have like music bots and stuff. And I don't know how to stop it, but the bot will ping. I'll get a like notification from the bot every time a bot command gets used. And I don't know how to. I know you can disable it in like server settings or something, but I'm kind of lazy. Give me that. Looting the fuck out of this village, man. Let's see where we're going. We gotta go this way. And you travel so fast with these two. I've just cleared like almost 1,000 blocks. Disable it from channel notices. I see. Because I think there's a tundra. Just watch out for the durability, yeah. That's why I enchanted it Unbreaking 3. Because I was a bit worried about the durability. Oh. I should be able to get back home from here. You know what? Once I get more fireworks, I'm not gonna have to worry about bridging in the end. I think it's over here. Now I just kind of have to guesstimate wherever my house is. Ah! I'll hide you in a second. Your birthday is in 334, I think, days. Right? It was 335 yesterday? Or was it 336 yesterday? 330. We are lost. There it is. It's cold. It's snowing! I really want to see snow. But it doesn't really get cold enough to snow. Well, it gets cold enough, snow just doesn't stick. So there it is. Here's my house. -70. Okay, so it's my house is literally at 0, 0. I have seen snow before, but it just doesn't snow where I live. So now we can finally explore near spawn because I can travel faster. Any particular reason? No, I just think it's fun. Give me that loot. There should be like a regular tundra somewhere over here. Here it is! Wow! Look at this! Holy shit! It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Guys, it's Christmas. This is really cool. Wait! Is this frozen ocean or ice spikes? Dude! There's polar bears here! Dude. We gotta start flying back home. I just realized I'm gonna be out of fucking firework rockets soon. We gotta go back home. I don't wanna have to walk home. This was a good test run. She's in love with who I am. Back in high school I used to... So now it's gonna lag while I... The good news is that a well-angled rocket can get me like 1,000 blocks. Alright, we're almost there. Ah! I crash landed. We got it though. Ooh. You gotta be careful. Look who I am. Back in high school I used to... There's my house! We did it! Can land on the roof. I need to make a helipad. All calculated! Wait, it's faster to fish if it's nighttime. Put my lectern right there. Let's see how this goes. It should be like insanely fast. Wow. That it is. Ah! We gotta do the total B location thing. I really want to do that one, and I think there's a couple beehives like kind of near my house. Put my armor back on. I want to put Depth Strider and Feather Falling on my shoes too. There should be one like right in this vicinity. Oh. Hello. like I just saw like something walk over here. Scary. What bee? So I can pick up the beehive. It won't tell me. I'll put it here. We have to put flowers around it so that the bees will go to it, I think is how it works, because they'll try to pollinate where there's flowers. Not really any flowers in this forest though. I guess I can use bone meal though. It's just not even flowers. There's a bee. Wait, we can do that. I'm helping you out, little guy. Hey, little buddy. He's just like thinking. He's like thinking about it. Every, like, I think this is all the flowers in this entire fucking forest. We can do this. He's a terrible fucking influence. Let me stay up late, get me to skip work and play gotcha. You're influencing yourself. This isn't my fault, I don't think. Okay, lots of flowers. I'll take one to like lure bees with. Holy. Oh, that was scary. So now if I find a bee, I'll just use the poppy, I think, to lure it. Or I could just try to leave it up to chance and mine as many beehives as I can. There's the mushrooms. Steak. Get my steak. Well, I definitely wouldn't die from an explosion now though, because I have blast No, I don't have blast protection anymore, but I've got protection 4 on all of my armor. So I'm pretty beefy. I'm pretty tough. I'm hard to hit. It's hard for me to take damage, but oh, rose bushes. It'll be. Hi. I'm gonna pick some extra flowers. It's buzzing. I like the Minecraft bees. I think they're cute. Come on! Look, he's covered in it. He's got pollen on his face. Okay, oh, 2 bumblebees. So we just have to get a third. We have to find a third one. I don't know how to make sure we can get a third one though. Can I breed them? Baby. Go in. Go in the hive. Maybe I should mine it in the meantime. Go in there, go in there, go in there! Oh, he went in. Go in, go in, go in! Bee, bumblebee, go in. my god, where's he going? No! Go in this beehive right here. Please, pretty please. This one, this one, this one. Hurry up. Yay! I did it! I like the bees because, yeah, I like the bees because they're chubby. So now I can get flowers. There are 3 bees in here. Got a decent amount of flowers. We'll take it back home. I will give them a bunch of flowers. I have a lot of farming stuff over here, honestly. I have a little orchard right here. We can put the flowers like here. The big flowers like here. The bees are gonna fucking love this. There. Now I have a bunch of flowers. Yay! So let's see what else there is. So that was the only achievement in the bee achievement line. I haven't seen any goats. I haven't seen goats. Let's see. The adventure ones are always, I feel like they're harder. A skulk catalyst? Arlex, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just playing a little bit of Minecraft this morning. Parrot. Ooh, eyeglass. We could make a target. I think I can make a target. 30, that's 30 meters away. I think so. This is the XQC song. I need to know how to make a target. Redstone and a hay bale. Whoa, okay. That's not that difficult, so I just need one more here. In experience, bees are stupid and like to fly away, so it's probably a good idea to make some beehives and breed extras if you want to make sure you always have some. Oh, okay. One. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3. We can breed 4 of them. Babies.
It's time to go again. We go again, boys.
Target. We can put it on a fence. I've got like a little shooting range. I still have my axolotls in the axolotl pond. Okay. Oh, it is a meadows biome. It's a different one. It is the meadows biome. So I can actually fly over there because there's one over that way. There's a meadows biome over there. Stop cursing me! Let's take R. I like that one more. Okay. 13. Each paper, like each sugarcane is one rocket too. That's 26. I think is not divisible by 3. No, 27 is. Okay. Let's do that. And fly over there real quick. It should be like right past the birch forest. There. Should say meadow. There we go. Alright, let's try it. Does it do anything? Is that all the achievement is? This doesn't do anything. The biome is pretty though. I think I want to make another house over here at some point. It's very peaceful. League of Legends? Wait, no, we're listening to Minecraft music. Oh, let me do the eye thing again. I think I can still do it. Eye trick. We've done it. We've done our duty. Let's go back home. Now let me see what other achievements there are. I think we need like... We need to find the deep dark so we can fight a warden. I turned the music off because I got the achievement already. We need a honey block, trimmed armor. What the fuck? Trade with a villager at the build height limit? I feel like if I used a lead and flew him up there. What? What is this? What does that mean? Okay, we can do the sniper duel today, I think. Which way is home? This way? Which way is home? It's this way, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, what the fuck? Maybe there's addicts here. What? What the fuck? bees look really happy. I kind of want to get them other types of flowers. Look, they're kissing! We gotta get more stuff. Oh, we can make a water elevator. You're right. I've had no caffeine today. So far. Kinda need it. I kinda need it. I told her I want solo queue for 12 hours while she's gone this weekend. Dude, you're like Dantes, but you don't scream. Some of my friends get mad at me because I'll say you're like something is kind of like something else when there's like one tiny similarity and nothing else. We'll plant some flowers. Wait, we'll plant flowers over here too for the bees. I'm sure they love it. Oh, they do like it! Alright, we need another bee to come out so we can breed them. We're gonna breed them. They're so cute! I feel like I've seen online they sell plushies of the Minecraft bee. Like officially licensed ones. Baby! Babies! Oh, we can grow the bees faster. Babies. It's not the birds and the bees, it's the bees and the bees. The bees keep fucking! Oh my god, wait, we can rotate their position. We can rotate their positions. Oh my god, wait, this is perfect. Hold on, I didn't know I could do that. Pause, champion! Pause, champion, for a moment. So we can make it look a little bit nicer, like more natural. Like that. Like that. Isn't that cool? Alright, we have to kill a skeleton from really, really far away. Ah! And we want to spawn this like really far away. Or I guess we could just try to kill this guy from pretty far away. Not going good. Pretty grim. Ah! You're hurting me! Let's make my tower a bit taller. There we go! I'll be jerking my chain right now. We can just... I guess I just have to cut my way back up. Because I don't want to waste, well... Okay, that wasn't 50 meters away. Everybody despawned though, because they were too far away. Skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. There's these guys all the way over here, but I don't think my arrow can reach. That's not funny! Pay your tax! Piece of shit monster, you evil monster! You're evil. You're evil. We can do this. Damn it! Oh shit, they dive. My bow is too fucking strong. My bow is too fucking strong, it kills them. Okay. Okay. We can go for him. As long as we get one... There we go, there's one hit. No, why is he coming closer? Yay! We did it! So I grab my XP for all the shit that I've put this on, so the XP goes to this. We might be able. I might be able to actually get a music disc from some of these creepers. So I have to do a full charge and then an uncharged. Okay. One of them is good. I think one of these creepers is good now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're welcome. Okay, there's one creeper. Okay. So just a couple hits should be fine. retarded piece of shit. Okay. I think this is a disc I already had too. Yeah, I already have cat. Alright. My elytra are almost fully repaired. We'll just kill a few more just so I can get it all the way there. Alright. Let's keep going. Alright. Almost there. I have to... Okay, I do have Unbreaking 3 on this already. It looks like I can actually do the 2-hit thing for all of them now because my thing charges up, my sword charges faster than their attack intervals or whatever. Let's take some other flowers. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go back home. I'm just kidding, we'll kill the spiders. Ooh. That's okay. Wait, I might be able to... I'll route the skeleton to come back to sit under this. Just so that he doesn't die. Unless... Okay, one more. Come on, come over here. We can get this. Wait, the skeleton's retarded! What the fuck? He would rather die than let me get a music disc from the creeper, I guess. Question mark. I thought the skeleton AI is supposed to have them go undercover, though. The zombie AI doesn't do that, but the skeleton does. I guess he would rather die than help me out. Let me eat some of my food. Okay, and drink my water. I'll have to keep that netherite template somewhere safe so I don't lose track of it. That. Alright, I have a lot of books. I think I'll do the book trade. I don't know if I locked that one already. Or if it resets every day. Holy fucking shit. Oh, this is a fucking master librarian now. So we're back to having a shitload of emeralds. Saffron! I have such bad eye bags, you guys. I have dark circles, like, really bad. I'll take that. I'll take all the tools. We are ending. We're ending in 18 hours, guys. Remember, guys, the timer will end at like 7 a.m. or some shit. Miyadaki soon, dude. Only if you get. Only if. Only if. Alright, let's put the flowers that I picked at the beehive. It's not capped. No, it's not capped. It's only if they actually hit the sub goal. You're not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed that shit. So can I? Or will it always go right there? Yeah, it will always go there. Okay. Didn't think so. Time that we spoke. Take time in the light. By the end of the night. Don't have 1 billion trillion subs, everyone. That's right. Today's the 15th. A lot of people get paid around now. She seems so innocent. Get lost in it, but try to run it. Let's walk for a minute. I love this fucking song! Wait, my phone. I'm gonna have to restart the stream in like 4 hours. But I'm gonna make more rockets. Come through. Ah, too many cows. I can handle myself. So does everyone else. What kind of girl do you take me for? I almost have enough to go back and explore the end again, but honestly, there's no reason for me to go back to the end unless I want building materials, because I've done all the achievements except for respawning the dragon. Iridium Wings, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling, playing a little bit of Minecraft. Treadbot, thank you for continuing your sub. I really appreciate it, man. And I know for whatever reason it doesn't pop up, but I appreciate it, bro. Hold on. Okay. That's why I messaged you. I really like my... What? Let me get my fishing rod fully repaired real quick. Shit is insane, you guys. Ah, don't do that. I'll tell you, Lure 3 is no fucking joke, man. Fishing rod's done. Pickaxe is probably 1 or 2 fish and then it's done. Holy shit. Look, I'm gonna have the most fucking cracked trident if I can actually get one. I've got all the books for it already, man. Dude! I'm literally getting enchanted after enchanted. Fuck. Okay, Goomba, see if you brought hers. Thanks. I appreciate it, dude. Alright, one, literally one more. She says she's too busy having sex with Marine. It should have been me! What time will you eat the tomatoes? I don't want to miss it. Probably in between Minecraft and Skyrim, just because I know when I waited until during Skyrim, then everybody, like when I was gonna do it during Skyrim, everybody was like, wait, but I have to go to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. So I'll do it earlier. You're too young for me, Marine. Leave her to me. I could probably find that word for word. I could probably find that statement word for word in my Damsel Smug. Oh wait! Speaking of my pattern association, speaking of Lumi mods, I have to do my free pull in Arknights. I have to do my free pull in Arknights, you guys. It might do the Samsung notification noise, so just be careful. I turned off my desktop audio for a second to see if it was gonna do it, but it didn't do it. Ah! It waited until I had unmuted the microphone, or the desktop audio. It's literally, I can't make it not do that because it'll make the Samsung, because it's a Samsung emulator, it's gonna make the noise regardless of, it's gonna do it regardless. Arknights. Yeah, LD player. Dude, Nisha, I don't know. Nisha, does your computer flag this emulator as a virus? Because every time I play Arknights, I'll get a bunch of like Windows security pings telling me that I'm playing that I have a virus on my computer and it wants to quarantine the emulator. Mute the emulator in the mixer. My audio mixer has the microphone and the desktop audio. That's it. Alright, let's get our orchid skin. I like this one more than her default. I think I'll equip this one. Very cute. Very, very cute. Get my rocks. My rocks! In the in the Windows volume mixer. That's true. I'll remember that next time. Let's see. So cute. This artist has so many of the characters. So that this might give me gravel. Hopefully this gives me gravel so I can get a yellow cert. Yeah. It's good. I've started memorizing like how to get the 4-star ops. Where did you download this from? I don't know, honestly. I've had it on my computer for a really long time. This is probably gonna give me Orchid. Watch. I know the recruitment pool. We're gonna get like a shitload of gravels. I deleted the virus! But my pants were slipping down and I was trying to pull them back up. But I had a virus on the computer and then I deleted it. Mom! You know? Alright, we're actually fucking yellow start farming right now. Perfect voice? Really? Was it that good? Bullshit. She's cute though. Yeah, you did the voice too well. Is there something you should tell us? No? 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 I want her so bad. Ah. Ah. So actually my base is gonna give me some shit now, like actual stuff. Right, we have to farm the Vanguard stage so we can get the chips for Mumu, and then we can... Who's tired? Tell me one of them's tired, the other isn't. Texas is tired, but Lapland isn't. Okay. I'll leave them. I'll put them in there together. Yeah, Cleos, you had Palace today? We have Abby and Zalman here. See, look at the skin, dude. Look at that skin. It's so fucking good. Abby actually gives me the clues I need. It's insane. Let's do her. And she's Glasgow. These two. Let's see, who needs clues? I only have clue 7. What needs clue 7? Well. They're holding hands! Ah! Okay. Let's look at her trust level. We're at 90%. Dude, this is good, actually. Fuck. We're 90% of the way there. Let's do this. Actually, we have to go to the farm stages, the farming stages. Which one is this? What does my team comp for this one look like? What the fuck is this? Let me look. We can probably just do 3. Who can we sub out for her? Whoa, this was before I had Shelter. The stage isn't a really good setup for Mizuki, so I'll swap him out with Shelter. This is probably... I haven't like redone my auto comps for like any of the farm stages in a really long time, so. And Bagpipe is DP on kill, so I'll put her there. We can put Myrtle here, because she's not really gonna do shit. She's just gonna use her skill. Until I can put Ling down. We can put Ling herself down here. And then we can put a dragon here. Dragon there. These guys just gonna run through. Guess we can have her cover the bottom lane. I shouldn't have used Myrtle's skill right then. I should have just waited. Suboptimal gameplay. You don't even play this game. I just want to go for the fastest clear time I can get, just so that I can farm resources more efficiently. I don't give a fuck about the gameplay, dude. I'm still auto. I could probably just put Exia down on the bottom lane, probably. What'd you get from the free pull? Like a 3-star. Like a 3-star. This takes so long to load, so maybe we can... Well, she's gonna need to use her skill for the... Yeah, she can get her skill there. That's fine. Do that. That this time. Oh good, Ling's got the boost. So we'll put the dragon down there now. And now I can use your skill whenever it doesn't matter, because I've got the... Fine. Put another one there. What'd you get from the free pull? Oh, this is a farming stage. Yeah, the farming stages cap at like a lower level. She can leave. You can go there. We've got a bajillion DP. We don't need any of these guys. Let's see. I wanted to cover... We never cover the middle lane, I guess. Why not? I think these guys will do a loop. Yeah. Alright, now nothing can pass to the middle lane. Oh, good night, Chadbot. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope we can see you when you wake up. Oh. So now I can like auto farm this in alt tab. I mute the volume, turn off the capture, it's just gonna autoplay. Devious. Yeah. Let's see. I kind of want a salad. I kind of want a salad, man. Let's see. Get some caffeine if you order one. That's true. That's true, but I'm gonna lose my tracking if I try to order food. And I've only been streaming, it's only been, what, I've got on to like 10 or so. It's only been 3 hours. I'm a streamer, I should be able to go for 8 hours before I get hungry. I should be able to stream for 8 hours before I get hungry. I'm not particularly hungry, honestly. I just think a salad would be nice. Damn, damn. Gotta figure out something to do with these. AFK me is cuter than piloted me anyway. Let's see. We need endstone to place this on, actually. Where did I put all my endstone? I guess I must have used it to bridge. I must have, but I can't plant the coarse flower on anything that's not in stone. Oh no. You brought it up for— ah, fuck. Oh shit, wait, you guys. I'm trying to think, because if the subathon's gonna end, do you— I'm trying to figure out a good time slot for when we do the spins. Because we could also do a little bit of morning Skyrim, so the morning, the Euro bros get to see it. Or like, not Euro, but like, Euro and the Asia bros get to see it. And then just do the spins when I reset the stream. And then we can do— but then I don't know if America bros would want to watch us play Skyrim for like 8 more hours after that. I really shouldn't be playing more Minecraft. Well, it's fun though, isn't it? I think it would be okay. Let me sleep. Just because the more I think about it, if I'm gonna farm for Wither Skulls, it's gonna take a few hours of just sitting in the nether and doing the same thing over and over again. And I know that's not the most entertaining. Just addictive like meth. Yeah, it is kind of like meth. Meth! Let's see. I hate Miia enough to watch her do anything. You love hate watching. I get it. I get it. That's okay. I think if the subathon does end up going any longer than today, then we can continue the Minecraft and maybe we can do some. Maybe I can do a little bit of mining off stream, a little bit of farming off stream. I don't know. Well, I'm not gonna be in town. How am I gonna do that? I don't know. I watch Miia because I hate myself. I kind of want to play Skyrim. I don't know, you guys. I don't know, you guys. No mining off stream. have to skip this. League of Legends, come on! I hate League of Legends. I don't know if you guys can see this, but I've actually been getting... I've been getting achievements literally every day. Today, yesterday, the 13th, the 12th, the 11th. Let me look at what I've gotten. Global achievements. I'm trying to look at the rarest achievements. Master Architect has built 3 houses. Land Baron. 3 plots of land. Black books. Pick 50 locks and 50 pockets. I've definitely picked 50 locks. I gotta pickpocket 50 people. Qualifies in Skyrim. Just gonna capture. Hello? Oh, we still have to build our house, yeah! Ah, there you go. You have to make a nice... You have to make a nice... Oh yeah, we have to be friends to get the plot of land. You're right. Wait, hold on. Give me my phone for a second. I like making funny faces at it. Alright, are we still here? Okay. I just ordered on DoorDash. There's a Chinese noodle place that I have saved because I like that place. But I don't want that. I want a salad, man. I have to make sure my tracking doesn't die while I'm trying to do this. Shrimp tacos. I want salad. Salad bowl. Salad bowl! She's happy now. Greek salad. I want chicken. Should I get falafel? I kind of don't want... No. Yeah. You gotta get protein somehow. On broccoli and corn too. Actually, I realized I ordered one of the pre-made. I was ordering one of the pre-made salads. I was just turning it into a custom one, and I always feel guilty doing that. I should just order the custom one to begin with, shouldn't I? Ah! Okay. I put broccoli in it. A little bit of... I want red pepper. Cucumber. Alright. Okay. Alright, we're good. I think we got it. At saving $6 with my DoorDash. Awesome. Standard. Well. Other. I feel like, okay. Alright. We got it. Don't worry. Chat, don't worry. Don't worry, we got it. I think they're gonna fuck it up. Alright. Okay, it disconnected. My tracking disconnected, bros. I knew this was gonna happen. Hold on, VTube Studio. Don't panic, she's gone for a minute. Mia's gone for a minute, but I'm sure she's gonna be right back. She's probably just busy. I'm sure she's just a little busy. Ah! She's just a little busy, don't worry. She's just a little bit busy. It's okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep grinding. Yeah! Ooh. Alright, I just summoned the dragon. Did you see that, Serana? Alright, let's see what my... Okay. We have to bring that both Elder Scrolls to... Dexion. I'm not fucking killing Parthenax, dude. Parthenax is the coolest guy we have. And this is the... Okay, we have to wait for Septimus to contact us, because we already gave him the lexicon. Crimson Nernroot. We just have to keep eating it, I guess. Finish the college tour. Bring the gem to Vex. That's the Thieves Guild again. We did that already. I should get a pet. I like how the quest description for this is like, I should get a cool pet. I wonder where there are tamed animals here in Skyrim. I should get a cool pet. And all I did was free a giant sewer rat from its cage, and now that's my loyal pet. I like my rat. Rat! Let's fast travel back to the castle.
This must be that beautiful Skyrim weather I've always...
Yeah, bitch. Don't fuck with me. Let's start killing people! I like it when my knife glides through them. Your wife complains a lot, that's why I love her. Watch your tone. That's why I love her. Huh? I heard people pull their swords out. Or was that me? Maybe that was just me pulling my sword out. You fat motherfucker! Do your work!
Yes. How may I serve you? I am afraid I won't be able to help you. Please, do not be angry. I'm afraid in my haste to read the first scroll, I neglected the time I needed to prepare.
He went blind.
As you can see from my bandages, it's not that I am unwilling. It's that I am physically unable. Oh, please, milady. Please, forgive me. If only such a miracle existed, I'd overcome the impossible.
Here for your Reddit account.
If it meant pleasing you.
We have to kill him.
Although I would gladly die by your hand, perhaps I could offer an alternative way to read the scrolls.
Continue.
Thank you, milady. Thank you.
Hurry up.
Scattered across Tamriel are secluded locations known only as Ancestor Glades. There's one in Skyrim in the Pine Forest. Performing the ritual of the Ancestor Moth within the glade should provide the answers you seek.
The moth.
It involves carefully removing the bark from a canticle tree, which will in turn attract ancestor moths to you. Once enough of the moths are following, they'll provide you with the second sight needed to decipher the scroll.
His fucking pit bull is staring at me.
In keeping with tradition, you must use a specific tool in the Ancestor Glade, an implement known as a draw knife. Every moth priest is taught this ritual, but few ever get the chance to perform it. From what I saw in the vision, the Elder Scroll which foreshadows the defiance of the gods with the blood of mortals is the key to the prophecy. Well, as I'm sure you've figured out by now, it's no mere coincidence. The voice of the Ancestor Moth has always been an Oh, the moths don't literally read the scrolls. If you listen closely when you... It's through this ancestral chorus that the moth... By having the Ancestor Moth, only the most resilient of priests... You've come this far, whether you... Because of this, I strongly believe you were meant to hear the ancestral...
He can't tell that I'm running away from him because he's blind, so he just keeps talking.
I hope we reach Ancestor Glade soon.
I gotta get cured. I gotta get cured, dude. I don't like being a vampire. I don't like being a vampire. The Ancestral Glade, huh? It is not on the map. I might have to track it manually. Now what? Ancestral Glade. Alright, we're gonna have to... I'm gonna walk there just so that I learn the path. Ah! You're hated and feared. Uh-oh.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Uh-oh. We have to go west. They're not gonna let me in because I'm a freaking vampire.
Don't sound like much fun, though.
Where'd you come from?
Oh no, these are just bandits. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh! Hello.
Vaz, meaning to tear your enemy's soul from its living vessel.
My dragon. I wanted to watch that guy Ragdoll. I wanted to watch him Ragdoll, but it kind of backfired. Can you imagine you're getting beat to death and suddenly a giant fucking dragon just pops up in front of you? Grim. Kill whoever's here. Well, we really just have to only go west. Yay, we did it! Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's get rid of... Huh?
Feel the last word of soul tearing.
Where's he looking at?
The unlife that results when a soul is imprisoned in dead flesh.
Wow! Zombie? Genevieve shot is scary, man. I did have skooma. I did try skooma. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Now we just have to take a nice leisurely walk. Okay, let's keep moving. The pink flowers. Dernifer? Dawn Guard? Oh, fuck! It just works. Thank you, Dernifer. I guess I didn't pass enough time for the sun to set enough. I guess it has to be like night and not like dusk or evening. Now I can sprint. You're looking the wrong way.
Feel the last word of soul tearing within yourself. Soul.
Yo.
The unlife that results when a soul is imprisoned in death.
Are you hitting Dernifer? Dude, fucking be nice. Be nice to him. gotta get the right angle because I was able to jump over it. But it looks like my guys. The game just sometimes doesn't let you jump. Alright, Durnavir, did you kill everyone? Thank you. Where's my wife? There she is. My wife! There's some food for you, my beautiful wife.
Where'd you come from?
Alright, so okay, I'm going the right way, I think.
Where'd you come from?
What the hell? It's Durnavir. Be nice to him. That's my dragon! That's my awesome dragon friend. How are you shooting that? You've literally got an arrow through your arm. How? How did that happen? Huh? I guess we can just keep walking. Yeah, Liz, I'm a vampire right now, but I want to get cured because I don't like being a vampire. I changed my mind. I don't like being a vampire. I want to be a normal person again. Vampires suck. In here.
Time to end this little game.
Oh, these are just bandits.
That'll teach you.
It's just bandits. There's really nothing here. There's like nothing of value here. Is it a good idea to help the vampires destroy the sun if you don't want to be a vampire?
I hope we reach Ancestor Glade soon.
But I thought we weren't really gonna destroy the sun because then everybody's gonna hate the vampires, and that would be like extra bad, right? Right? Man, I don't know. Paladin, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We're getting a lot of adventuring done. A lot of questing done. So now we just have to go south. Hopefully we don't have to climb too many mountains. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'll try and make this quick.
Yeah, what are they? Well, they said everybody's going to attack the vampire castle if we destroy the sun, so it's probably not a good idea to just get rid of the sun altogether. Huh? For who, what now? What? Huh?
Do your worst. Pay for that?
Done and dusted.
Who's there?
I stab her. I'm sorry! I think I stabbed my wife a little bit. Oh yeah, guys, wait, I have good news. Well, subjectively, not good news necessarily, just news. Depending on what time I get into town tomorrow, I might be able to go to like one of the, like a local, like Gunpla store, and I might be able to pick up some cool, like a cool kit. It just depends on what I can fit in my suitcase when I come back home, you know? Yeah. The last time I went to that store actually was last year because it's in like right by fucking New York. The last time I was there, they had a heavy weapons custom, which that kit is so fucking tedious to make, but it looks so good. So yeah, heavy weapons custom. But I really, they had the heavy arms, heavy arms. And they had like, what was it? Actually, when I went there, I had to get my dad a figure because my dad was like, "Oh, you're going to an anime store? Can you please look for this specific anime figure?" And so, fun fact, he had me. So my dad, I don't know if any of you guys remember, my dad had me looking for this specific anime figure for like 2 years. Like, because it's like a limited custom color version. And it's really hard to find. Yeah, so I ended up just ordering it online from like a proxy seller and giving it to him for Christmas. But that figure was like so rare. It retailed at like 50 bucks. The cheapest I could find it online for was like 200. I had to get my dad his anime figure. It wasn't even like a booby figure, it was a robot. It was a fucking mech figure too. Well, it was the Darling in the Franxx ones, and I think those mechs do have boobs, so maybe it's technically a booby figure too. Alright, we can't get up there. We're like, oh shit, we're like right there. It must be like a dungeon. You would think it would be a dungeon? Pretty erotic mix, dude, what the fuck? What the hell? Salad arriving in 15 minutes, you guys. I was iffy if I wanted rice in it, but I ended up just going with salad. Salad! It's gonna have broccoli in it, corn, cucumbers, Don't worry. No, you don't understand. It's really important to the lore that the mechs have to be erotic. They have to have really big boobs, guys. Trust me. It's really important. You wouldn't get the story without it. Hi, Kazan. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, whenever. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, ah! Bam, 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 bam. I'm climbing the fuck out of this mountain. Yeah. Oh, we can probably just follow the river up the mountain. The music is really nice in this game, actually. I will agree with you guys on that. It's really, really nice. Ah! Maybe I have to go a little bit up here. It takes very high IQ to understand the subtle imagery in Frank's. Isn't there like big boobs? Isn't there just a lot of boobs in it? Coconut Patrick! Hi, Coconut Patrick. Hi! Oh yeah, don't they have to be like... Don't they like touch each other's butts to pilot the mechs? This you're a vampire! We're the same! We are the same! We are the same. They have to spoon? What? I'm gonna look that up, hold on. I'm looking that up. Pilot position is like one of the first results that comes up. One of the first results that come up. Metaphorical sex? Face down, ass up, or the mech doesn't work. And apparently you can't do it in a... It can't be gay, it has to be a boy and a girl. I'm like reading an article on it. Correct? It's vital to the plot? What fucking plot? What is this Cooper shit? Man. I need to read this article. Where is it? Metaphorical sex and 02. Okay. I'm like getting a summary of this. Okay. The method of piloting the Franks units is a male pilot is put in a riding position on top of the female pilot as they power the unit up. They have... Oh, dude. Oh my god. Ah. This article is actually just like shitting on the anime like really hard. But yeah, apparently a lot of people say that the ending was like really weird. Huh. Wasn't there? Yeah, but apparently it didn't work. That's what I read on Google Images. Google Images said the homosexual experiment didn't work. Yeah, I've heard that the ending ruined the show. Like, they become gods or something. I don't remember what the ending was, but I think it's kind of like the StarCraft 2 ending. It's like some weird, like, ass pull like the StarCraft 2 ending. Can anyone confirm? It sets up for part 2? Oh. It sets up for part 2? Space Alien? But it was just really shitty. I know even my dad didn't really like the ending. I know. I don't think we want to go into Bone Chill Passage. I don't think we want to go to the Bone Chill Passage. That just doesn't sound pleasant right now. Let's climb this mountain. Climb this mountain. I don't know the StarCraft 2 ending, but it's real bad. Well, the trigger writing doesn't have to be good because the animation is good. Okay. Maybe I have to go through the Bone Chill Passage to get to here. No, Cyberpunk definitely had a mid-storyline. Absolutely. Absolutely, the story is mid. The pacing wasn't the best. The pacing was like a 6 out of 10 at best. But the art was really, really good. Yeah, Trigger delivers with animation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 6 is generous. I'm gonna do my favorite thing in the world. We're gonna have to kill 2 more dragons, but... Fuck you! Man, it was fun killing the bear, but it didn't really give me any rewards, like any valuable rewards. I did the funny spell, let's go! Did you reanimate the fucking... a bandit? Okay, you know what? Sure, go ahead. So let's see where this puts me out.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time. Games already.
Okay. What is this? Huh?
Where'd you come from?
What the fuck? What the fuck? I hope this isn't a named dragon. Ancient Ascent. Okay, this is just a random dragon. Get back here! Bears don't usually carry valuables around, I guess. Wait! Animal allegiance? Animal allegiance! The animals will fight the furry skill? This one sounds more violent, so I want to use this one. And I can have that dog in me. Bro. Guys, my salad is here. Let me get my salad. Let me get my fucking salad. Holy fuck. I'll be right back. 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, you guys, but I forgot I put my phone on Do Not Disturb because I'm streaming. So I didn't get any message about it. Let's grab it. There's a baby with me. My cat was by the door, and she just like ran with me. The salad thief. Dude, that bitch stole my fucking salad. I want salad, man. I'm not gonna let nobody take that from me. But now we have a code cat. We have a code cat. There's a cat in my room. So, oh, why is it wet? What is this green shit? Okay, this is just from the restaurant, I guess. Somebody's like order with avocado was under mine, I guess. Because there's avocado on the side of my bowl. But I did not order avocado. I ordered a salad with... I'll tell you. It's a salad with... It's a salad with half arugula, half romaine, cucumber, tomato, chopped tomato, not whole tomato, broccoli, corn, onion, olives, and crumbled feta. Morgan off the grid, thank you so much for the 6 months. Wow! Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, dude. I'm Yep! I'm pre-gaming my tomatoes. That's right. I've got Green Goblin. Fucking Green Goblin. Almost got shit on my computer. Or I say my computer, my laptop. Alright. Let's get back to fucking video gaming. The salad can sit to my side, or maybe it can sit in front of me? I don't know. I don't know what the best angle for this is. Maybe I can... I have really good news also, there's not a lot of tomato. There's only a little bit of tomato, which is good. Let's see. You have to go this way. This way. Right? I have to go to the Moth Priest. Okay. The Moth Priest shit is... Ah! Right to the west. We probably can't get there from here though, can we? Unless there's a path, which maybe this could be a path. I can kind of get my guy to... I don't think so. Oh, that was her little slave dying. Oh, we got it. Yay! Yeah. So now we are here. Which, if I go around here, I should be able to get right over there. So I think I'm just gonna keep going this way. I just have to cross the rocks. I think I literally just have to keep going in this direction. That? What is that, dude? There was light. Shit, this is somebody's house. Bloodlet Throne. There's gotta be vampires here. That's the most fucking vampire sounding name I've ever heard. Oh, you're having chicken noodle? Nice, nice. I should just use my immunity shout. Well, you're gonna keep... Serana, are you... Serana was like standing on it the whole time. Alright. My salad, yay! Salad. I'm trying to Get a good placement. Yeah, I can just put it in front of me, actually. I love lettuce. I won't go in there because I don't need it. I think I can fast travel to it anyways now, so it's not too important. So let's get this. I also don't know what the fuck the main quest line is anymore, I'll be honest with you guys. Oh wait, I do know what it is. This is the main quest line. This is the main quest line, I think. Is summoning the dragon to Dragon's Reach and trapping him in there in the castle. How do we get over there? Oh shit. So let me turn back around just so I can fucking discover the Ancestor Glade. Which, according to the marker, looks like it should be down there, but I feel like I was just down there and I couldn't climb up here. So we'll do a little exploring. Yakisoba, that's anime food! You're like anime in real life! You're literally anime in real life. That's so awesome. I wish I was anime in real life. I wish I was Japanese, but I'm a cracker. Sorry. Sorry about that one. Oh, okay, I started talking about race and now Ural's here? Okay, you're... So we need to go through a cave, it appears. We have to find the knife. There's a little prompt. Did you guys see that come up? Oh, I guess it was to talk to Serana. Okay. I guess we do have to go through a cave. Salad. Yay. Ural refuses to stop saying slurs. Hi Cypress, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good day. Let's follow the path this time. I found it! It is a cave! I knew it was gonna be a dungeon. I said that earlier, but I just couldn't find anything. Yeah! Yay, salad.
This must be the place.
This is pretty.
Not very impressive, is it? If this ends up being a wasted trip, my friend Dexian and I are gonna have some words when we get back.
What? Hmm. Okay. Let's cross over here. Oh! Oh!
Wow. Look at this place. No one's been here in centuries.
You have a watch streak? What the fuck is that mean? What is that? What is that? When did they add that? What is that? What? I would hope you have a 3-day watch streak. I've been streaming 24/7 for the last 3 days. You're a beta tester. Wow. It's so pretty. Look at the moths. Beta. Wow, this is sick, dude.
Well, we got the knife. Now all we need to do is track down one of those canticle trees.
I thought I was just gonna start hacking at it with my sword.
Hope the moths like that bark as much as Dexian said they would.
Okay. You can't equip it? Kill the moths. How does this work to... Oops. We have to attract them, but I don't know where to attract them.
Look at them.
Oh.
They've definitely taken a liking to you.
Yeah, moths! Yeah!
You're starting to glimmer.
I'm shiny. Moths! Woo! Serana doesn't like me when the moths are all over me. Stream hard reset is at 5:30. Okay, nice. Woo! Moths! Hey, baby. What are you doing? Hey, baby. Hey, baby, come here. Ah! Sorry, and potato, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the gift sub. I really appreciate it. Hey, baby. Here. Are you going on my bed? Hey, baby. She's going on my bed. Alright, baby's sleeping on my bed today. But I can catch it. I fucking caught the moth! I'm killing these moths! I'm ripping their wings off. I can't show cat. I cannot. Baby, what are you doing? Okay, so I showed you guys the plushie that I got from Omega Mart when I was at Vegas. When I was in Vegas. And my cat, the other night, she was super frisky and she got super excited and she just started chewing on it. Chewing on, like, the fingers of it. The moths are underwater with me. I wish there was like an herbalism skill counter in this game, because I would have it maxed the fuck out. Oh, more moths. Moths! Where are the moths? Okay, let's get these guys. These are the last guys we need. Yeah!
Let's head back up there and see if we can read the scrolls.
Okie dokie! I'm gonna go blind. Bring my brothers home from school. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I think we're good. She's just looking at something outside. My dog was just looking at something outside. She's a little bit weird. She's a little bit weird, champ. Just like my cats are a little bit weird. They like to nibble at my fingers. Ugh. Okay. I want salad. Alright, let's look at my Elder Scroll. Is it supposed to be looping like this? Okay, there we go. I'm reading them all. Ah!
You okay? Almost thought I lost you there. You went as white as the snow.
I am, thank you. Cucumber. Cucumber.
After everything we've been through, it'd damn well better work.
That's right,
what
shoddy.
About Ariel's bow? Do you know where we can find it?
Nope. Oh. Yep.
And it's almost over. We can finally rewrite the prophecy as we see fit. Where is this Darkfall cave?
Oh. Oh,
Then
yep.
let's get going. I want to get there before my father has a chance to track us down.
He's gonna find us and we're gonna have to kill him, I bet. My hunch is that he's gonna catch up to us and we're gonna have to kill him.
Not much. If you read any history, it shows up from time to time, but it's a hard thing to track. As far as I know, though, it's never been held by a vampire. That Ariel is one of the elven gods.
Ah!
He's with the rest of them in a
I should have known.
The way I've heard
This is the fucking elves'
sun
fault.
represents the connection from our world
Ah!
to theirs. Supposedly, the bow draws its energy.
Hey!
I knew I heard something.
Are these bandits? Trolls! How do we get out of here? Alright, my thing is let's just run past them because these are fucking trolls. So I'm gonna... Yeah, we can just throw it off. I just wanted to see him ragdoll.
This ends now. That's it. That's all you got.
Goodbye. I'm gonna have to charge the JO crystal and my sword back up though. Because if I don't charge on my JO crystal, it's not gonna shock people. Yay! Ah! Hmm? We've got it.
Let's get indoors. Or in a cave. Anywhere, just out of this.
The fuck? Where's Ariel's bow? Wouldn't it be in the elf place? Let's go to Northwatch Keep. And then... Dude, I just fucking... What? Do they have time zones here? Do they have time zones in fucking Skyrim? Oh, fast travel. Oh, it's not a teleport. Oh.
Done and done.
Lettuce. 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 I got a half, so my salad is half arugula and half romaine. But all the arugula's on the bottom. It's not actually half and half, it's layered. So I'm eating them separate, and they taste different. Because the arugula is a little bit more bitter. Let's see if I can get up here. Maybe. The mouth tracking? Oh, it's not tracking. So if I do this. Like, this is me doing a fish face. My mouth is closed, obviously, but VTube Studio doesn't know that. Maybe if I get like a newer phone with better tracking, it can know that, but it doesn't know that right now. The chewing? Well, the chewing is the same thing. If you... My mouth is shut the whole time. Any jaw movement, the VTube Studio tracks as your mouth opening. So chewing is always going to make it look like you're doing this. Kind of. That's why the other tracking program I use doesn't. But that program also has like a lot of latency, and I don't really like that. It has latency. I would prefer... I think ultimately I'd be willing to sacrifice a little bit of accuracy for zero latency tracking. If they can do an update to VBridger that allows it to have USB port tracking, then I would definitely switch back to that. But it doesn't yet, so I stick with this one. Fuck. The mountains! I might be able to cross between these. Sorry. I'm just fucking with my hair. Since I've been trying to like stay on top of like my skincare and shit since I'm going out of town. So I have like this film. Not like film. Like a light coating on my face of the shit that I put on it this morning. If I had a horse, this would probably be possible. Oh, hello. Okay. Very okay. Okay, we go inside the mountain. Gimme. Near en route. Huh? It just works! It just works! It just works. Is this all water?
Who's there?
Alright, let's not deal with these guys since I can't tell where the water is. Thank you, Todd. Okay, I might be able to do it here. Hey, what are you doing, baby? Huh? Baby. Hello? Don't do that. Don't do that. Here. You've got a code. Code red. Naughty babies in here. Hey. Naughty baby. Alright, let's go up here. And just keep climbing the mountain until we figure out where. We gotta go. Go this way. Here. Huh? I'm stuck. I'm not allowed to go this way? What do you mean I'm not allowed to go that way? What do you mean? Okay, so yeah, I guess we have to approach it from here. Closest place I have is Dragon Bridge. We'll try that instead. Hello?
Who's there? I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
I knew I heard something.
Oh shit! Let's do Dragon Rend.
Get on the ground.
Why is he all the way up? Oh, there's an enemy up. No, it's just him. There might be a civilian over here. Uh-oh. It's killing something. Bitch! I'll kill you, bitch. Done and dusted. Limo's right hand? What happened? Oh. What stone are you running? I'm running the warrior stone. Hey, baby. Huh? She's smiling at me. She's right next to my chair and I'm petting her. No putting your head in the bag. Not allowed to do that. You're so bad. Moderately scary wife. She's not. Hey! You're pulling the You're literally pulling the carpet out. You're so bad. Lay down. Lay down. She's gonna be so excited when I finish the subathon and I lay down and take a nap with her. Yeah. It's like she wants me to go lay in bed, but I'm not going to. Mia cat forma de fat. This is my fat cat. Hold on, give me a second. Forma de fat, my beloved. Forma de fat. I'm so mean to her. I'm a little bit too mean to her, I think, sometimes.
A woman approaches with a weapon drawn.
Yeah, I'd be scared. I'd be scared if I were you. I'd be scared if I were you, wouldn't I? It's a cat, they deserve it. Baby. Hi. Hi. Hello. You just jumped up on my chair again. What do you want? I wish I could have... I wish I was like a sometimes I wish I wasn't a VTuber and I was just a regular face cam streamer. So I could have a camera and you could see like exactly what she does. Like she literally hops up behind me. Also, I can't let her eat my salad. She doesn't like vegetables. Baby, you're at my feet. Alright, so we gotta go this way. I'm not gonna take any of that. We'll just beeline to the objective, I think. We could take the wheat, but I don't think it's... What? 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 This is also why I don't let my cats in my room when I stream, because they distract me a lot. Gourd. Hey. Hey. He's just watching me. Sometimes what I'll do... Obviously I can't do it when I'm streaming because streaming is a little bit different. But if I'm like hanging out with my friends... Like if we're all playing like a video game or something together and we're in a group chat... I'll say, hold on guys, my cat's like bugging me. Let me put her to bed, I'll be right back. And while I'm in the call, I'll just like put all my stuff up, I'll go lay down in the bed. She'll jump up on the bed and curl up next to me. And then I just wait until she falls asleep and then I can go back to my computer and play more games. And she just sleeps on my bed, so I think. Yeah, I guess it's fine to go through here. Ah! I hate being a vampire. I want to be normal. Do you have a vibe with streamers I used to watch back in school? That's awesome. My streams aren't usually chill and cozy. In my opinion, but some people say they are, but the only reason I'm not like hardcore gaming is because I would get too tired. The only way, the day is turd ass. The only way I'm able to, play games like almost 24/7 is if I do like low stress chill games that I can just kind of vibe when I play. That sort of thing. I have to move her off. I have to. I love the fucking ragdolls. You guys have no— oh my god, he's... This cave bear's kind of strong. Get away from me! Cave bears can't maneuver like this. We're juking his ass. Serana's probably stuck fighting them. Yeah, this game is pretty low stress and chill, except for when bears and dragons attack. And trolls. Alright, so let's look at that map from here. Holy shit. You know what, I feel like I could have just gone from Northwatch Cap and done this. Northwatch Keep, sorry. And do this. Go around. Instead of trying to go all the way up here. You could have, would it have been better? Would it have been smarter to do that, though? Maybe? Maybe? Hi, Zeliano! Damn, I left for like 14 hours and the clock went down like 5 hours. It's going down! I think it's lower than it was when we started the stream. Hopefully, today, this morning. Maybe it was it. Let's check. I think I can see. Oh. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It was 13 this morning, guys. At 10, 11, 12, 2. 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, the timer was 3 hours lower. 4 hours ago, guys, the timer was 3 hours lower, so it went up 7? Dude. Dude! How does that even work? Or, right? 13 hours at 10:38 a.m. I'm eating the fuck out of this cucumber. But I meant to ask something. I don't know. I don't know if I should start brainstorming shit for a docu, dude. I'm like nervous. I don't know if I should like start preparing in advance, but it would be wasted time if I prepare in advance and I don't end up doing it. I don't know, man. Sorry, I just checked the Discord server and I'm looking at the starboard. I'm looking at the starboard. I'm looking at Bingo's message as of him getting called a whore by Lumi. What'd she say? When did she call him a whore? Whore? Whore. We haven't done Tomatoes Ninja. We're gonna do the Ninja. We're gonna do the wheel spins as soon as stream has to reset. Which stream is gonna be reset in 2 hours, 45 minutes. About 2 hours. I want to kind of build that. I'd build that. Is that Lego? Bionicles! Sexy Bionicles! Sexy Bionicles? That's me. I'm not used to seeing my model with its hair down now. I really like the pigtails. This is what happened. Everybody got literally everybody got conditioned. Even I got conditioned. People in chat were like, "Oh, the pigtails have really grown on me." I'm conditioned to like the pigtails now too. I conditioned myself. Yeah, everybody's more used to the pigtails now, so we're gonna have to like vary stuff. We're gonna have to like play with it. My falafel is like hard now because I let it sit. Hey! What? What? Did you guys hear her? Did you guys hear her? Did you hear her meow? Hey. Hey. She was tearing up the carpet. She was tearing up my carpet. She's a little bastard. She's just a bastard. I like this one. I like this one too. I like this. Hello, general chat. This is a little scrungus. This is actually a picture of your cat. This isn't like some kind of meme reaction image. This is actually your cat. Is this Kaz? Kazman's cat? Oh my fucking god. Is this actually his cat? This looks like the memes. Oh. Now he's big. Aww. Look, he's like so cute, bro. Ah, kitty. I like. This is my favorite. He's zooted out of his fucking mind, dude. He does not know what year it is. He's tapped out. Did you guys hear that? He hit the Zaza too hard, yeah. He's just cute. He's fucking cute, dude. I don't give a shit. This is a cute cat. Truly. Sexy Bionicle. Giant mason jar. Penis. Oh, with the emotes. I get it. That's a good one. Have I missed anything really important? Let's look at the art channel. Well, oh, okay. Okay. The meanest emperor of Dune? Dude. Oh, guys, wait, I should change the banner for the server. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. Server settings. Overview. Upload background. Upload image. That's Jeff the Killer. Guess we could do something like this. Let's see what it looks like now. Now it's got my mug. Guys, look at the banner! Guys, look at the server banner now! It's so cute! 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 Thanks! I was actually surprised, you guys. That artist, I'm not... Oh, we can't go on Twitter. No, no Twitter. No Twitter. That artist that I commissioned, that artist that I'd commissioned literally closed their skeb, like, the next day. Literally closed their skeb, like, the next day. Profile. Let me look at my likes. Let me see. They've posted one other drawing. And I hate to be that guy. This is gonna sound really mean. Chad, this is gonna sound kind of mean. This is gonna sound a little mean. Okay. Don't take this the wrong way. But look. That's what mine looked like. Come on, dude. Dude. Mine looked like... That was mine, and this was the other skep they did, bro. I think mine looks better, bro. I think mine looks better. Not that it's like... It's, I don't know. It's just how... the skeps are always just however the artist feels. Like, you know... If the artist is feeling a design more, like, I'm sure it's gonna end up looking better if they're, like, feeling it. Because that's how I am. It's so fucking good. Yeah, they're keyed in that day. Yeah. That shit is so good. We gotta repost that. I'm reposting this shit. I love it. I fucking love it. This artist is a huge Kiara fan. Huge Kiara fan. Huge Kiara fan. Huge Kiara fan. I love this artist. I hope you guys know that. I really love this artist. May I scoot up to compare? No. You're gonna have to use your imagination for that one. You be nice to AU Miia where she got a boob job. You be nice to her. Now that you're having Discord and Twitter, can we watch my... I'm not spamming anywhere. What? We'll go watch your video. Sure. Sure. This is like Skyrim. If the video is loud. What is this? We've got the fucking Skyrim snow sound effect background. Here's the face. You paid for all the fireworks? I love this. This is awesome. That's awesome, 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 amazing, awesome. If I bought a shitload of fireworks, I would use them all too. Don't worry. Oh, my broccoli. Where the f— they didn't put broccoli in my salad, I'm noticing. Oh no, is that— I'm getting picky. That's not broccoli. My broccoli! Damn it. My broccoli, dude. So I'll actually try to go back here. I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna try this one more fucking time. So now we go south. And we go on the path. Right. We go south for a bit and then east. Okay, we go south for a bit. Hey! What? What? What is it? You want tummy rubs? Oh, she wants tummy rubs, bros. You want tummy rubs? Yeah. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Yeah. What is it? So spoiled. I'm the most spoiled cat in the world. Yeah. Oh, and it's you. You. She's purring really hard, guys. Yeah. She's funny. She's funny. But I have to play video games. I have to. She's like, she starts rolling around. Like she's pouting. She rolls around like she's pouting. Wait, so I have to get over this? How did I get here in the first place? Hey. No, pulling up the carpet. I'm gonna get in trouble if you pull up my carpet. Okay. I just have to get over these mountains. How am I supposed to get over these mountains? Go southeast. I have to go all the way around here. Hi Shady, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good day. Fine. We're gonna go around here too. I'm a warrior. I should know how to climb at least a little bit. Well, that's the thing. There's no fucking road. I mean, this is like this ground texture is the closest it gets to a road, but hey. I'm gonna stop jumping on my chair. You can sit on my lap, but that's it. No! You're so bad. And we did a really bad job of like conditioning her, so now any— cause When she was a kitten, it would be like, aw, you're so bad. And like, pet her because she's being cute, because it's cute when a tiny kitten is naughty. But now she gets happy when you tell her she's bad. Hey, you're so bad. Come on. She just tried to pull the fucking power cord out of the wall. The power cord from my computer. You're so fucking evil. You're so evil. Evil. Evil, evil, evil. There's an evil baby. Evil baby. She sidetracks me. You know what? I've got a really good idea. I'm gonna email my Chinese professor like tomorrow to tell him that I haven't been able to go to class this week because of work. Like, technically correct, but I do not consider this a job, no. I don't really consider this a job. Unfortunately, legally, it is considered a job, and I have to pay taxes, but I don't consider it a job because I have fun doing it. But anyways, I'm gonna say I couldn't go to class this week because of my job, because that was something that I had to do at the beginning of the semester. I would have to, like, email my professors, because some of them are, like, bitches and they don't like to post stuff online. So I'll be like, I had work, or whatever. Or, like, I couldn't go to extra thing because I had work. That happened in my art class. I told my professor, like, a few days early, I was like, hey, I know you just announced this extra credit thing that we would have to come into class on, like, an extra day for. I would love to participate and complete the activity, but I have work that day. Is it okay if I do the activity a day early? And she was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And so I did it, and then when I submitted it, she looked at it and put a message on it that's like, you did a really good job with the assignment, but you weren't here. You weren't here for the extra day, so I'm only giving you half credit on it. But do you have something wrong with your eye? It keeps spazzing out. That? I was just winking a bunch. I have it. Actually, it's a congenital defect. Are you really gonna make fun of me for something I can't control, dude? What the fuck? Really? Really, dude? No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm winking. I was winking a bunch. Genital. She said genitals. I was just winking a bunch. We have a genital defect? Yeah, my dick is too big. Damn it, dude. Come on. Clap! What the fuck? Dude! Thank you so much for the— oh my god, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. You are insane. You are insane, dude. Thank you so much. Oh. Yeah, that's a real thing. I was bullied relentlessly as a child for having a massive hog. Well, it wasn't as massive as mine. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying it might have been massive, but it wasn't as massive as mine. Hold on, let me do the math. I'm gonna do some math really quick. In order to keep the timer going permanently, I should have made the time value shorter, because 288 subs a day will keep the timer running permanently. Which it'll go down. It will end eventually, but but even just like 100 a day, like where we're at what we've been doing like right now, like 100 a day, it'll double the amount of time. It'll double the amount of time because I get half a day added back. Yeah. So let's try this. My wife. We just played Leapfrog! That's $14.40 a day. Is it? That's... That's $14.40 a day. I'm trying to think. Because that's a I'm trying to do the math because there's a Tyler lyric. There's a not lyric, I guess bar because he's rapping, but there's a Tyler bar where he says $14.40 a day, and I'm trying to remember the math for it. $10 minutes. 10 minutes. 13:20 now, 14:40. Here, anyways, hold on, let me... I don't want to sound crazy, so let me play it on Spotify real quick. And then I can figure out what it is. Wait, hold on. See, listen.
10 minutes can't go past without you brushing my thoughts. That's $14.40 a day. So I'll say 144 times I think about you or something like that.
See, so that's 10 minutes. When's T2 emotes? I told you guys, T2, like, I'm gonna be drawing when I'm out of town. I'm going to be working on stream stuff while I'm out of town. So. When we come back, you're getting emotes. Also, no, I'm leaving tomorrow. The pause would be, if we were at 24 hours right now, that would be the pause. Listen.
Lost match.
I'm gonna listen to the song. This is such a good song. Peak. It's like probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite Tyler song.
This isn't a song. I just happen to rhyme when I get emo and find time to write facts. I love you.
Just take pictures of random people's faces and use those as emotes. That's actually a really good idea. What race people should I take pictures of? Do you want... Just so I can better represent you guys, do you want it to be like white people, Asian people? Like what? What do you guys want?
I fucking hate you, but I love you. I'm bad at keeping my emotions bubbled. You're good at being
Order of operations. The ones you dislike the most.
I fucking hate you, but I love you. I'm bad at keeping my emotions bubbled. You're good at being perfect. We're good at being
What the fuck? This song is literally peak. It's so good. I'm eating my cucumbers right now.
The fuck is all this noise about? I even consider
picking up here.
Bitch, let the dogs out. But in my dog house, my bitch is the raddest. Crazy who makes me the happiest can make me the saddest. Look, Alice,
Let's
get
see.
lost in your wonderland. Fucking
I'm trying to eat all the olives and all the cucumbers out of this. Fuck is this practice? Actually, it's so emo. Official Miia tier 2 emote. I want Miias to be follower emotes too. When you're leaving and I'm grieving and my heart starts bleeding. That's like my favorite line in this song, dude. It's the flow is so flawless. It's so flawless. I have one piece of falafel left in my salad. I don't really want to eat it. I just want to eat the lettuce. Cucumbers and lettuce. Hold on. About 90 subs today to fuck over Miia. What? The real number is 88. 88 subs to fuck me up. This is Pharrell. We're changing the color. I don't know what color to make this. We don't have very many choices, do we? The widget, it's a Twitch event. Twitch sends me things, and Twitch will send me things if I fill up the bar. Make it black and white, but that's so boring. So you stop breathing.
Spend the rest of my life looking for air, so you could breathe, or we could die together.
Okay. Ah! Thank you, Star! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Look.
In love.
We could make it rainbow. I like McDonald's. Such a fucking dick. Hold on. We can't listen to Tyler Creator anymore. Actually, wait, hold on. Are you on the phone? Are you playing Smash right now? Sorry, my brother was like talking really loud. I was like, what the fuck is that? My Sorry, I was not trying to scream into the mic. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if something had like happened. I didn't know if something happened. Okay, no, he is on the phone. Okay, I was like really confused. Bro, smash in peace, dude. No, I was really confused. I was really confused because I heard something. Then I heard my brother say something kind of loud. He got home. He's probably. Oh, he must. Oh shit, he must be doing a tournament. Like a Wi-Fi, like a scrimmage or something. Sorry. Wait, hold on. We gotta listen to Goblin. We gotta listen to Goblin now. Yeah. You're telling the feds where your room is? Well, no, I should probably, it's like I should probably just close my door, right? So, hold on. Now the colors.
You niggas rap about fucking bitches and getting head. Instead, I rap about fucking bitches and getting heads. While you niggas stacking bread, I can stack a couple dead bodies, making red look less of a color, more of a hobby. I'm not a rapper, nor a rapist, nor a racist. I fuck bitches with no permission.
There's probably a lot of words in this that I can't really put on Twitch. How do we like this? Like a more muted color. I like this one. I think we're good. Don't break his focus if he's doing money matches. One of my friends in Vegas that went to TwitchCon that hung out with me and Cleo was convinced, because they had Smash players or whatever. Why does she keep doing that? What are you doing? Was convinced that they could. What? Am I possessed? What's wrong with my mouse? I guess my right click was like stuck or something. No, this is only my new mouse. Right? Yeah, this is only my new mouse. But one of my friends I went to TwitchCon with that hung out with me and Cleo was convinced that they could money match HBox, like one of the Smash players that had like a booth there or some shit, and win. They were like, I gotta see. They're like, no, Mia, we have to see if HBox is playing. I know I can beat him. And I don't know. Clueless. My last mouse was a Razer Death Adder Elite, I think was my last mouse, and it's like totally broken, but I've had it for like 5 years now. I was gonna say, isn't it drunk like 100% of the time, but I was thinking of mango. Really? Dude, oh my god, what? Where's my wife? Wife, help me, wife. Can you cancel an enemy's attack if you shout at them, like right as they're casting their attack? Wait for my head. Yay! Let's absorb the soul. And I need to see how many souls I have, because I might be able to use them to unlock the rest of some of my shells. We need to kill this goat. I don't want to listen to Truncat again. I don't want to listen to Truncat twice. Listen to my wife. She doesn't like that I keep killing dragons. It freaks her out a little bit. Did I change it on accident? Chops. Unrelenting Force. I'll keep it on Unrelenting, and then if I need to change it to Dragon Rend, I'll do that as a battle starts. Where am I in the questline, Saturn? So I dropped the main story quest to do the vampire quest. I dropped the main story quest like 100% to do all the vampire quests. I went the wrong way. Oops. That's our goat. What is it? Serena, why did you reanimate a goat? Joanna, why did you do that? All this for my wife. Yeah, I do all this for my wife. Yeah, so let's just go all the way around the mountains first. A goat ghost. Ghost goat. Or ghost. Okay, we just have to keep going this direction and then we can turn west. I like just saying west in place of whichever direction is the right one. These ruins are kind of scary. Alright.
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Serana, you fucking prick. You woke him up. Come on! You're worse than regular bandits. You're a bandit and an outlaw. I'm stealing shit out of your pockets. Well, everyone's dead. So, okay, we gotta just keep going this direction. Oh, do we want gachi? Do we want gachi? Oh, I haven't fucking played gachi on stream in like almost a couple days. Hi, Demon Man! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out. Yay! Yay! Let's see. This is just a YouTube mix, so hopefully it keeps auto-playing. Is the volume alright? Too loud, too soft? What happened to the timer? Wait, what do you mean what happened to the timer, E-Major? It's still going, right? Right? Is there something wrong with it?
Just move it up.
I like the... Oh, you can't even see the video. When I play the song, I like to have the video pulled up so I can fucking watch Force and dance in the background. I can watch Force and dance in the background and the, like, little tenor gifs of him sucking dick. Like... Yeah, yep. It's just that. It's literally just that gif. Or, like, it's that emote. And then the two little gifs of him. It's so fucking funny, man. Look at it. Look at how happy he is. It's such like a fun, like a weird and funny little dance. I don't know. I don't know what gets me about it. Let's see. This isn't really a good gachi playlist. This is just one of my YouTube auto-generated playlists, but I think it'll work for now. He's a weird and funny little guy. I guess. Guess you make a good point there. You know what, guys? Pause for a moment. Ah! My salad. I've eaten half of my salad. I kind of want to rig like, draw and rig like a little cattail for my model. Here, hold on, let me try to explain what I'm going for. Like a little cattail like this. For when I have my cat ears out, you know? Alright. Are you still rocking the steel greatsword? Because I like the way it shocks people. I like that it shocks people. I don't know how to explain it. Well, it doesn't shock people right now, actually, because it's... Now it does. I just have to... Zalman, is this how I'm supposed to get to fucking Darkfall Cave? It's literally taken... I've like failed like 3 times trying to walk there. Because I accidentally walked into the mountains and get stuck. But I've literally been doing this for like 2 hours. Chat can confirm. Like literally 2 hours straight trying to walk there. Just walk towards it, dude. Okay. Fuck, dude. Nobody gives me real advice. Oh my god. 3rd time's the charm. Don't worry. 3rd time's the charm. We got it. We fucking got it this time. Horseman? Yeah, well, I do get sidetracked a lot, but still, man. It's fucking still. There's some guys over here.
Who's there?
Alright, I got a scroll. I might sell that one because I don't cast magic. I don't believe in magic. This is my I Heart Science, I Heart Atheism run. I don't believe in magic, so we're not gonna learn any spells. I just like killing people. Except heal, yeah. Well, that's not magic, that's legit. Yeah, I believe stabbing my... And I shout at them, yeah. Oh, my science! Whenever I think about science, so my mom got like a mug for like a holiday or something from one of her coworkers. And since my mom does science stuff, my mom does a lot of science. My mom does science stuff like for her work. The mug said something about it's like some like just gift shop type thing. But the mug is like science. It's like magic but real. And I always think of the soy jack, the eye anatomical heart science. Like that soy jack. I always think of that whenever I take the mug. Sometimes I'll make a conscious effort to take and use that mug just because I like feeling like the soy jack. Ah! I don't know where we need to go. Not here. Definitely not here. I've never played Witcher, so I don't know what a Witcher build is like. Sucking on pots and shit before going in here. Ah! Help! 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 Help me! Help! It's too late. Help! My wife! Sana! You can send a cool gachi. Help! 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 Help!
Stick your finger in my ass.
Well, it could be worse. Could it? Could it be worse? It plays anime music too. We get all allowed one anime song as long as the next one is gachi. I don't know if the next one's gachi. Uh-oh, there were like fucking 5 potions in this chest. That doesn't make me feel good. Oh, sisters! Sisters! Oh my god, there's fucking trolls in here. Fuck, fuck. This place is big, it's like kind of freaking me out. So is there a boss fight at the end of this? Oh fuck. Dude, come on! Or it's like the fucking vampire guy's already gonna be in there. is that? Is this an animal?
Come forward. You have nothing to fear.
Oh. Alright then. It's an elf. I feel like I have a lot of things. Oh, he's a paladin.
Welcome to the great chantry of Oriel. Oriel, Alkosh, Akatosh, so many different names for the sovereign of the Snow Elves. I prefer Snow Elf. The name Falmer usually holds a negative meaning to most.
I was killing Falmers in the dwarf place. They're just normal guys like this.
Of course, you're here for Oriel's bow. Why else would you be here? I can help you get it, but first, I must have your assistance. I need you to kill Archduke Bertha, my brother. The kinship between us is gone. I don't understand what he's become, but he's no longer the brother I once knew. It was the betrayed. They did something to him. I just don't know why Oriel would allow this to happen.
Wait, so the Falmers got fucked up, they turned fucked up and nasty, but they used to look... These guys look more normal than high elves.
They swept into the chantry without warning, and began killing everyone without pause. The chantry was a place of peaceful worship. I led a small group of paladins, but we were no match for
The dwarf turned the Falmer into freaks to be a dick?
They slaughtered everyone, and stormed the inner sanctum, where I believe they corrupted Bertha. He's alive. I've seen
Dwemer did a little
something's wrong.
Well, weren't the Dwemer... Weren't they elves, technically?
Just stands there and watches, as though waiting.
The Falmer were getting genocided by the Nords, so they ran away to the Dwemer for safety, and the Dwemer fucked them with them for fun. So, what the fuck? These guys seem cool though. These guys seem cool.
Leaving the way shrine.
But I guess they're not. I guess the snow elves aren't like super evil because they're weaker than all the other elves. That's why these guys aren't super evil, because they've been like kicked while they're down. No, elves are cool because don't fall for the propaganda.
Yes, let me show you.
He's a paladin though. The Falmer are barely humanoid. Ah.
This structure is known as a way shrine. They were used for meditation and for transport when the chantry
Okay.
was enlightened.
This is
Prelates
Gachi.
of these shrines were charged with teaching the mantras
This
of
is
Oriel.
Gachi Muchi.
What's that
Dude.
basin in the center signify?
Once the initiate completed his mantras, he'd dip a ceremonial ewer in the basin of the way shrine center and proceed to the next.
This is my new wife now. He's a little bit old and wrinkly, but I think he's cool. He looks kind of like a cat. He's one of, if not the last snow elf. Oh shit.
Enlightenment was complete. He'd bring the ewer to the chantry's inner sanctum. Pouring the contents of the ewer into the sacred basin of the sanctum would allow him to enter for an audience to the Archduke himself.
He's 3,000 years old.
Makes no sense to me.
It's symbolic. I don't expect you to understand.
So
He said you wouldn't get it, bitch.
you need to do all that nonsense to get into the temple so you can kill your brother.
I know how it sounds, but if there was another way,
He's old as
I'd
fuck.
have done it long ago. The only way to get to my brother is by following in the initiate's footsteps and traveling from way shrine to way shrine, just as they did. The first lay at the end of Darkfall Passage, a cavern that represents the absence of enlightenment.
But clearly there's no music right now. There's no music right now. I was listening to the soundtrack, but it's just been like storm noises and winter noises. We were listening to no music, but now it's just noises.
There are 5.
I have to go to 5! There's one other snow elf we know of, and he's a weird cyborg spider thingy that looks like an overcooked piece of beef jerky. How are you feeling after a week? It's been a week.
The Chantry
Has it actually been a week?
As you'll soon discover.
I got too used to looking at the pigtails on my model, so I just switched it off with the pigtails.
Once you've located a way shrine, there'll be a spectral prelate tending to it. They
Today
will
is
allow
a
you
week.
to draw the waters from the shrine's basin, as if you've been enlightened.
Oh yeah, today is day 7. That's right. We hit day 7
This
today.
may be the last time we're
Did I zeet today? I was gonna zeet for day 7 because I have to reset the stream in like an hour.
All I can do now is grant you my hopes.
Hour and a half, maybe?
Questions? I expected as much. This is, or was, the epicenter of our religion. Most of the Snow Elf people worshipped Oriel.
You're tapping it, or are you going all the way? Balls deep, raw dog. All the way, except because that's what people wanted. I was like, I should cap it, and they were like, no, don't cap it, don't cap it, don't cap it. So I was like, okay, I won't cap it, but I have to go out of town this weekend, and they're like, that's okay, just stream when you get back. And I was like, okay. Well. He looks like the unbothered, moisturized, happy guy, but on top of a dwarven spider. Wait, Zal, what's his name? What's his name so I can look up a picture? I want to see what he looks like. Okay, if this isn't Gotcha, I'm closing the playlist. Alright, it's not Gotcha next. It's not Gotcha next, so we're gonna listen to the game. Yagram Bagarn. What? Yagram. He's fat! She is fat as fuck! That's an elf? He's diseased. Does he have no legs? Is he an amputee? Is that why he sits on the spider? He's got corpus disease. Argad is not an elf. Oh. He's a dwarf. Yeah, that's what I thought. The dwarves in the Elder Scrolls are like a sub-race of elves. He's the last. Wait, so all the dwarves are dead? Because I knew the ruins that I went through were all completely empty. All the ruins were empty and there were no dwarves in the ruins, but... So the Dwemer are just gone? It went poof? Like, they didn't die, it was just no, like, nothing, no trace, nothing at all. They just, everybody disappeared. They thought about making God so hard they fucked off the material reality. What? They raptured themselves trying to create God? What? What? Like legit, that's what happened? That's freaky, what the hell? What? Morrowind lore is epic. That's just weird, dude. What? I don't want to look at this fat fucker anymore, so let me go back to the video. What is CHIM? Team? What is that? What is that? The Dwemer were major redditors and their chungus got too big and it wasn't wholesome, so their euphoric fedoras were cut off. Oh. Oh. You need 4 hours for a proper explanation? Can I just get a TLDR? Then just give me a TLDR of it. The Dwemer became part of them? Oh, godhood. Okay. Godhood, I guess. See, he did it in 3 words. Oh, wait. Do you want it to become God? But more complicated. Wait, so it's like 4th wall break? Like they... What? So it's like fourth wall break? You need math in order to really understand it? What? Oh, the dwarves were creating a god. They activated the god during a war and then they just like poof disappeared forever. So they're alive just like in a different reality? What? Oh, but we don't know for sure. Wait, so there's no canon explanation to where the dwarves are now? Like there's no confirmed canon explanation to what is up with them now? What? They woke up and stopped existing? What the fuck? I'm just stretching my leg. The original creator said he was setting it up so that they time travel 10,000 years to the future, but he left the Oh. Right, I mean, well, that's what the Elder Scroll did. The Elder Scroll sent, the dragon to the future. So it's like... I guess I could see it. Yeah, that's true. The lore could always just be rewritten too, but that's like... I feel like it's too big of like a commitment. It's completely basically unknown as achieved to our knowledge because people who try and maybe... Oh! What the fuck, dude? Time is easily fucked in this universe? Damn! What the hell? Here's how whack Marlin lore is. There's this ancient dark elf wizard and he cloned himself. And they're all women clones. He fucks his own clones. He fucked the clones he made of himself that are his wives. Was that in Morrowind? Yeah, in Morrowind, so... He's in Skyrim too? What's his name? What the fuck? Failed mantling? What? speaking English! Hold on. Speak English! Too deep. I told you guys, it's too complicated. I'm not smart enough for this shit. The warp in the west, it's... Dude, this game's in-universe lore is literally like a fucking iceberg. It's literally, there's literally a fucking iceberg of Elder Scrolls lore. Hold on. So you're telling me? I think I saw one of the things you guys were talking about. Mooncome vaults. What? What the fuck? Orc tits. There's so many levels of this. Just read the Lusty Argonian made like a normal person. The abortion. Is this what you guys are talking about? Is this what you guys have been talking about? Sure, and the Shezarin? What? This isn't even on the this isn't even on the bottom of the fucking iceberg. Hold on. What? 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 What does this mean? Iceberg ends with a joke, not comprehensive. Oh. What the fuck are Lorcan? Oh! What? What? You might want to play Morrowind and learn about what? Schizo theory? What? So he's like the basis of what? He's also the moon except for when he's not. But what? He's the moon? Do not look up where the red guards come from. What? What? Isn't Akatosh sometimes the moon? Hmm. Hey, what? So... Don't look up Akavir either. The fuck? Wait, so we play in Skyrim? Some of the lore is TOS? Wait, how is the lore TOS? How is the lore TOS? Too graphic? Grapes? Molag Bal. Oh yeah, well we know Molag Bal rapes everybody, but... Elder Scrolls lore is 40k levels of deep, but almost weirder, dude. Why do I have such autistic... why do I get into autistic things? Molag Bal is literally the god of grape. Well, he's gotta be the god of something else, right? Or is he literally the god of grape? The one time Vivek and Molag Bal fought, and it was also a grape? God of domination? Why? Ah! No. Okay. Alright. What the fuck? Hold on. That's just a regular spear, though. It just looks like a regular spear. I'm looking at it. It's it's metaphorical. It says it's metaphorical. Another weird Elder Scrolls fact that Todd removed from future games is that a woman writes a book. He removed a woman writing a book, and also Kaji have barbed willies. What the fuck? Metaphorical is literal in Elder Scrolls? Dude! What the fuck is this shit? It's so like... Tonal magic? What does that mean? What is So wait. Because wait, hold on. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to make sure I have everything right. So is Vivek is a man. Molag Bal is also a man. But they were married. I don't mean that in a homophobic way. I'm just like like they were married. Oh, he's male and female. Because I'm trying to read this article. It says he bit off Molag Bal's spear while they were married. Molly Ball is Slanesh. I need you to give me this in Warhammer. He's Slanesh. Molly Ball is like Slanesh. He's half everything. He's half everything. Okay. Oh, they're all okay, so they're all princes. It doesn't matter, they're just all princes. Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It's a deity thing. Okay, that makes sense. You can punch him to death in Morrowind? Well, no, Slimish is base, but Molly Ball is cringe. I don't know, he seems... They were turned black as punishment? Like, charred black, or like, people? Blue, okay. Okay. Charred black. Oh, well, the Dark Elves are like, they're like gray. They're not black, they're like gray. Dude, this lore's autistic, dude. Oh my god. There's like fucking 10 sections of the wiki page just on the spear. The dick spear. There's like 10 sub-articles about it. What the hell? Very important? That they were golden? Oh, the spear is very important. The dick spear is really important. You're playing a game because you watched a 20-hour video on it and you're surprised it's autistic? I mean... Some people can just talk for a really long time. I mean... I just didn't think that there would be, like, this much shit. There's just so fucking much, dude. In a year or so, the Skyrim mod team will release their mod which ports Morrowind into the Skyrim engine with full voice from some of the original voice actors. So you're telling me they're remastering Morrowind unofficially? And they're getting the people that actually worked on the game itself, like, worked on the game, to remaster it unofficially? Why won't Bethesda remaster it? Or do they not have, like, the rights of it because it's not in the Skyrim engine or some shit? Can they not do it because it's not, like, in their engine or whatever? Because Morrowind is older, isn't it? Oh, they do have the rights, they just don't give a shit? They don't have the skill to touch Morrowind now. They won't do it, then they won't do it because they have modders. That's insane. Some people, what the fuck? What the fuck? What? It's why even now their games are buggy messes. Damn. What? The project is 15 years old and still getting updates? Dude, the fans are like... They're autistic too. "15 years on the same project. Skyrim is using the same engine, albeit heavily modified, that Morrowind used. Oh, so the engine's base was the same? Still not done. Damn! Damn, what? Fallout uses it and so does Starfield. This is so... I'm trying to, hold on, I'm trying to like comprehend this. Okay, so... Bethesda's allergic to making a new engine. Dude, but this one is kind of... Salty thing, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. It'll be a fun hanging out with us, we're just... You know what we're doing, you've been here for a bit. I got this based. Wait, this doesn't even... What do you mean this doesn't even scratch the surface? What do you mean? What? What? Check Sonora Fallout. Wait, hold on. You was gifted a sub and you decided to stay. That makes me very happy. Sonora Fallout. So what? It's a game mod? Wait, it's a mod that's like its own full game? When did Fallout 2 release? The low tier god? No! Dude, what? Dude. What the fuck? Thank you so much for 15 gifted. You're so crazy! You're crazy! 1998? Number go up good! I can't do more because Twitch is being fucky. That's scary. No, that's okay, Limo, because that just means we get to sell you off to Oblivion Order. We just get to sell him off, it's okay. Here's the fun. Yeah. Good luck! 1 hour, 20 minutes to a hard reset. Okay, that's cool. When I do end up hard resetting, I'll probably go shower or some shit. It depends on if my parents get home. I'll probably shower when I hard reset though, so it'll be like, I don't know, like 30 minutes. 30 minutes in between the turning it up. So I'll process the VOD, post the VOD. You didn't shower this morning like normal? No, I was sleepy. I was a little sleepy guy. I was sleeping. Because I knew my reset was going to be early today. I bet you shower naked. Nah, actually, well, sometimes I get cold. I get cold, so I have to wear like a full jacket and shit too. I get chilly. So this... Dude, I'm gonna get a headache trying to think about this lore. Unironically, I'm going to get a headache trying to think about this lore. So... Elder Scrolls lore or Bethesda lore? Both! Mostly Elder Scrolls lore, but... I want to understand it, I don't fucking understand! I don't understand! You aren't meant to understand? Skyrim is just one province? So do you ever play in the other countries? Or like province? Every game is a new yeah, wait! So this is the only one that's in Skyrim? I thought Skyrim was the whole place. That's why it's called Skyrim. Well, I thought Skyrim was everywhere. What? Tamriel is the whole. Oh! Jesus fuck, dude. So they wait, Skyrim is a small region? Daggerfall and Elder Scrolls Online have the whole world. Someone didn't pay attention during the lore videos. I couldn't watch the whole thing, I had to sleep. Tamriel map, okay. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Skyrim is the north. Skyrim is the cold north place. Morrowind has an island? Is this Cyrodiil? It looks like World of Warcraft. What is this? Black Marsh? Wait! There's more continents? This is just a little continent? What? And you've never been to the other continents. So they've got, oh, I see, because there's, yeah, Yokuda isn't on the map that I was looking at before. This one's elsewhere, like further off. Dude, this looks like a fucking regular map. Wait until you find out that one of the other big continents just up and randomly sunk into the sea. Oh yeah, that's the tonal magic or whatever, right? That's why it sunk into the sea. Yeah, no. Dude, I'm trying to. So the entire continent, like the size of Tamriel, just sunk. It might have been the left-handed elves. I can't. We're gonna have to do like an actual lore stream because holy fuck. Holy fuck, there's way too much. I don't get it! I don't understand! I'm still stuck on the fact that first of all, the dwarves turned the snow elves into like some fucked up abomination, and then also created a god and just like fucked off and disappeared forever permanently off the face of the earth out of reality. It was unintentional, but they still did it. It still happened. Read about how the orcs came into existence. Is it TOS? Dude! This is so absurd. You learning about Elder Scrolls makes me think of the esoteric knowledge meme videos. Yeah. Airships exist? What? Then why are we riding fucking horses? Orc stuff is the one non-TOS thing in the lore. Okay, I'll look it up. Okay. Work. Racism? Because Nords are stupid. Remember, didn't so much create a god, they dug up the heart of a dead one and used it as a power source. Used it as a power source in a big robot they made, then they tried to tap into the heart and erase themselves. What?! What?! Dave's going is an actual power in the Elder Scrolls world called Chim and can be harnessed by the So... You're telling me there are certain in-game characters that are aware that when you save scum? Like Undertale. Like an Undertale. Oh, dude. Who is that? Oh, he's an ugly elf. He's from Morrowind. He says he's not going to fight you because he knows you will eventually win. Dude, that's Undertale. It's a state of lucid dreaming achieved by realizing you are in a dream. The trick is staying yourself after this realization, otherwise you fade into nothing. So do most people that, like, ascend to and learn Chim or whatever, do they just disappear? It's Undertale! Yes, it is the plot point of Undertale. It's complicated. So... No. They tried to use the heart to make a new god and collectively mantle them, but they fucked up. And... Oh! So the dwarves became aware that they were, like, in the game. So then they all disappeared. Because they couldn't hold their physical form. Like Vivek did. Except for the fat one in the spider or whatever. Huh. Hi, Ray Panda, it's good to see you. I'm glad I'm glad you could make it here too. Yeah, the fat guy on the spider was busy. Huh. What? Okay, so... But nobody else is, like, aware of that stuff. The fat dude on the spider was unaffected? Like, so he doesn't have the awareness? It's a huge mystery. Oh. Okay. Okay, so it's still a mystery then. Right? They didn't confirm it or anything? Is any of what we were just talking about confirmed stuff, or is it all theory? Yes and no. Not in relation to the dwarves are all a theory. Okay. But some of it has been confirmed, but not all of it. So basically basically it's a game theory. Like map hack. Yeah, that's true, but a lot of game companies end up like retconning shit and changing it and fucking it up, so that it's like totally inconsistent. Most of Elder Scrolls lore is just retcons. Most of canon, like canon lore, or just everything official and, well, I guess it would only include official lore. Dude. The only information we have about the 5th era is the 37th sermon, so code is canon. So... Oh... Dragon breaks are retcons explained in-game? Huh. Gym and mantling and all this is just a way to explain retcons in the game. What the fuck? I'm not killing Grandpa Dragon, no. Parthenax? Parthenax? I'm not gonna kill him, my feet are cold. Now I'm sitting on my feet. Fuck this lore stuff. Fuck this lore stuff, dude. What the hell? Let's keep walking in the passage. I'm freaked out.
Where'd you come?
Oh, these guys are strong, aren't they? The Charas.
That'll teach you.
Aren't the Charas guys strong? Cause I remember I'd been getting told that the dwarven like machines are the dwarven machines and the Charas are the strongest guys, like the strongest like regular enemies in the game. Let me put on my check. And how am I supposed to counter them? This part of the game is part of the vampire quests. Are the dwarven automatons are weak to lightning. I guess that makes a bit of sense. Stealth archer, dude. I'm melee only. You use magic? No. Well, now I just use my sword. Now I just... It's like I haven't put any skill points into the... Like, into any of my magic. I haven't learned any spells, I don't think. Uh-oh, Nisha. Uh-oh, good luck. Uh-oh, Nisha. Scary DM. Alright.
I knew I heard something.
Ah! See, the foamer are fucked up and scary.
Done and done.
Done and dusted. Yeah, I hydrate. They're living off of slightly toxic mushrooms. But I heard that the dwarves fed them the mushrooms to make them fucked up. But that when they were normal snow elves, the dwarves gave them the fucked up mushrooms that made them ugly.
I knew I heard something.
Oops. Oh, they did, but now it's their main diet. Ah! 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 A Taurus. Well, he's not too bad. The little guys, I don't like the way they look though. They're kind of freaky. They're ugly. They're kind of freaky and ugly. I got pushed. Her farmer pushed me. The Dwemer have their own music-based magic? Done and dusted. Dude, he's so fucking freaky. I don't like him. Total max. Oh, it's music. Okay, okay. Let me look at my map. Oh. We have to get to the other waypoint thingies, but I guess it just means I have to keep walking until I find something. Hi, Emma, welcome back. So,
Where'd you come from?
There's so many of these guys. Uh-oh. Ah! Help me, wife. My invincible wife! All this happened just because I wanted to know what happened to the farmer. I just wanted to know why the farmer were fucked up and ugly. All I wanted to, it should have been a simple answer. I was like, why are these guys so nasty and fucked up, but the other guy is good? And they're the same species. They spent too long in their goon caves. That's a simple answer. They spent too long in the goon caves.
Where'd you come
Done Yay. First time viewer and I rate ya shtick. That's awesome. Bummer like well-adjusted moods. That's like an oxymoron though. That's an oxymoron! If we get 48 hours or our account get banned, then we should just go for 48 hours, honestly. It's like the last push. Damn, oh shit, we're past 47 hours already. Shit, okay, well, I'll try to find a stopping point in this dungeon, and once we find the stopping point, then we can reset stream. Where'd you come from? Oh, you're getting blasted. Bruce? Yep. Fuck blasted into the waterfall. So this is just like a wall that cuts off. Like, and if I jump there, I'm sure I'll die. It's gonna get banned. Let's go! I'll do my best to not get banned. Getting banned the first time gets your mad club though. Yeah, but I don't want to get banned a second time. What am I gonna do? All I've been doing is streaming for like. Where'd he go? Where is this? Oh, he's got a bow. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling, played some Skyrim. I will probably do something else this evening because usually I play Skyrim in the evening and Minecraft in the morning. But I got bored playing Minecraft, so when I didn't get bored, I just didn't want to farm. I didn't feel like farming today, so we played Skyrim in the morning instead. Be nice, Bank. You're gonna scare him away. So we don't go this way. I just want to see what's over there. This is like, oh shit, this room is huge. This room is fucking huge. I still don't know where I'm supposed to, what direction the other place is, but I guess I just have to run through the entire dungeon. It's average! It's not that big! I haven't even been to Black Reach. What? But how much more is it? But he's behind the wall? It just works. I guess it just works. She had to go through Black Reach to get the Doom Armor that contained the first Ember Scroll. Did I? Did I? Let's see. Where am I? Oh shit, I'm like super far away. Did I? I don't think I did. Black Reach. you got a shiny Bulbasaur. That's awesome. This is fucking with me. Shit, this is fucking with me. I like need to think about this. I might save and reset stream now. Like, fuck, I'm thinking about this lore shit. So, no, I don't even want to ask another question about the lore. I'll be honest with you guys. I actually don't want to ask another question about the lore, man. I don't want to ask another question. Because I think we just cleared out this room, besides the one farmer that's in a door. And then the next time I load the game, it's probably going to... It's gonna fix him, hopefully. A hard save. You do this? 50 minutes until hard reset. Is into Warhammer, mind broken by Elder Scrolls lore. Well, that's because this isn't like real lore. It's like, it's made up lore. It's like fan prediction theory. It's theory lore. It's theoretical. All lore's made up. No, I'm not doing spins until after I reset the stream. Because I told you guys I wanted to shower before that. Literally Warhammer lore as well. I mean, some of the Warhammer lore makes more sense. This just feels absurd for the point of being absurd. None of this is real. Yeah, there's different types of not real. This is double not real. This is double not real. Regular lore. Canon confirmed lore is just 1 degree of not real. Most of Elder Scrolls has a confirmation with full dialogue line or books in-game. Oh, wow. Oh. The point that this motherfucker is not real. How else do you make cheating and modding lore accurate? That's true, that's true. I think the Elder Scrolls does a pretty good job of differentiating its lore from other fantasy worlds. I guess, but to be fair, there's not a lot of fantasy worlds that I really am into because I don't know. I don't know. I'm not super into fantasy as a genre. So I don't have like a lot to compare it to. Like other than Warhammer, I don't really have very much to compare it to. There are full written books and games. I know there's like, I know! And I wouldn't sit and literally read through all of them. Well, that's not what you guys are here for. Are all the things written in the books true though? There's just so much shit! There's so much shit. Like, even when I go to the, like, in the college, the bookcases are literally filled with books, and I've checked in between a few different bookshelves. It's, like, all different books. It's, like, dude, it's, like, all different books, and you can literally go into it and read all of the books. But if I wanted to read everything, it would take me hours and hours and hours to do. But, like, fuck, it just seems so cool, you know? Tolkien lore is really big, massive rabbit hole. Well, no, it's like, okay, yes, it's called the library, but the books were stored within like wardrobes, because that was, I guess, the closest, or not wardrobe, but cabinets. And, but it's like, this is a game. I can read through like 10 different, like of these books. In the cabinet. There was not a highlight of the subathon. Dude, Skyrim has been like half of the subathon. Man, they removed a lot of stuff to cover up the massive downscaling the Skyrim settlements received. Oh, really? They used to be bigger? Or they were originally gonna be bigger? Skyrim Dawn? Dude, I'm not strong enough for that, bro. I'm not strong enough for Skyrim Dawn. Jesus Christ. There's still a lot of stuff in there, though? Yeah, I mean, granted, because I've never played another game like this before, really. I didn't notice that. I don't know. I didn't think that it was, like, barren or anything like that, or small. Reading books is for nerds. I watch 10-hour lore videos. Well, I'm cool. I listen to 10-hour lore podcasts. In my little Reddit shirt and Reddit hat. Dude, but like, they've got some... The Whiterun world model has towers? What? Like one of the things that... Wait, what? What does that mean? One of the most satisfying things in my playthrough is collecting a copy of every book for the library in my house. See, that's smart, but a lot of the books that I want to get, it would be stealing. Like, it literally says steal when I want to, like, pick up the book because it's within somebody's library or their house. There's, like... The Ryan map is left... Oh! What? What? So steal it, but then it's marked as stolen and I get a bounty! And they try to send me to jail! I don't want to get sent to jail again. I can't do it. I can't afford to go to jail again, dude! But I also don't like stealthing, so it's really hard to not get caught. You get it, right? You get it, right? Put it in your house and then pay off your bounty. I guess. Oh yeah, because your houses are just like, it's just like free storage, isn't it? Like you can just store like a shitload of things in the house? Is it infinite storage, or is there like a set number of chests and stuff I can put? Oh, it takes a really long time to load. That makes sense. The more shit it has to load, the longer it's gonna take. I get it. I think I get it, but fucking what's Zell? Oh my god, there's too much in this game. I don't know, it's because I feel like I went into Skyrim just thinking of it as, oh, this is like just a normie, this is just like a mainstream normie video game, like first person video game from like, I don't know, years-ish ago. So it's not new, but there's like so much lore. There's too much. There's literally too much lore. Oh, it is like, yeah, it's like a nice normie game if you ignore a lot of it, yeah. The normies don't look past the lore and just write it off as a generic fantasy shit, I guess. Oh, it is more than 10 years. Okay, this is a 2011 game, damn. I didn't know it was that old either. It's really old. Dude, what? So... Oh my fucking god. Damn. It turned to... Oh! I started playing on the 12th anniversary. Oh! And they keep re-releasing it. What the fuck? I'm just trying to think about this now. 11, 11, 11. Oh! That's actually pretty cool, honestly. That's actually pretty fucking cool. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start like writing down the timer stuff and the sub count and stuff for when I reset the session and post the VOD, because my widgets like to die Which it's like to die when I reset this stream because that's how stream sessions work. It's a different session. So I'm just gonna, what is it? I'm just gonna, when I start the stream back up, I'm just gonna set the timer to 16 hours 43 minutes. Okay, never mind. Fucking never mind. Okay. Instead of doing that, I will set the timer to 16:47. 16:47? Where are we good? Any changes? Any changes, anybody? Or else I'm gonna say 16:47. I'm gonna cross it off. Okay, I'm crossing it off. We're good now? Half of the Elder Scrolls lore was written during an LSD bender. What the fuck? Is that legitimate or is that a meme? Literally 1647. Actually, it's literally 2064. That's what it says. Okay, I guess that's okay. It's kind of legit. What is that? What? It was weed. Oh. I guess. I mean, I guess it's like pretty much the same in theory, though. It's like pretty similar, right? Like pretty similar. So okay, let me see. I'm gonna close out of Skyrim while I fuck with the widgets real quick. Don't panic. Don't panic, 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 don't panic. I'm gonna put your favorite little tunes on. Don't panic while I mess with this. I'm gonna put on your favorite little tunes. It's okay, the air conditioning's on. The air conditioning is on. We already listened to this one though. Don't panic. I got your favorite tunes on. I'm right here! It's too cold. But, yeah, once I make sure that I have everything written down, 1647 for the timer. 20. Ah, fuck, the sub. I have to change the sub number too, right? We're good to not change anything, you guys. Good. I think, yay! I think those are the only two numbers I really need to mark down. But when I come back, we can do some more video games. Mark down 56271.9. What? Why? Why? What does that mean? What does that mean? What are you guys writing down? I thought we were just throwing out numbers. Oh. I was just writing down the actual sub count and then the timer value so that when I reset the stream, I can manually set both of those back up because I do need to manually set those. So, I think I've got everything set up to reset it. I will tell you guys right now, I am gonna go take a shower. And, I don't know, maybe clean a little bit. So I will probably be back in like 30 minutes-ish. Like 30 minutes to an hour tops. Because we have half of a day left. We have half of a day left. We're almost done. We literally only have half a day left. We only have half a day left. It's not gonna go over. The subathon's not gonna go over. I'm not gonna continue. I'm not gonna have to continue. Why are you sending clueless things? We've already got like the bounces of... Dude. There's no way it's gonna run over. Literally. We're good. Jesus. No, I don't. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you how it is, man. We are getting that Daki. Are you? Are you really getting it? Is that do you guys really want it? Do you guys really want it? Holy shit. Sato! What is good? What's good, dude? It's good to see you. What was for 2K? It's a cello karaoke stream. I don't sing, I play my cello. I'll get the Daki, dude. Sato, I know you don't play about VTuber Dakis. You have like... I can't wait to see the Dakis again, bro. I love those Dakis. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I got 16 hours. 16 hours, 41 minutes. We can do it. We can do it. However, so it's up to you guys. Oh yeah, here, I'll just throw it up there since you guys were talking about the Daki. These are literally the rest of the sub goals, the stretch goals. We already did the regular. Ah! Nice brain! Thank you for the 3 gifted. I really appreciate it. Dude, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Well, now I have to edit the timer. Now I have to edit the... Hold on. Any others? Gotta get that Daki. Fix your numbers. Yeah, I know we're fixing our numbers. Anybody? Anyone? Okay. So we'll do 1655. To restart and then go with a be right back screen. Well, I don't have a be right back screen. I don't have a be right back screen. And I don't want to sit on a starting soon screen for 30 minutes looping the same song. So I would rather just be offline while I shower. No, I would rather just have the stream offline for a little bit. It'll give me time to process the VOD and stuff. Can't you change the text in the starting screen? But I don't want to. I would prefer to draw my own be right back screen and animate it. And then have it as a separate scene. But yeah, there's not a lot of goals left in the subathon. Stretch goals. The regular goals are all done. So I really appreciate your guys' support, but it's up to you guys. If you want to just like have this open, you'll hear the music when it boots back up. It's always the same intro song. Or whatever. I'll ping the Discord and tweet about it as soon as we go live. But yeah, there will be a ping in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, feel free to check out my Discord server at discord.gg/Miia. Discord.gg/Miia. I'll ping there when the stream goes live again. I will also tweet on my Twitter. But I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll probably be live again around 5:30-ish. You know, give or take a little bit. Well, okay, fine. We'll let Dota finish because we like Dota. I'll let you guys do your little, do the dance. Do the dance. I actually want you guys to see this, hold on. Because this looks so fucked. Look at the res of the fucking video. It's like so fucking pixelated. The sacred text. Yeah, this is some OG shit. 27 million views from 2008. This is unironically the sacred text. 240p? Settings. Okay, you're right. It is 240p. It's 240p. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. She's excited. She's chewing on my cords. Hi, sweet baby. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi, baby. She can tell that I'm about to get up from the computer, and she's like, pet me, pet me, pet me. Pet me. I feel you, man. She's so sweet, man. Hi. Please don't chew on my headphone. Actually, you know what? I don't give a fuck if you chew on my headphone. If you chew on my headphone cords, I'm getting a new pair of headphones. What's Cat doing? She jumped up to reach my hand to rub her head on my hand. She's so sweet, man. I love my cat. I think she's been doing a little bit better now that it's like the weekdays. Now that it's the weekdays, and then during the day, like my brother's at school and my parents are at work, and so I can leave my door open. I think my cats are a lot happier that I can do that, because then if they actually come right up to my desk, no pictures of my cat. It's bad OPSEC. Bad OPSEC. Because I post pictures of my cat normally. I feel like an evil villain, like a cartoon villain, petting my cat, looking into the camera like, yes, yes, yes. Petting her. What are you doing? Princess. Princess baby. Princess baby, princess baby, princess baby. You're so happy. You're so happy.
Be happy.
Hey. She's really happy. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna process the VOD first, so we can have our our tiny little 48-hour VOD. And, when I come back, we can do wheel spins, we can play more video. I don't know, maybe more Skyrim, maybe we can do nighttime Minecraft, you switch it up a little bit, I don't know. But we've got a lot of stuff this evening, so don't miss it. Eat tomato when back. Are you brain dead? Did you just hear what I said? I said we're doing wheel spins. Wheel spins first when I get back. Wheel spins first when I get back. But yeah, feel free to leave the tab open if you like. I will come right back here after I take my shower. It's not a break. I'm gonna go shower and I'll get right back on the computer. Actually, I might give myself time this time to dry my hair. Or I might pack my suitcase a tiny bit. But expect me to be back between 5:30 and 6. Less than an hour. Absolutely less than an hour. A big break like that would be cheating. But I will see you guys in a little bit. The VOD should be up, like, maybe I'll spend like 5 minutes edit. Oh, baby, what is it? She's scared. She scares me because she knows how to tap you like a human. My cat knows how to tap your shoulder like a human. So I literally thought somebody came in my room and was just tapping my shoulder because it was like a repeated tap. It was just my fucking cat. You're so scary, baby. But yeah, I will be back here in less than an hour. Feel free to leave the tab open. It'll be soon. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit, okay? Okay? Don't be scared, don't freak out. I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Bye! Bye! I'll be right back, okay? Right here. Just a couple minutes. Okay, bye!